Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
When he saw the figure clearly, Lie's pupils instantly widened. It was unmistakably a level 2 mobile city, its size 4 to 5 times that of a level 1 city, resembling a moving mountain. Its city structures and layers were far more numerous than those of a level 1 city, with buildings stacked upon buildings, a dense array of city accessories, and massive tracks and tires at the base. Countless cannons and heavy machine guns were arrayed on its deck, the most eye-catching being a large, pale orange cannon positioned at the deck center. Upon seeing this, Li was momentarily stunned. Could that be a level 2 cannon? Without further hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Fire the smoke shells!" The cannons on the deck immediately unleashed a volley, a sky-blotting wave of smoke engulfing the Tomorrow. But another mobile city wasn't so lucky. To mine more iron or veins, it had specifically driven into the central area, and it didn't possess any smoke shells. As a result, it became the target. Shells from the level 2 mobile city rained down in a barrage, almost covering the entire area where it stood. The level 1 city had no time to retrieve its deployed miners and immediately turned to rush toward the nearest junction. Just as it was about to escape, the pale orange cannon of the level 2 mobile city fired. Its shell expanded midair, transforming into a massive blob of sticky slime that landed directly on the level 1 city. The level 1 city was instantly immobilized. "That's definitely a level 2 cannon," Li said in a low voice. Using the smoke as cover, the Tomorrow managed to charge into a nearby junction. At the moment they exited the smoke, Li happened to witness the scene, and the rest on the deck were equally shaken. That level 1 city, unable to move, had completely become prey on a chopping block, while the level 2 city loomed closer like a spider that had just succeeded in trapping its prey in its web. If the Tomorrow hadn't had smoke shells, it likely would have met the same fate. All the hard work and effort he had put in these past days would have turned into a cruel illusion. After driving several kilometers and confirming the enemy wasn't pursuing them, Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to analyze seriously. Its size was 4 to 5 times that of a level 1 city. It could carry more people and resources. It had a large number of city accessories, massive treads and tires, and power strong enough to knock down giant trees. It was armed with a full array of level 2 equipment, even including a level 2 cannon. As he thought, he couldn't help but shake his head. In comparison, level 1 cities were at a massive disadvantage against it in terms of scale, with virtually no chance of victory. This must be the silence mentioned in the intelligence. Yet despite saying so, he became suspicious. The silence, as mentioned in the reports, was supposed to carry a wild boss, the tranquil lake water monster, but that mobile city just now had no such thing. Could it be? As Li pondered, a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. That was clearly another level 2 mobile city. On the small plain, that level 2 mobile city was currently feeding. At that moment, the jelly on the level 1 mobile city had already dissolved. Though it could trap prey steadily, its duration was short, only about 4 or 5 minutes. But in the wild, that amount of time was already fatal. The people on the level 1 mobile city were still resisting desperately, but the cannons and heavy machine guns they operated hardly inflicted any damage, as if merely scratching an itch. With a sweep of the level 2 city's machine gun barrage, countless were killed or injured on the deck. The remaining people knelt down in terror and surrendered one after another. In fact, Lie's guess wasn't wrong. This level 2 mobile city wasn't the Silence. It was named Lone Sail. At this moment, it had already dispatched combat personnel to take in the captives, collect resources, and escort the lord to the production workshop to plunder all of the opponent's projects. These combat personnel were even equipped with level 2 bulletproof vests and armed with level 2 firearms. On the deck of the lone sail, the residents leaned leisurely to one side, looking down on their newly acquired prey from above. 175 units of iron ore, 649 units of wood, 436 units of coal, 214 units of fuel, 117 units of saltpeter, 56 units of gunpowder, 764 units of fresh water, 237 crystal coins, 4 regular cannons, 6 heavy machine guns, 42 various regular firearms for off-road vehicles, 1 level 1 cannon, 29 level 1 item production projects, 26 regular item production projects. After listening to the deputy's detailed report of the loot, the Lord of the Lone Sail furrowed his brow slightly. These resources were more than enough for a level 1 city, but for a level 2 city like the Lone Sail, they were far from sufficient. Though dissatisfied, he seemed to recall something and let out a light sigh. If he hadn't been driven out of the Eternal Night Zone, he really wouldn't have come to this level 1 area. Every time he recalled that level 2 zone, his face turned pale and his whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if that place was unimaginably terrifying. At this moment, the residents of the plundered level 1 city were all kneeling in unison on the deck. According to the usual practices of this level 2 mobile city, able-bodied men would become slaves, women would be reduced to playthings, and the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled would all be executed without exception. Next, the Lone Sail began its feeding operation. The cranes, dismantling drills, work claws, and mechanical arms on its deck were activated one after another. First came the heavy work claw, which tore through the upper layers of the mobile city in a single strike, the jagged steel plates on the claw slicing through the mid-level buildings like a bread knife through loaf. The dismantling drill then plunged in, spinning as it drilled downward, expanding the destruction. The midsection of the Lone Sail opened up, revealing several pitch-black entrances, from which dozens of conveyor belts extended. Mechanical arms were responsible for grabbing building fragments and feeding them in. A piece of city armor plate embedded in a building was ripped off and sent to the processing zone. An intact city engine was extracted whole and sent to the power district. The food in the warehouse was sucked into the transport pipes like flowing water. Watching all of this, the people of the level 1 city trembled from head to toe, overwhelmed with sorrow. Sigh, the forest resources are just too few. The deputy shook his head repeatedly, then looked cautiously toward his lord and spoke carefully. Boss, why don't we go hunt at Tranquil Lake? The lord clearly looked tempted. Remembering that guy made him frown in greater displeasure. That guy is far too domineering. Why should Tranquil Lake belong to him? Let's go, we're heading out. The entire feeding process took no more than 2 to 3 hours. But by the time the Lone Sail retracted its mechanical arms, 90% of the level 1 city's materials had been absorbed, leaving only a few twisted shreds and some wreckage. It looked like the bones of the fish picked clean, scattered across the forest. With a loud rumble, the Lone Sail started up again, smashing through a row of giant trees as it departed. Its massive smokestack spewed out a large amount of steam, as if celebrating. Now, this hunter had grown even stronger. Finally, it's about to refresh. Looking at the final few seconds of the countdown on the system panel, Li let out a sigh of relief. During this period, he had been cautiously exploring the forest and gathering resources. He had no idea what might appear the next turn, nor what could happen in the next second. This sense of uncertainty made him uneasy. A few seconds later, the new round of intelligence had been fully refreshed. Li immediately started reviewing it. Because this refresh cycle lasted 10 days, the intelligence this time was of extremely high value, with a total of 7 pieces. 1 normal, 1 excellent, 2 rare, 1 exceptional, 1 epic, and 1 legendary piece of intelligence. 1. 11 kilometers to the northeast, there is a small mine that is half exploited. Intelligence value, normal. 2. At the fork ahead, turn left for 300 meters, then right for another 300 meters, and go straight for 1 kilometer to reach a hidden corner. In that corner lies a forest wormhole that will randomly teleport you to a certain location upon entry. Note, the wormhole is one way and cannot be returned from. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. 132 kilometers away, there's a medium-sized open safe zone where you can take refuge and rest. Nearby giant trees are marked by pale red vines. Intelligence value, rare. 4. Through repairs by the hermit, the chariot has been fully restored. However, the hangman was struck by molten shell, its city armor breached, and the explosion affected the fuel compartment, causing a chain explosion. Even with full efforts by the hermit, it could not be repaired and had to be dismantled on site. Intelligence value, rare. 5. At the fork ahead, turn right for 3 kilometers, then right again for 10 kilometers, go straight for 1 kilometer, then turn left for 4 kilometers to discover a medium-sized lava or vein. Intelligence value, exceptional. 6. Refreshing. Intelligence value, epic. 7. Refreshing. Intelligence value, legendary. As usual, Li quickly began analyzing the intelligence. A small half-exploited mine to the northeast was just scraps. A wormhole. He hadn't expected such a mysterious thing to exist in the forest. He was interested in trying it out. A medium-sized, open safe zone, with giant trees marked by pale red vines. If it weren't so far away, he would have gone to take a look. With the hermit's repairs, the chariot had been completely restored, but the hangman was scrapped. So Ningwen really did hit the target that day. Judging from the intel, this hermit seemed to be a predatory city in the Taro Alliance specialized in repairs, like a combat engineer. A medium-sized lava or vein, expected to yield 572 units of lava ore. This amount was enough to craft 1 lava cannon and 27 lava shells. Just what Li Yi urgently needed right now. He immediately relayed the route from the intelligence to Tang Fong and had him depart at once. As the tomorrow accelerated, Li glanced at the remaining pieces of intelligence. The epic and legendary ones were still refreshing. Looking at them, he couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. What kind of content will it be this time? The moment the lava or vein appeared in sight, the crew on the deck cheered ecstatically. They immediately picked up mining pickaxes and began mining the lava or vein. This time, Li mobilized over 100 people from the tomorrow to work. Come to think of it, should I upgrade the level 1 mining mechanical arm? He pondered. Upgrading to the level 1 mining mechanical arm didn't cost much iron or just 300 units. But considering the tomorrow's limited iron reserves, Li preferred to use the 300 iron or to make smoke shells, Gale rocket launchers, repair the storm infantry vehicle, and replenish its machine gun ammo and light missiles. Ultimately, survival took priority. Due to the large manpower, the entire lava or vein was mined out in about half an hour. A total of 572 units of lava ore were extracted, but no accompanying molten crystals were found. Li didn't mind, as he had previously exchanged 1 molten crystal from Sir Henry. Half an hour later, the production workshop forged 1 lava cannon and 27 lava shells. Looking at the cannon and shells before him, Li nodded slowly. Among level 1 cannons, the lava cannon was considered the most powerful in terms of firepower. The hangman was scrapped after taking a direct hit, and even the defense-type chariot couldn't withstand it. Now the tomorrow had 2 lava cannons, with ample ammunition, enough to handle an encounter battle. In his delight, another idea popped into his mind. Why not try entering that wormhole? Following the system's intelligence instructions, he ordered the tomorrow to return the same way, and they soon located the wormhole. Upon seeing the wormhole, he was momentarily stunned. The wormhole resembled a massive abyssal maw with lips and sharp teeth. It pulsed and contracted like a living creature, occasionally burping out faint green bubbles. Sensing an approaching object, the wormhole slowly opened its giant mouth. The opening was several square kilometers wide, incredibly terrifying. "Brotherly, are we really going in there?" Tang Fong asked nervously. Abai and Old Zhou also looked pale, sweat dripping down their foreheads. Li waved his hand, signaling them to relax. It's fine. Go in. The Tomorrow cautiously drove into the wormhole. As it fully entered, the giant mouth closed behind it, plunging the inside into total darkness. Everyone immediately felt the entire Tomorrow plummeting out of control, falling madly. "Oh, we're doomed," Tang Fong screamed. However, a few seconds later, their vision suddenly cleared up. A side of the wormhole split open. Light poured through, revealing a gently sloping upward path. As the Tomorrow drove along the slope and exited the wormhole, the group found themselves in a random location in the forest. Incredible. Yeah, really amazing. Everyone began talking all at once. Li turned to look at the nearby giant trees, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw pale red vines wrapped around the tree wall. This meant the safe, open zone mentioned in the intelligence was nearby. After calculating the distance, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The wormhole had teleported them 132 kilometers away. Those pale red vines acted like a clue, guiding the Tomorrow to a fork in the road. After passing the fork, their view instantly opened up. It was a sizable flat terrain, with a small lake, farmland, and houses. And the place was bustling. Several convoys were resting, setting up temporary tents and camps. Many scattered wooden cabins, 3 small survivor towns, and a few mobile cities parked on the outskirts. Clearly, these survivors treated this place as a neutral safe harbor. On regular days, they departed from here to search the forest for supplies. With the red vine-covered tree walls as markers, they didn't have to worry about getting lost and could retreat safely. At the center was a marketplace, quite lively, bustling with people, adding much vitality to the plains. Upon seeing the market, Lie's eyes lit up instantly. "We can trade again," he exclaimed with excitement. At present, he had almost 0 crystal coins on hand. This was a perfect opportunity to make some money and replenish some resources for tomorrow. When the people on the plains saw Tomorrow approaching, they were immediately panicked and anxious. It wasn't until Tomorrow sounded its steam whistle to express a desire for communication that they gradually calmed down. While descending to the ground via the lift platform, Li glanced at the mobile cities nearby. There were a total of 3 mobile cities. One of them stood out the most. This mobile city was entirely painted white, and a massive flag was erected on its upper level. The flag bore a design of a shattered bronze cross, with an eye opened at the center of the cross and 12 asymmetrical radiant blades floating around it. This is a mobile city of the Apocalypse sect. Their influence is vast, spread almost across the entire world, Lin Wu explained to Li Yi. Li Yi looked at the upper level and saw a pristine white cathedral standing tall there. In front of the cathedral stood several massive statues. These statues were likely the wasteland gods worshipped by the Apocalypse sect. They came in all forms, some grotesque and monstrous, seated alone on thrones, others bloated, covered in boils and sores. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. "Sir, are you interested in learning about the god Dagon?" Li turned his head and noticed a man in white robes had appeared at his side without him realizing. According to the man, his name was Jack, missionary deacon of the Apocalypse sect. "The god Dagon?" Li asked in surprise. "Yes." The man smiled. "He is the slumbering god, the Lord of Relaya, and also our heavenly Father and Savior in the wasteland." Following Jack's pointing finger, Li saw a statue of a wasteland god. It was a humanoid monster with an octopus head and tentacles sprouting from its back. Its torso was covered in slimy gelatinous scales, and its skin was grayish-green, resembling a rotting deep-sea creature. "Sorry, not interested." He shook his head. Looking around again, he noticed quite a few missionary deacons wandering nearby. They clearly all came from that mobile city of the Apocalypse sect. This mobile city is called Believer. It's one of the missionary mobile cities our Apocalypse sect sends out. In fact, we dispatch many mobile cities every year, traveling across the world to recruit believers and spread our faith. Our power is immense. Even those predatory cities don't dare provoke us easily. Jack spoke eloquently. As he spoke, he also showed Yi the thick book in his arms. The book was titled Gospel of Apocalypse. Its cover was made of cold-rolled steel, more than 10 centimeters thick, and the front was embedded with 7 delicate brass gears arranged in the shape of a cross. The spine was formed by interlocking piston rods, which emitted a rhythmic pist-pist venting sound when flipped. As Yi listened and watched, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This sect really had quite a presentable structure. But he wasn't interested in it at all. He only wanted to go to the market and do business. At that moment, Jack noticed the Lord's wristband on his arm. So you're a lord of a mobile city. Would you be interested in visiting Believer? Yi pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. He had no desire to learn about those wasteland gods, but he was indeed curious about a religious-type mobile city. Under Jack's guidance, he took the lift platform and arrived on Believer's deck. This mobile city of the Apocalypse sect looked quite similar to Tomorrow. At that moment, mechanical deacons were leading apprentices in a series of maintenance and inspection tasks. Ordinary residents were either working in the fields or performing city cleaning duties. Disciplinary deacons, armed with firearms, patrolled in neat, tight formation. Occasionally, a few children would run by, playing and chasing each other. The only difference was that everyone wore white clothing. According to Jack, Believer housed a total of 159 people, including 69 sect members and 90 ordinary residents. Just as Yi was about to speak, he suddenly heard a roaring sound above his head. He looked up and saw the commotion came from the large bronze steam bell atop the cathedral spire. The clicking of interlocking gears from this intricate mechanical creation echoed between the steel and glass structures. The exhaust valves on the deck instantly spewed black smoke mixed with incense. The deacons, holding mechanical censers, slowly walked along pipes engraved with scriptures from the Gospel of Apocalypse, weaving a devout fog-like net with the incense behind them. When Yi turned his head back, he saw everyone on the deck had stopped their work and were devoutly crossing themselves over their chests. Even Jack, who had brought him here, was no exception. "This is our regular prayer time. Please come with me," he said with a smile. Under Jack's guidance, Yi arrived at the core area on the mid-level of Believer. It turned out to be a plaza. The ground was pieced together from hundreds of gleaming white steel plates, each engraved with prayers and blessings. At the center of the plaza stood a massive steam altar, where a high-ranking deacon was reading scriptures. People knelt on cushions marked with bronze cross patterns, closed their eyes, and began chanting in unison. "To our revered, eternal, and immortal gods, your gaze illuminates the stars. Your hand supports the kingdom of heaven. Please command my path, that I may walk in your will. Please strengthen my faith and be my strength in times of weakness. Please cleanse my heart and root out all my unrighteousness. Forgive our jammed souls, lubricate our rusted souls. May our faith burn like a boiler, and ours will be as unyielding as refined steel. Amen." After the prayer ended, everyone stood up but did not leave. "What else are you doing?" Yi asked, puzzled. Jack remained silent, only smiling. Just as Yi was about to ask further, a cry suddenly rang out. He looked toward the sound and saw a pair of resident parents slowly approaching while holding their newborn. Witnessing this, he couldn't help feeling deeply moved. In the apocalypse, a newborn was like a tiny flower blooming before the tombstone of human civilization. But his expression quickly changed. He saw that the high-ranking deacon took the child from the parents and began a baptism ritual. The child was placed into a small, copper, airtight chamber and sprayed with steam, leaving a permanent bronze cross insignia on its forearm. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the couple was moved to tears. Li's expression, however, was deeply conflicted. In the following time, under Jack's guidance, he began to tour the mobile city. Contrary to his expectations, Believer had many unique facilities. The confession furnace, a furnace-shaped black chamber embedded with a branding iron of truth. Offenders were required to crank the internal handle to heat it themselves, branding the doctrines of the Apocalypse sect onto their skin to show sincere repentance. The Gear Cemetery, a burial ground marked with gears as gravestones. Generally, space was limited on mobile cities and the dead were cremated. But the Apocalypse sect believed the dignity of the deceased must not be violated, so they built a gear cemetery on every mobile city they owned. Each grave was very small, and each deceased person's skull would be stored inside. Their life history would be engraved onto the gear gravestone. As for the body, it would be cremated. The Cathedral Academy, located on the upper level, was a gleaming white mechanical structure used to guide ordinary residents into the faith and to select devout individuals to join the sect. The academy featured a spiral stair structure, sequentially divided into the sanctuary, the Enlightenment Hall, and the seminary, with each level representing a stage of knowledge and symbolizing advancement toward enlightenment. Finally, Jack led Li Yi into the cathedral on the upper level and introduced him to the Lord of Believer. He was also a clergy member, a low-ranking bishop in his 60s. "Welcome, young lord," he said, gently embracing Li Yi. Li Yi thought for a moment and then asked a question. "How can you be certain that the wasteland gods you worship are not hostile to humanity, and that they will truly save humankind?" The bishop smiled. "Our generations of holy sees and cardinal bishops have already planned everything. The Apocalypse sect is progressing steadily according to their plans." When Li Yi continued to press the matter, the bishop gently shook his head. "Only when you and your mobile city convert to our sect will you be allowed to know more." Li Yi quickly shook his head. As he was about to leave, he recalled something and turned back to ask, "Do you know what's happening in the Eternal Night Zone?" The bishop's expression turned grave. "Do not go to the Eternal Night Zone," he said sternly. "The monstrous civilizations there have grown to an unimaginable extent. Humanity cannot survive there." Leah's expression changed slightly. "Is it really that bad?" The other man nodded solemnly. After seeing Li Yi off, the bishop's expression remained heavy as he slowly took out a document from his robe. It was an announcement just issued yesterday by the Cardinal Assembly. The content read as follows: "Within 1 month, evacuate all human factions from the surrounding areas of the Eternal Night Zone as much as possible. The monstrous civilization there is about to expand." After leaving Believer, Li Yi arrived at the market. Just like Roland Fortress, the market also had a bulletin board. This week's material prices: wood, 0.5 crystal coins/unit. Iron ore, 3 crystal coins/unit. Coal, for crystal coins/unit. Fuel, 6 crystal coins/unit. Rare or vein ore, 15 to 35 crystal coins/unit. Rare or vein crystal, 2,000 to 300 crystal coins/piece. It's actually much cheaper compared to Roland Fortress. Lee exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't help but look thoughtfully toward the nearby forest. It was probably because this forest was rich in resources. Compared to common resources like iron, ore, wood, and coal, the prices of rare ore and vein crystals were relatively stable, likely because their drop rates remained low even in the forest. Peregrine Falcon Assault Rifle. Gale Rocket Launcher. Level 1 Off-Road Vehicle. Blue Heart Potato Seeds. Morning Wheat Seeds. Instant Noodle Cups. Whole Wheat Biscuits. Smoked Shells. Cola and Ice Black Tea. Lee picked a spot on the market and held up a sign, writing tomorrow's main services on it. While running the shop, Lee didn't let the residents on the deck stay idle either. %2. Reduces iron ore consumption during repairs by 20%. Aerospace Light Combat Drone Platform. 1. Initially comes with 12 combat drones mountable with heavy machine guns and light missiles. 2. Repairs and ammunition for combat drones can be replenished using level 1 iron ore, but building new combat drones requires level 2 iron Oregon. Skyvale City Radar System. Detects towns, caravans, and mobile cities within 200 kilometers, can survey the environment and set navigation routes, and can share data with other mobile cities via the city radio. Each activation consumes 20% energy and 40% energy per hour. He divided the remaining manpower of tomorrow into 2 groups. One group was responsible for repairing the city and vehicles and caring for the injured. The other group took axes to the forest's edge to chop trees and collect wood. After all, upgrading the city required a total of 2,000 units of wood, and Tomorrow also needed it regularly to make furniture. Here, what was almost the least valuable resource. Very soon, the shop was packed with people. Li wasn't surprised, as he had selected highly competitive goods. Among them, the most popular were the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle, Gale rocket launcher, smoke shells, and cola. By evening, Li contentedly counted his earnings. 10,389 crystal coins, 2,315 units of iron ore. Since the forest produced a lot of iron ore, survivors often prefer to pay with it. Li naturally welcomed it. Iron ore was just too useful, never enough to go around. Having made money, it was time to procure supplies. After asking his companions to watch the shop, Li began browsing the market. Very quickly, he spotted several good items. Level 1 heavy machine gun blueprint, priced at 3,500 crystal coins. 168 units of frost ore, priced at 27 crystal coins per unit. Level 1 crop, emerald lettuce seeds, priced at 1,100 crystal coins. Regular food, Sakama blueprint, priced at 500 crystal coins. Li didn't hesitate at all and bought them outright. While purchasing the frost ore, he haggled with the seller and finally got the price down to 25 crystal coins per unit. At that moment, the residents of Tomorrow he had sent out to chop trees and collect wood had also finished their work. After a full day of labor, they gathered 1720 units of wood. During this time, Li also asked Tang Fong to drive Tomorrow to a freshwater lake to replenish its freshwater supply. This freshwater lake was considered a public resource, since its bottom was connected to an underground river providing a constant water supply. It was practically inexhaustible, allowing anyone to freely use it. Everyone had marked out a plot of land, chopping trees, building houses, and farming beside it. According to Li Ye's plan, he wasn't in a hurry to rendezvous with Moonshadow. He intended to rest here for another 2 or 3 days to earn more money and acquire additional supplies. However, when he unintentionally opened the system panel, he noticed that the Epic Intelligence had already refreshed. After reading the content, he was momentarily stunned. 6. The following are Level 2 items possessed by the Tarot Alliance. Intelligence value. Epic. City Radio. Allows the creation of a communication channel for mobile cities, supporting up to 12 members. Each activation consumes 5% energy and consumes 6% energy per hour. Goblin Universal Engineering Mechanical Arm. Capable of quickly repairing buildings, vehicles, and mobile cities, and rapidly constructing fortresses, strongholds, and vehicles. Energy consumption reduced by 20%. Energy Shield. Automatically generates a translucent shield during an attack, absorbing all incoming damage. Energy consumption depends on the severity of the damage. In standby mode, consumes 0.1 energy per hour. Sawtooth Shark Autonomous Targeting Autocannon. 1. Auto-targeting 2. Plus 15% damage against vehicles, buildings, and mobile cities. Shelterer City Armor. 1. Reduces damage from cannons by 15. Li nodded repeatedly as he watched. With this, the biggest trump card of the Tarot Alliance had been laid bare before him. He had gained a substantial understanding of the overall strength of this predatory alliance. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. It could only be said that the foundation of the Predatory Cities Alliance was indeed solid, possessing so many Level 2 items. However, on average, each predatory city didn't even have one Level 2 item. This, in turn, highlighted the rarity of Level 2 items. What made Li Ye's scalp tingle the most was the final Level 2 item. It meant that everything within a 200-kilometer radius was laid bare before the Tarot Alliance, allowing this Predatory Cities Alliance to launch precise and efficient hunts. The only drawback was that this powerful Level 2 item consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Just activating it required 20% of energy, and maintaining it per hour demanded another 40%. Even the well-resourced Tarot Alliance couldn't afford to keep it running around the clock. Immediately after, Li Yi recalled two incidents. The encounters with the hanged man, the chariot, and the magician in the urban ruins, and the encounter with devil, lovers, and tower at the forest's edge. Looking back now, these weren't coincidences but carefully orchestrated hunts arranged by the Taro Alliance using the city radar system for targeting. What they hadn't expected was that tomorrow's firepower far exceeded that of an ordinary mobile city. It even possessed the Level 2 vehicle storm infantry vehicle and had barely escaped two encirclements. Coming back to his senses, Li Yi looked at the seventh piece of intelligence. This legendary grade intelligence was still refreshing, and its refresh duration was estimated to be even longer than epic grade intelligence. Forget it for now. Better to think about the next steps first, he thought. At the beginning, Li had entered the forest to explore the region, gather resources, slowly develop, and then head toward Serene Lake. Joining the Vanguard Alliance was merely to obtain more intelligence and increase his chances of survival. If it had required Li Yi to contribute effort and resources in exchange for the benefits of intelligence as a group member, he naturally would have agreed. But he had no intention of being dragged into a full-scale war between two city alliances. Now, he had almost no choice left. The Taro Alliance possessed the Sky Veil radar system, and in their eyes, tomorrow, equipped with two types of Level 1 cannons, a Level 2 infantry vehicle, and a variety of Level 1 resources, was incredibly enticing prey. Tomorrow had already been targeted, and what lay ahead were even more intense encirclements. And the only force currently capable of opposing them was the Vanguard Alliance. Li clenched his fist and silently made up his mind. Before the Taro Alliance could act, he would unite with the Vanguard Alliance and prepare, launching a counterattack when they least expected it. Huh, we're leaving now. In the cockpit, Tang Fong looked confused. Brotherly, didn't you say earlier that we'd rest here for 2 or 3 whole days? Li shook his head, a hint of melancholy rising in his heart. After learning that the Taro Alliance possessed the city radar system, his sense of insecurity had nearly peaked. He had originally thought that tomorrow could blend into the complex forest unnoticed, but now it seemed every move he made might be under the enemy's nose. Now, the only safety lay in quickly joining up with the Vanguard Alliance. Perhaps in just a few minutes, 3 predatory cities would come to encircle him, or even more. Looking at those towns and marketplaces, Li couldn't help but shake his head. These people might not realize that this so-called safe zone wasn't safe at all. The Taro Alliance could launch an assault at any moment. With a roar, tomorrow slowly started up and turned into a side road. By the time the clock struck 6, Li logged into Channel A4. At this moment, Channel A4 was already active and all members had joined. Before everyone started chatting, Li Yi was the first to release the message. Tomorrow, everyone, I have an urgent message to inform you. My informant placed inside the Taro Alliance has uncovered important intelligence. Tomorrow, the Taro Alliance possesses a Level 2 item, the Sky Veil City Radar System. It can detect anything within hundreds of kilometers and provide navigation, and can also share data with members through the city radio. This forest is no longer safe. Moon Shadow. Echo what? Are you kidding? Vanguard. Wait, this might be true. A few hours ago, Bronze Wanderer and I were ambushed by 3 Taro members. It was as if they already knew our route and had set up the ambush in advance. Roaming. So what should we do next? Quickly flee the forest or go to war? Vanguard. This forest has a complex terrain. If everyone chooses to scatter and flee, it would mean giving up the chance to resist. Besides, the enemy has a radar system and could detect us at any time. Escape would be extremely difficult. Bronze Wanderer, I understand what you mean, boss. Let's get ready for battle. Tomorrow. That's my thought as well. Echo. Hurry over tomorrow. Everyone else is here, only you're missing. What? Everyone's already here? Li was surprised, though he wasn't entirely shocked. During their contact yesterday, Vanguard had specifically instructed Moonshadow to fire signal flares into the sky at intervals to guide the other members in the forest to converge, although this carried the risk of exposing their own position. Moonshadow. All right, I also found a huge open area nearby. It's called the Twisted Garden, and it used to be the habitat of giant treants. Vanguard. Then let's make Twisted Garden the battlefield for our final showdown with the Terror Alliance. Oh, and I almost forgot to introduce the new member. A new member? Lee instinctively looked at the group member list and saw it had changed to 8/9. The new member was named Industry. Industry, hello everyone. Vanguard, go ahead and introduce your function to the group. Industry, I could be considered a combat engineer-type mobile city, good at building fortifications, repairing vehicles, and mobile cities. However, my firepower is very weak, equipped only with regular cannons and regular heavy machine guns. In such small numbers they can be almost ignored. Lee couldn't help but fall into thought. Although the Vanguard Alliance currently had 9 members, Horizon had gone to the desert zone and was offline, and Lin was developing inside the forest maze and unable to come, so only 7 members could participate in battle. The Hanged Man from the Terror Alliance had been taken down by him, leaving 11 predatory cities. 7 versus 11. They were at a numerical disadvantage. Coupled with the array of level 2 items the enemy possessed, their chances of victory were slim. Since the decision has been made, there's no point in worrying. He muttered softly, "Let's go all in." Though he had made up his mind, a grave expression still surfaced on his face. He couldn't imagine just how intense a war involving more than a dozen mobile cities would become. Several hours later, Lee arrived at the safe zone. At this moment, Vanguard and the other mobile cities were parked inside the safe zone, each managing personnel assignments and taking time to rest. Lee picked up his binoculars and began carefully observing the mobile cities. The first to come into view was the Bronze Wanderer. This mobile city bore a bronze-colored city camouflage, equipped with thick city armor, and its treads and tires were exceptionally massive. It appeared to be a defense-type mobile city. Next were the Moonshadow and the Roaming. These 2 mobile cities were equipped with numerous regular cannons and heavy machine guns, and had their own convoys. Each possessed 1 level 1 firearm, and they both seemed to be assault-type mobile cities. In fact, the Tomorrow also counted as an assault-type mobile city. Incidentally, assault types were the most common among all mobile cities. Following that was the Echo. The most notable feature of this mobile city was its 20 regular cannons and 4 level 1 firearms. Clearly, like the Tarot member the Magician, it was a fire support type mobile city. Next came the Industry. This mobile city featured an ash gray city camouflage and was outfitted with a vast number of cranes, mechanical arms, universal work claws, and other city accessories. According to its lord, the Industry also possessed the ability to construct level 1 fortresses, level 1 traps, and level 1 city bunkers. Lastly was the Alliance leader, the Vanguard. This mobile city had a pale gold city camouflage, 8 regular cannons, 16 heavy machine guns for convoys, and 3 level 1 firearms, in addition to a range of level 1 items. After some discussion, everyone agreed to first head to the Twisted Garden mentioned by the Moonshadow and to continue communicating via the city radio. The focus of the conversation was resource exchange, each getting what they needed. First up was the Industry. Its assigned task was to construct a series of combat structures like fortresses and traps in the Twisted Garden. These constructions required iron ore, with consumption ranging between 100 to 300 units. The Industry stated it needed 4,000 units of iron ore. This was an astronomical figure, but when distributed among the mobile cities, it came to roughly 660 units per city. Next was the Vanguard. It expressed its need. All of its level 1 firearms were light cannons. The more light cannons it had, the greater their collective firepower during a volley. That's why it had requested help on the channel to find light crystals and light ore. Each member had brought some light ore, totaling 623 units. Meanwhile, the Roaming spent 3,500 crystal coins to purchase 1 light crystal. The Vanguard expressed its gratitude and reimbursed the expense. It then forged another light cannon and used the remaining to manufacture shells. Then came the Bronze Wanderer. As a defense-type mobile city, its energy consumption was immense, and accordingly, its fuel usage was also high. Therefore, it requested additional fuel and coal from the group. Everyone generously contributed. After all, a defense-type mobile city served as a tank during battle. It had a charge of the front, draw enemy fire, attack, and break enemy formations. Finally, it was Liye's turn. At present, his resources were still sufficient. What he wanted most were frost and lava-type ores and crystals. To his surprise, the other 6 mobile cities pooled together a total of 472 units of frost, ore, and 1 frost crystal. This was enough for him to forge a frost cannon and a dozen frost shells. Amid his surprise, Li couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. These resources were worth nearly 10,000 crystal coins, but he had just spent all of his. If he were to offer iron or coal, fuel or copper, silver, and gold ores in exchange, he felt reluctant. Fortunately, everyone had needs of their own. The Tomorrow owned a level 1 heavy machine gun, a level 1 rocket launcher, and smoke shells, all things the others lacked. So, Li processed these level 1 weapons for the members and additionally gifted them a pack of morning wheat seeds and blue heart potato seeds as repayment. During this time, everyone also shared the level 1 items they owned. The Roaming had the level 1 sniper rifle blueprint. The Moonshadow had the level 1 shell, armor-piercing shell. The Vanguard had level 1 crop, black corn seeds. The Bronze Wanderer had a level 1 weapon, Goblin Engineer Grenade. The Industry had level 1 city landmines. These are all great things. Li couldn't help but sigh. He received a free packet of seeds from the Vanguard and, through processing, obtained 20 armor-piercing shells, 40 Goblin Engineer grenades, and 2 level 1 sniper rifles. As for the city landmines, he didn't take them. Additionally, everyone showed particular interest in the Tomorrow's instant noodle cups, Sakama, cola, and iced black tea, and they offered flour and fresh water in exchange for processed goods. Upon reaching the entrance of the Twisted Garden, the members temporarily parked and began trading the various supplies they had prepared. Li picked up his binoculars and looked toward the Twisted Garden. As the former home of the giant tree ants, the Twisted Garden towered at a height of 200 to 300 meters. The first thing to meet the eye was an irregular gravel path, flanked by bizarre flora that reached dozens to even over 100 meters tall. Some of the vegetation displayed a twisted double helix structure. Some had serrated leaf edges, while others had flower cores resembling the eyes of massive creatures, which even seemed to squirm. The Twisted Garden stretched over several hundred square kilometers and appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Most of the plants within the garden had already withered. At the center of the garden was an oval-shaped small lake. Though it had not dried up, the water had clearly been stagnant for a long time. Various aquatic plants thrived within, and the murky water emitted a foul stench. If one looked carefully, they could even spot numerous corpses of giant tree ants. They stood over 100 meters tall, with aged facial features and emaciated bodies covered in peeling bark. One by one, the mobile cities entered the Twisted Garden, began surveying the terrain, and discussed intelligence and tactics. Soon, they discovered that the terrain of the Twisted Garden was the kind that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Next, they exchanged intelligence on the Terror Alliance. After a series of information exchanges and compilations, the following was learned. Within the Terror Alliance, the division of roles among members was roughly as follows. The Chariot and the Tower were defense type. The Hermit was an engineer type. The Hanged Man, Death, the Devil, and the Lovers were assault type. Among them, the Hanged Man had already been eliminated. The Magician was fire support type. As for the remaining, the Emperor, the World, Judgment, and the Sun, they had not yet appeared, and their strength remained entirely unknown. Li focused intently on these tarot members, pondering which ones might possess level 2 items. The one that caught his attention most was none other than the Aerospace Light Combat drone platform. A mobile city equipped with this level 2 item essentially became a land-based mobile aircraft carrier, capable of launching combat drones for bombing missions at any time. In fact, the Vanguard Alliance had also been consistently gathering intelligence on the Terror Alliance, attempting by all means to collect information on any level 2 items they possessed. But in the end, it was all just fragmented scraps. Through Liez's subtle and not-so-subtle prompting, the group came to learn of the Tarot Alliance's Level 2 items. Immediately afterward, the Vanguard spoke. What he disclosed was the list of Level 2 items currently owned by the Vanguard Alliance. Vanguard, thank you all for sharing your intelligence. With this, we now know exactly how many Level 2 items the Tarot Alliance possesses. Now it's our turn to disclose the Level 2 items we own. Vanguard, though we're all members of the same alliance, I understand everyone has their reservations and hesitates to fully disclose. However, we're now at a critical moment of life and death. If we do not unite and resist the Tarot Alliance together, it will be a dead end for all of us. By revealing our Level 2 items, we can understand our strengths and better coordinate for greater results. Vanguard. Then I'll start first. In addition to owning the city radio, I also possess another Level 2 item. Level 2 bed crossbow, Giant Hunter. The webbed bolts equipped on this bed crossbow explode upon hitting the target and generate a large amount of webbing to entangle the enemy. But currently, I only have one web bolt, and crafting another requires 100 units of Level 2 spider silk. Bronze Wanderer. The Level 2 item I own is the city accessory, Steel Armor. This city armor can reduce cannon damage by 25%, but its weakness is that it is more prone to destruction when hit by Shadow-type weapons. So, if the enemy has Shadow-type cannons, please focus your fire to destroy it first. Roaming. The Level 2 item I own is the city accessory, Assault Wheel Set. It significantly boosts my mobility and includes an overload system. Under overload, my speed can exceed 120 kilometers per hour. With proper coordination, I can rapidly breach an enemy position before they even react. However, its weakness is that it consumes massive energy and the wheel set gets damaged. This means I can only use it once in battle, so please seize the right moment. Lee nodded lightly as he read. Including tomorrow, the Vanguard Alliance had a total of 6 Level 2 items. Not much of a disadvantage in terms of numbers. He then took a deep breath. Now was indeed a life-and-death moment. Since everyone had laid their cards on the table, he couldn't hide his own anymore. But just then, Vanguard spoke up again. Vanguard, tomorrow, I believe you also have a Level 2 item. You just have concerns about our alliance and have not disclosed it. Vanguard, we won't hold it against you. After all, trust is hard to come by in the wasteland. The person one should trust the most is themselves. Vanguard, you may not trust us, but we trust you. That's also why we chose to be transparent. Vanguard, whether or not you choose to reveal your Level 2 item is up to you. Since we've accepted you, we naturally regard you as a comrade. Lee stared at the screen, thinking for a long time. Finally, he slowly typed out a line. Tomorrow. Sorry, I do have concerns. Tomorrow. But I promise you, I will regard each of you as comrades and give it my all. Vanguard, that's enough. After a round of discussion, Li Yi and the others finalized the battle plan. They would rely on the terrain of the Twisted Garden to conduct a defensive battle. Bronze Wanderer would serve as the main tank on the front lines, intercepting charging enemies. Echo would hold the rear, providing heavy artillery support. Roaming and Moonshadow would guard the right flank of the formation. The weaker industry would serve as reserve forces, ready to fill in on any line as needed. As the two strongest combatants, Vanguard would hold the center of the formation, while Tomorrow would defend the left flank alone. With tasks assigned, industry moved out first. It began by activating the crane on its deck. After mounting a digging claw designed for excavation, the crane roared to life and effortlessly scooped into the ground like shoveling sand. Once the ground was dug, the mechanical arm activated next, loading 2 Level 1 city landmines into the ground. City landmines were designed specifically for mobile cities, equipped with vibration sensors and triggered only by moving targets over 20 tons. Creating a city landmine required 50 units of iron ore and 30 units of gunpowder. Its explosive power was immense. While it wouldn't completely destroy a mobile city, it could blow out tires and treads, crippling mobility, which was deadly enough in battle. Next, it began digging a level 1 trap, the trench. The so-called trench was a narrow ditch, reinforced with temporary wooden stakes, covered with planks, and disguised with a layer of soil to mimic the original terrain. The weight of a regular convoy wouldn't collapse the trench, but a massive mobile city would. Once it stepped into the trench, the mobile city would tip and sink into it, unable to move. If it lacked sufficient power, it wouldn't be able to escape. One could say it was an especially insidious trap. After laying the city landmines and trenches on major roads, industry proceeded to construct Level 1 fortresses and Level 1 city bunkers. A Level 1 fortress required 300 units of iron ore and had defensive strength equal to Level 1 city armor. Once manned with personnel, heavy machine guns, and cannons, it essentially became a troublesome thorn on the battlefield. As for city bunkers, they were built for Vanguard and Echo, who would oversee the center and rear of the battlefield. The city bunker stood nearly 100 meters tall. Its inverted U-shape and reinforced walls were strong enough to withstand several rounds of cannon bombardment. Its main function was to protect firepower support cities like Echo from enemy long-range cannon fire during engagements. Its construction also demanded high costs, 600 units of iron ore. Only during wars between two mobile city alliances could such structures be built and utilized. With industry's operations, trenches, landmines, fortresses, and city bunkers were completed one by one. Watching this unfold, Lee couldn't help but sigh sincerely. This combat engineer is truly practical. Not only could it build battlefield fortifications, but industry could also use its deck-mounted mechanical arm and work claw to repair vehicles and other mobile cities. In a mobile city alliance, this type of city could play a massive role. But then again, few in the wasteland were willing to become such combat engineers. It meant investing resources into this type early on and gathering blueprints for mechanical arms, work claws, and city bunkers. As a result, you wouldn't be able to build many regular cannons, heavy machine guns, or even convoys, greatly weakening your survival ability in the wild. It was precisely due to these harsh development conditions that combat engineer-type mobile cities were extremely rare. However, in return, they were also highly welcomed in mobile city alliances and often received special treatment. With a sense of awe, Lee looked toward the deck of tomorrow. Now, I should prepare as well, he muttered to himself. Hyenas was awakened by the steam pipeline overhead. The copper ventilation duct buzzed and trembled, most likely transporting scalding steam as usual. This was not for daily water supply. Tomorrow did not yet have such luxurious living conditions. When the steam engines of the mobile city operated, they produced a large amount of high-pressure steam, which was then converted into mechanical energy through a series of operations, powering the steel treads and axles beneath the city, enabling the entire city to move slowly and steadily. The helmsman would use the voice tubes to inform the ordinary residents working in the lower power district, instructing them to control the opening and closing of the steam valves to regulate output power. These steam pipes extended throughout the entire mobile city from top to bottom, like the blood vessels and veins of this steel behemoth. In winter, they could temporarily serve as a heating system. "It's time for work," Hyenas muttered as he got up. He climbed off the wooden bed and casually threw on the clothes hanging by the headboard. He lived in the middle level of tomorrow, and his room was only 9 square meters, furnished with just a wooden bed, a small table, and a cabinet. Fortunately, his room had a small window. During rest, Hyenas often liked to open this window, resting his arms on the ledge and gazing out at the moving scenery in the distance. Sometimes when he pushed the window open, a morning breeze mixed with coal ash and engine oil would blow in. This was mainly because a large chimney happened to be nearby. In truth, Hyenas should have had better living conditions. He was one of the former slaves who had joined Li Ye's uprising. With that kind of contribution, logically, he should have enjoyed better treatment. Moving into the upper level with old Zhou, Tang Fong, and the others, receiving more food and fresh water every day. But Hyenas stubbornly refused his companion's goodwill and moved into the middle level on his own. The reason was simple. He was embarrassed to accept such treatment. Li Yi, as the Lord exhausted himself daily for the development of the city. Old Zhou, Tang Fong, Ebai, and the others dutifully fulfilled their roles. The rest of the companions served as combat personnel, standing on the front line of external battles. And he himself was just an ordinary man with limited abilities, unable to become a professional like a helmsman or mechanic, nor did he have the courage to become a combatant. Even during the uprising aboard Mole, he lacked the courage to charge to the front. The wishes of an ordinary person were simple: to have food and drink every day, a place to live, and to survive with some semblance of dignity. Achin stepped out of his room and headed down the gangway toward the lower district where he worked. As he left, he glanced at the room across from his own. Its occupant had already gone out. On the way, Achin passed by the warehouse and collected his dinner: 2 steaming hot steam buns, a portion of cooked blue heart potatoes, and a cup of fresh water. Originally, there was no breakfast provision on tomorrow, but ever since the morning wheat had ripened, the city had begun supplying flour-based food: steamed buns, noodles, bread, and occasionally stuffed buns. As the city had entered a state of full-scale war preparation, tomorrow was cloaked in a tense and alert atmosphere. Combatants were gradually taking positions on various armor plates. The vehicle convoy was already deployed outside. Many residents were closely following Mechanic Lin Wu, conducting the final round of inspections and troubleshooting. In this solemn mood of impending battle and collective readiness, Achin descended the gangway, but his thoughts began to drift. He was thinking about his neighbor. She was an ordinary girl around his age, with bright eyes. She came from the fallen Roland fortress. Back then, she had boarded the armor plates with everyone under the lead of the fortress lord's daughter, Lin Xia. At that moment, she appeared especially panicked. The hot wind from the explosions and fire in the fortress lashed her face, her bangs disheveled and clinging to her forehead. The cheap earrings near her earlobes quivered slightly in the roar of tomorrow. Though her appearance was plain, she had a pitiful charm. At the time, Achin had noticed her, but didn't pay her much attention. He had only worked with Li Yi and the others to help settle new members, moving furniture in the production workshop, distributing food and fresh water. Just like all ordinary people, he did what he could within his capabilities. It wasn't until he dragged his exhausted body back to his room that he found the once empty room across the hall was now occupied by that girl. She smoothed her disheveled bangs, biting on a hair tie as she tied her hair into a ponytail, seriously tidying up her room. She arranged the bed, swept the floor, and placed her belongings in the small cabinet. These ordinary actions unexpectedly stirred something in Achin's heart. With his thoughts adrift, Achin arrived at the lower engine district via the gangway and began his work. On tomorrow, he served as a boiler operator, and his daily task was to regularly shovel coal into the boiler. The lighting in the boiler room was dim. The iron shovel made a rasping sound as it scraped the coal heap. Steam hissed overhead through the pipes, and white mist occasionally leaked from the joints. Every so often, Achin would tap the pressure gauge with a wrench. The crisp clang of metal against metal sounded especially sharp in the hot and stuffy cabin. He stared closely at the dial needle, and only when it was normal did he relax his furrowed brow. He didn't mind the hardship of this job. On the contrary, it gave him peace of mind, because being needed was the main way ordinary people resisted a mundane life. Putting away the shovel, Achin began thinking about the moments he had shared with the girl. She had a job too, on the watchtower, serving as a lookout with Lin Xia. One lived amidst the sighing of steam pipes, the other among the wind atop the watchtower. Though they were neighbors, their interactions were scarce. Their true meeting happened during a malfunction. Once, during a routine pressure boost on tomorrow, a pressure valve broke somewhere. Scalding steam rushed up the tower and burned the girl's hand as she gripped the railing. Achin hurriedly rushed up to the watchtower, wanting to apologize but not knowing how to begin. When he nervously looked up, he saw the girl holding her hand and tilting her head to look at him. Aren't you my neighbor? From then on, the two gradually started to interact. Whenever Achin walked down the gangway to the lower district in the evening, the searchlight on the watchtower would always sweep across the dim road ahead just at the right moment. and in the mornings, he would sometimes bring breakfast to the watchtower to share with her. When she woke up late, he would use steam leaking from the pipe joints to warm the food. In their free time, the two would lightly tap on the voice tube to communicate. One tap meant good morning. One short and one long meant see you tonight. Three short and one long meant let's have lunch together. His thoughts grew more and more, gradually filling his mind. So nice, Achin silently thought. He quickly realized something and looked up at a section of the ventilation pipe wall. It was already covered in tally marks he had carved with a screwdriver. At that moment, his thoughts turned like jammed gears, full of contradiction. If everything ends tomorrow, should I let her know how I feel? But then what? A voice echoed inside him. His memory flashed back to a scene after a past battle, when he had been moving corpses off the armor plates. One of the deceased wore a crude ring on their hand. He didn't know to which girl this pain and regret belonged. Achin unconsciously reached into his pocket and felt the small box made from a repurposed shell casing. Inside was a piece of paper he had revised over and over. Noise came from outside. He turned his head and saw that everyone was still busily preparing for the upcoming battle. He realized something and looked down in shame. Right now, everyone was giving their all for tomorrow, while he was tossing and turning over such a trivial matter. When the familiar tapping came through the voice tube, Achin hesitated for a long time before finally tapping out two long and two short sounds. It meant, see you tomorrow. But the response was two long taps. Achin froze. That meant rejection. Just as he was at a loss, the sound echoed again, closer this time. The young man realized something, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. He instinctively turned and saw the girl standing at the boiler room door, smiling at him. TCH, I was wondering why this kid was so dead set against moving to the upper level. Turns out he had someone on his mind. Old Joe teased as he looked at the pair embracing at the boiler room entrance. Lee smiled and shook his head, his brows gradually relaxing. This small interlude on the eve of a great battle surprised him, but also felt incredibly beautiful. In the harsh, post-apocalyptic wasteland, the stubborn affection of ordinary people was like wild grass dancing in the wind, as fragile as a street lamp not yet dimmed in the morning mist, yet as resilient as the dawn that could illuminate the entire world. After seeing old Joe off, Lee slowly paced on the armor plating, looking around. As the main force of the Vanguard Alliance, tomorrow's mission was to guard the left flank of the front line. This area was far more open than the right side guarded by roaming and Moonshadow, and when battle broke out, it was highly likely to become the main attack direction of the enemy. By then, tomorrow might face 3 or more predatory cities at once. The pressure was self-evident. At this moment, tomorrow's production workshop was running at full speed, producing a series of bullets, rockets, and shells. On the armor plating stood 2 newly built Level 1 heavy machine guns and a frost cannon. Currently, Tomorrow already possessed 4 Level 1 cannons, with sufficient ammunition, enough to fight a tough battle. Gunners, lookouts, helmsmen, combat captain, and all combat personnel. Everyone was in position. Both convoys and the storm infantry vehicle were fully equipped. This time, Lee no longer held back on the iron ore. He fully resupplied the storm infantry vehicle's machine gun bullets and light missiles in one go. In the battle, this Level 2 vehicle would be responsible for engaging enemy convoys and seizing the opportunity to break through to the enemy's mobile city. Incidentally, the Level 1 fortress built by industry required mobile cities to provide manpower, heavy machine guns, and cannons for stationing. Considering that Tomorrow alone was holding the front, Vanguard decided not to request any personnel or supplies from Lee, allowing him to go all out on the left flank. At this time, everyone felt tense and uneasy, even fearful. After all, it wouldn't be long before an unprecedented great war broke out here. Life or death. No one knew what their fate would be. Brotherly, when will the enemy arrive? Inside the cockpit, Tang Fong asked softly. Lee fell into deep thought at those words. The Taro Alliance would definitely come, and they would definitely come in full force. This was the shared belief among all mobile cities. Once the Terro Alliance activated the Sky Veil and City Radar system, they would discover 7 mobile cities gathered at the Twisted Garden. For them, possessing absolute superiority in numbers and firepower, this was clearly a massive piece of fat meat. If they could take it, they would gain the resources, population, and everything inside the production workshops of those 7 mobile cities. Such an enormous temptation, no one could resist it. A new day's dawn arrived. Lee slowly walked up the watchtower and picked up the binoculars. What reached his senses before his eyes was the tremor of the earth. This wasn't an earthquake. Earthquakes weren't this orderly, this filled with mechanical rhythm. Lee's hand on the railing trembled slightly, not out of fear, but because the subtle vibrations were transferring from the ground to tomorrow, from bottom to top, through his entire body. "They're here," he whispered. From the other end of the Twisted Garden, one predatory city after another approached, their sirens blaring one after another, their treads crushing everything in their path. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lee silently counted, lightly nodding. A total of 11 predatory cities. The Terro Alliance was out in full force this time. He returned to the cockpit and logged into the communication channel. At this moment, the entire Vanguard Alliance was on full alert. Bronze Wanderer had taken position at the front line, Moonshadow and Roaming guarded the right flank. Tomorrow held the left flank. Echo oversaw the rear. Vanguard held the central position, and Industry stood ready. "Moonshadow, they're here." Bronze Wanderer, "Is everyone ready?" "Vanguard, let's give it everything we've got." At this moment, the Terro Alliance communication channel. "Lovers, I hope these mobile cities have lots of beautiful women." "Huh? Something's off. This Mobile City Alliance seems to have known we were coming. They're already prepared. The tower, so many fortresses, and even city bunkers. Looks like they really did get ready. Everyone be careful of city landmines and traps. The Hermit, you'll be in charge of detecting and clearing them." The Hermit, received. The Chariot, this mobile city might have that guy who destroyed the Hangman. Everyone, be careful. Devil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something's wrong. The radar clearly shows they have 7 mobile cities, so why do we only see 6 visually? The Sun, stop being paranoid. The Emperor, it's right to be cautious. There's something off about this Mobile City Alliance, but I can't tell what. The Emperor, in any case, everyone follow the plan I arranged earlier for the attack. This time, for ease of communication and coordination, I'll keep the city radio and Sky Veil City radar system fully active. Devil, understood. The World, brother, isn't that a bit too cautious? They're fewer in number than us, and their combat strength is far weaker. The Emperor, don't let it guard down. The Emperor, as always, the loot will be divided according to the old rules. Everyone remember to restrain yourselves and try to leave one mobile city intact, so the former lord and confidants of the Hangman can move in. Devil, received. The World, received. The Emperor, let's begin. With the blaring of the attack sirens, the cannons on the armor plating opened fire simultaneously. Nearly 100 shells howled through the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. The moment they landed, the casings exploded, releasing thick smoke that surged out like a tide. The predatory city's silhouettes disappeared from view, leaving only a wall of churning fog in sight. It has begun, Lee thought silently. Everyone had already anticipated that the Terro Alliance would use smoke shells as cover before launching their attack. With this, the Vanguard Alliance would be unable to judge the direction of their main assault. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed bit by bit. The tremors from the ground grew stronger. The roar of steam machinery drew closer. Under everyone's tense gaze, the thick fog was torn open as several figures rushed out at once. The World, the Chariot, the Sun, Devil, Death, the Hermit, the Tower, lovers. Steel tore through the mist, and treads crushed the earth. 8 predatory cities launched a charge with unstoppable momentum. Fire! Fire! The Lord of Moonshadow roared at the top of his lungs. Even though he had mentally prepared, seeing it with his own eyes still shook him to the core. This was an attack launched by a full 8 predatory cities. The dust kicked up by their charge blanketed the sky, and the roar of steam engines rolled across the ground like muffled thunder. Over the wasteland, the two mobile city alliances finally clashed. Convoys charged, cannons fired, fortifications burned, and the earth trembled. The once tranquil Twisted Garden was instantly engulfed in smoke and fire. These terrifying steel beasts tore into each other across the battlefield, colliding and biting. Thick smoke, a mix of steam and fuel, billowed upward, while cannon fire and smoke wove a curtain of death. Members of the Taro Alliance, the Lovers, were the first to break through to the left side of the battlefield. The enemy is just ahead. Prepare to open fire, the Lord of the Lovers shouted urgently. However, a puzzled voice came through the speaking tube from the lookout. Reporting to the Lord, there is no mobile city ahead. Impossible. The radar shows it's right there. It must have found cover. The Lord of the Lovers immediately rushed to the armor plate and picked up the binoculars. The moment he saw clearly ahead, a trace of confusion and puzzlement appeared in his eyes. In front was an open area with no cover at all. The mobile city shown on the radar was nowhere to be found. How is this possible? He muttered unconsciously. Just then, a ripple of air distortion emerged from the distant scene, and a mobile city appeared. The Lord of the Lovers was shocked to see that all the cannon muzzles on its armor plates were already aimed at him. At that moment, immense fear instantly filled his heart. He wanted to speak, but the next second, he was engulfed by overwhelming cannon fire. Got them! At the moment the Lovers exploded, Li excitedly punched the air. Using city camouflage as a disguise and launching a surprise attack when the enemy predatory city arrived. That was his plan. This was thanks to the fact that he had never used city camouflage before the Taro Alliance. So the enemy knew nothing about the tomorrow possessing city camouflage. To ensure a devastating first strike, Li had mobilized all level 1 cannons this time. The unguarded Lovers were instantly engulfed in cannon fire. As an assault-type mobile city, its city armor was not as thick as that of the war vehicle. The shockwave of the lava shell explosions instantly destroyed most of its city armor. The combat personnel on the armor plate had no time to react and were vaporized by the extreme heat into twisted shadows. The middle section was largely consumed by explosions, and the steel structures twisted and deformed under the high temperatures, emitting wails like banshees. Several supporting steel structures of the midsection collapsed and shattered, crashing heavily into the lower levels. The cockpit struck by the frost shells instantly froze. The helmsman turned into ice sculptures, and with the tremors of the explosions, they shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes. After another round of cannon bombardment, the predatory city could no longer hold and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Nice! The combat personnel aboard the Tomorrow couldn't help but cheer. Although one enemy was eliminated at the outset, the battle situation was far from optimistic. The Taro Alliance had concentrated all their forces on the right flank. 7 predatory cities advanced in a scattered formation, with hundreds of off-road vehicles racing ahead to break the path. The enormous pressure of the battlefront was nearly crushing the Moonshadow and the roaming. If not for the support of Level 1 fortresses and Level 1 city landmines, the right flank would have completely collapsed in the blink of an eye. Leading the enemy charge were the war vehicle and the tower. Repaired by their companion, the Hermit, this defensive-type predatory city had regained its former combat strength. Its city armor unfolded slowly during the charge and began to accelerate steadily, faster and faster. Following closely behind, the tower was also a defensive-type city. Surrounding it was the Level 2 city armor shelterer, with armor plates so thick it was staggering. These 2 predatory cities charged at the Vanguard Alliance's positions like battering cannonballs. The Level 1 fortresses of the Vanguard Alliance front line opened fire madly, with cannons and machine guns forming a densely woven firepower net. Yet, it was remarkably ineffective against the war vehicle and the tower. The 2 predatory cities, one left and one right, smashed through Level 1 fortresses along the way. Occasionally, city landmines would detonate, but the results were minimal Being defensive cities, the wheels and treads of the tower and the war vehicle had undergone multiple upgrades, with defenses far beyond ordinary. With these two companions clearing the path, the following convoy and predatory cities surged forth like a black tide. Just then, the Echo in the rear opened fire. A distorted, tearing sound pierced the air, and the area ahead erupted into a sea of fire and explosions. This round of cannon barrage forcibly suppressed the enemy's offensive momentum, forcing the predatory cities to scatter and engage in mobile evasion to dodge the artillery barrage. During this time, many off-road vehicles were hit and quickly turned into burning fireballs. So strong, Lee couldn't help but exclaim. In mobile city alliance battles, firepower support-type cities were the absolute main force. The firepower bombardment they provided was simply too crucial. However, when he unintentionally looked into the distance, his expression suddenly changed. The smoke spread across the distance had already dispersed, and two predatory cities revealed themselves. The Magician, the Judgment. Both of these predatory cities were firepower support types, and the number of cannons they possessed was equally staggering. At this moment, all the cannons on their armor plates lifted simultaneously, aiming precisely at their targets. Lee instantly realized, and a few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. This is bad, their target is... In the next second, the Echo was engulfed in overwhelming explosions. Industry, Echo, roaming two of them. The enemy actually has two firepower support type cities. Moonshadow, without Echo's firepower support, we won't be able to hold the front line. Echo, I'm fine. After the smoke cleared, the members saw the situation within. With the cover of city bunkers, the Echo avoided most of the shells, but due to the enemy's overwhelming cannon fire, a few shells still landed on its armor plate. At this moment, several sections of Echo's city armor had already collapsed. Many cannons were destroyed, and multiple areas were on fire. Echo, casualty numbers and destroyed cannons are too many to count in time. The next round of fire support will be available in 3 minutes. At the front line, the Bronze Wanderer was about to provide reinforcements when a predatory city charged straight toward it. It was the war vehicle. With a loud roar, the steam bed crossbow mounted on its armor plate fired. A massive steam bolt instantly struck the Bronze Wanderer. However, the Bronze Wanderer was equipped with level 2 city armor, and the bolt only managed to penetrate part of its armor. Even though the gunpowder embedded inside the shaft exploded, it merely caused the armor on that side to deform slightly. The Bronze Wanderer immediately engaged it in battle. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. Another predatory city had bypassed him entirely and was charging directly into the rear of the formation. It was the assault-type city Death. This predatory city had a jet black coating, its flag bore the image of a black-robed reaper, and even its convoy was entirely painted black. Its target was none other than the Echo at the rear. Bronze Wanderer. Echo is about to be attacked. I'm pinned down. Someone stop the enemy now. Tomorrow, I'll go to... Moonshadow, no, let me go. You go support the right flank immediately. Roaming. How much longer for fire support? I can't hold on much longer. Echo. Most of my gunners and artillery operators were killed or injured in that bombardment. Combat personnel are currently substituting in emergency. Fire support is expected to be delayed by 5 to 10 minutes. Vanguard, I'm coming. With several loud booms, the 4 light cannons aboard the Vanguard fired simultaneously. The muzzles of these 4 light cannons erupted with dazzling brilliance, like a small asteroid suddenly unleashed. At the center of the enemy's formation, a blinding light burst upward in an instant, as if the sun had plunged into the horizon. A massive explosion and shockwave followed closely behind, churning the earth into surging waves of soil. A predatory city and caravan located at the epicenter were instantly carbonized and twisted, reduced to charred wreckage in the blink of an eye. Slightly farther away, other predatory cities and caravans had their outer armor scorched red-hot in an instant, billowing with thick smoke. Devil, the Hermit is down. The Hermit is down. We've already lost 2 members. Sun, The enemy is far stronger than we imagined. Emperor, what's the panic? Stay calm. The advantage is still on our side. Emperor, Magician, Judgment, you two focus firepower on suppressing the enemy's central mobile city. Tower and Sun, go deal with the enemy reinforcements approaching from the left flank. Death, the mobile city behind the enemy lines, is yours to handle. Death, relax. I never missed. At this moment, in the Vanguard Alliance formation. So strong. A hint of surprise appeared in Lie's eyes. He hadn't expected that the light cannons would gain in power the more of them fired together. With this, the formation might be able to hold. Vanguard, the next round of fire support will arrive in 10 minutes. The light cannons deal tremendous damage, but suffer from severe barrel overheating after firing and require cooling. Echo, are your cannons ready? Echo, cannons are ready. Fire support incoming. Moonshadow, I have successfully intercepted the enemy's path. Engagement imminent. Tomorrow, 2 enemies approaching from the front. Engagement imminent. Bronze Wanderer, I'm currently engaged with the enemy and unable to break away. Vanguard, the enemy's next round of bombardment is imminent. They're targeting me. Give it your all, everyone. A few seconds later, the city bunker where Vanguard was located was engulfed by overwhelming artillery fire. Lee had no time to react because the enemy had already arrived. Tower and Sun, as a defensive-type city, Tower pushed forward through the barrage and gradually accelerated toward Tomorrow. Sun followed close behind, adjusting its cannons and deploying its caravan, preparing for an attack. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Lin Xia on the watchtower shouted urgently. Enemy predatory city is about to collide with our forces. Prepare for mobile evasion. At the moment Tower was about to strike, Tomorrow locked its left treads and pushed full speed on the right. The entire mobile city drifted sideways in a daring maneuver, narrowly dodging Tower's charge. Tower then plunged forward uncontrollably. Due to the inertia from accelerating, it couldn't turn quickly to pursue and ended up exposing its flank and rear to Tomorrow. Fire! Lee gave a sharp wave of his hand. In an instant, a storm of firepower from Tomorrow rained down on Tower. A dense barrage of shells pelted Tower like a meteor shower. Explosions bloomed continuously across its thick armor plates, shockwaves rippling through the steel frame, making the city structures tremble. Yet after the smoke cleared, only scorched craters and minor dents marred Tower's armor. Level 2 city armor, Shelterer, its thick composite armor plates and sloped design absorbed most of the shell's kinetic force and firepower. The only weapon capable of truly inflicting damage was the lava cannon. However, even the devastating lava shells merely tore open parts of the armor plates, revealing the honeycomb-like buffer structure beneath. The deeper core compartments remained intact and unscathed. Unlike assault-type cities, defensive-type cities had few, if any, cannons and heavy machine guns mounted on their armor. Their purpose was to breach enemy lines and soak up enemy fire. And their strongest weapon was themselves. Relying on its own immense power, Tower could gradually accelerate during battle and smash into enemies like a massive projectile. Its city armor could withstand impacts, but any enemy mobile city it collided with would be destroyed and collapse. While Tomorrow maneuvered evasively to tangle with Tower, Sun opened fire with its cannons and advanced its caravan. As he ordered the armor crew to take emergency evasive action, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of Lie's mouth. You think I can't strike back just because my companion is holding me off? The next second, a vehicle charged directly towards Sun's caravan. It was the Storm Infantry vehicle. This Level 2 vehicle surged forward against the dense firepower and opened fire at the enemy. One off-road vehicle after another was riddled by the Stinger autocannon, their fuel tanks igniting into exploding fireballs. The Storm Infantry vehicle swept through the enemy caravan with unstoppable force. Clearing the path, Tomorrow's Convoy 1 and 2 advanced towards Sun. With its caravan nearly annihilated, Sun lost this natural barrier at its front and now appeared dangerously vulnerable. Watching the enemy drawing closer, the Lord of Sun twitched. "Fire! Fire!" he roared hoarsely. Cannons and heavy machine guns aboard Sun immediately opened up, wildly bombarding and strafing the approaching convoys. Convoy 1 suffered severe damage in an instant and was forced to retreat. Convoy 2, however, used serpentine maneuvers to weave through wave after wave of gunfire and finally reached the underside of Sun. As the fighters in the convoy pulled their triggers, several Gale rocket launchers fired simultaneously, and explosions rippled across the wheel treads on Sun's flank. Meanwhile, the Storm infantry vehicle launched light missiles in succession from the other side. Amid the continuous explosions, Sun's speed gradually slowed, and its lord grew increasingly pale. "No, no," he murmured. As he prayed in near despair, Sun came to a halt. "The enemy predatory city has lost mobility," Lin Xia called out urgently. "Location approximately 700 meters to the northwest. Prepare for bombardment." Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Tomorrow found it difficult to seize the moment. Tower was entangling it at close range, ramming relentlessly. Tomorrow was forced into repeated evasive maneuvers, constantly shifting direction and distance, making it hard to aim. Meanwhile, to cover itself, Sun fired a large number of smoke shells in all directions. Li gripped the railing tightly and shouted toward one direction. Ning won. At that moment, the gunner Ning had just finished reloading the lava cannon. The violent wind, stirred up by Tomorrow's rapid evasive maneuvers, whipped through the young gunner's hair and across his cheeks. His expression was fervent, eyes locked tightly on Sun's position. "I can hit it! I will hit it!" he roared as he forcefully pulled the firing lever. The lava cannon jolted violently. A blinding tongue of flame burst from the muzzle, and the searing white explosion instantly lit up the young man's face. Amid the smoke, a brilliant firework bloomed. "All right," Li nodded sharply. He then took a deep breath and spoke into the voice pipe beside him. "All cannons fire at that smoke simultaneously. Don't worry about wasting shells. Just make sure to pin down that predatory city for me." Watching the continuous explosions in the smoke, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. This way, the enemy would face the loss of a third member. The scale of victory had already begun to tilt faintly in their favor. However, just a few seconds later, a violent explosion rang out in the distance. Li turned his head and saw the vanguard engulfed in a sea of flames. The Judgment and the Magician had opened fire on it. Bronze Wanderer, Big Brother. Vanguard. "I'm fine for now, just some damage to plating and armor. I can still keep fighting. To halt the enemy's advance, I've already used up my level 2 bed crossbow. Industry. The enemy convoy is about to break through near me. Can anyone provide cover? Moonshadow. The enemy is about to engage me in dual combat. Roaming. Careful, Echo. The enemy's light combat drone swarm is heading your way." Lie's heart jumped, and he instantly dashed out of the cockpit. When he reached the armor plating and raised his binoculars toward the distance, his expression changed instantly. On the city bunker behind them, 12 light combat drones from the world had already arrived. As they streaked overhead, wave after wave of bombs fell. Echo, along with the city bunker, was engulfed in a sea of explosions and fire. In that stunned moment, he turned to look elsewhere. Moonshadow was about to clash with death. The heavy machine guns, cannons, and the firearms of the combatants on the armor plating of both cities were all primed and ready. The most brutal battle between mobile cities was about to unfold. Moonshadow's lord gripped the heavy machine gun tightly, his body trembling slightly. "We can win! We can win!" he shouted furiously. At the moment of intertwining with death, Moonshadow fired first. A sky-covering barrage instantly enveloped death. A trace of delight flashed across Moonshadow Lord's face. Seizing the initiative to open fire in dual combat was extremely important. After all, the full overlap between two mobile cities lasted only a few seconds. If they failed to seize that moment, their firepower would veer off or miss entirely, failing to destroy the enemy. Undoubtedly, Moonshadow had won this game for the brave. Yet the next second, the smile on his face froze. Death remained unscathed. At the moment before the bombardment landed, it had generated an energy shield. As despair gripped his heart, the Lord also saw a weapon hidden in the corner of death. It had a thick barrel and a complex ammunition system. The barrel was short and hefty, a multi-barrel rotary design with an intimidatingly large muzzle. Level 2 autocannon. Sawtooth Shark Autonomous Targeting Autocannon. For a fleeting moment, everyone aboard Moonshadow felt the swing of the Reaper's scythe. Death opened fire. Under the barrage of the autocannon, Moonshadow's city armor was shredded like paper. Heavy machine guns, cannons, cabins, water tower, wherever the autocannon swept, it resembled a reverse-falling rain of death. Accompanying this was the fire from Death's heavy machine guns and cannons mounted on its armor plating. Moonshadow was instantly riddled with holes. Countless cabins were perforated, the fuel depot triggered a chain explosion, and finally, it erupted violently, becoming a burning wreck. On the right battlefield, the enemy convoy broke through near industry, successfully bombing its wheels and treads, rendering it completely inoperative. The World and Devil, which were besieging Roaming, then opened fire, blasting industry into collapse and flames. Damn it! Lee slammed his fist angrily against the railing. In just a few short minutes, 3 members of the Vanguard Alliance went offline. He had not expected that both the Level 2 energy shield and the Level 2 autocannon would appear simultaneously on Death. Even worse, at that very moment, Death was already heading straight toward him. The battlefield situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. After 2 rounds of concentrated fire, the Vanguard had become progressively more damaged. Bronze Wanderer had forcefully destroyed the chariot through a head-on collision, but had also sustained severe damage itself and was bombarded by the combat drone swarm. Tomorrow was about to be ambushed by Death, its situation critical. Roaming was under siege from the World and Devil, heavily damaged and unable to escape. In the distance, Emperor of the Tarot Alliance was still providing communication channel and radar support. The Magician and the Judgment continued to fire. The battle, which had just started to improve, was now deteriorating bit by bit. Bronze Wanderer, at this rate, we're finished. Vanguard, we must find a way to eliminate the 3 enemies behind us, or we'll be worn down to death. Tomorrow, I can't disengage right now, and am about to face a second enemy. Roaming, leave it to me. Vanguard, what? Roaming, I'll activate overload mode, break through the enemy blockade, and charge directly to the rear to strike the enemy flagship Emperor. Bronze Wanderer, no. That'll draw all enemy fire onto you. You'll be bombarded by 2 fire support type cities at the same time. Tomorrow, don't take such a risk, Roaming. You won't hold up. Let's think of another way, Vanguard, if it really can't be helped, then fire smoke shells and retreat. I'll stay to cover you. If one of us survives, that's enough. Roaming, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but my fuel tank is already damaged, and the remaining fuel won't last me even half an hour. Tomorrow, Roaming, Bronze Wanderer, Roaming, I'm truly glad to have fought beside you all this time as comrades. Let me win us a chance, With a heavy heart, Lee walked out of the cockpit and waved his hand to give the order. Fire all smoke shells to the right flank to cover Roaming. As Tomorrow and Vanguard opened fire in succession, one smoke shell after another landed on the right flank. At the same time, Roaming, originally trapped by the World and Devil, suddenly let out a roar. Its engine power surged, and the entire mobile city accelerated abruptly amid steam and electrical arcs, charging straight toward the rear. The World and Devil quickly reacted, gave chase, and opened fire. The Magician and the Judgment in the rear also understood its intent, swiveling their cannons and launching a full volley. 100 kilometers, 110 kilometers, 120 kilometers. On Roaming's dashboard, the tachometer climbed as the needle accelerated relentlessly. Amid the overwhelming sound of cannon fire, Roaming raced forward. The treads spun rapidly, the center of mass shifted, and it weaved serpentine paths. This mobile city performed all kinds of mobile evasion at high speed. As its treads rolled over hills, they kicked up soil waves nearly 10 meters high. Countless shells exploded around it, but could only bite at the afterimages it left behind. This mobile city, facing the enemy's barrage, advanced without hesitation. Everyone aboard Tomorrow watched this scene, their hearts trembling. Lie's eyes followed Roaming's figure closely, filled with both sorrow for the departing comrade and a surge of irrepressible emotion. This is Iron Dance. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters. Roaming was now getting closer and closer to Emperor, while the world and Devil were left far behind. Meanwhile, the Magician and the Judgment needed another 3 minutes before their next round of artillery bombardment would be ready. Although they had started evacuating in advance, Emperor simply couldn't outrun Roaming in overload mode and could only watch helplessly as it drew nearer. At this moment, Roaming was already riddled with wounds. During the charge, it endured simultaneous bombardment from 4 predatory cities. If it hadn't relied on high-speed mobile evasion, it would have long since become a heap of wreckage. But now it was almost over. With several loud booms, all the heavy machine guns and cannons on Emperor's armor plating opened fire. Roaming's remaining armor plating was torn apart. The surviving combat personnel and gunners on deck fell one by one, and the entire mobile city burst into flames. A wounded deputy rushed into the cockpit, despairingly bringing news to Roaming's lord and helmsman. Report: all of Roaming's cannons have been destroyed, the compartments have been breached, and the shells in the warehouse have detonated. He choked out, tears glistening in his eyes. Everyone, they're all gone. The helmsman bowed his head in silence. After so many sacrifices and such a heavy price, in the end, they couldn't even fire a single shell. Roaming's lord was in a daze. For a moment, countless memories surged. Setting sail alongside his companions after becoming a lord, the thrilling battles and joyful harvests in the wild, the encounters with everyone from the Vanguard Alliance. He had thought Roaming could go further. To end here, it was hard to accept, but he turned to look out the window, gazing into the distance where his companions were still fighting. To go all out alongside like-minded people for a shared ideal, perhaps that wasn't so bad. In the blazing cockpit, he smiled and lit a cigarette. No, we still have one last shell. The helmsman instantly understood what he meant. As he nodded slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You bastard, when did you swipe that from me?" he cursed with a laugh. "Weren't you always mocking me, saying only old men smoked these? It's trash, but lighting one now isn't so bad." Roaming's lord exhaled a smoke ring. Then, he typed a line in the communication channel. "Goodbye, companions." The moment he saw that line in the communication channel, Lee couldn't help but tremble. He slowly looked up into the distance and saw the burning Roaming, trailing thick smoke, slam headlong into the Emperor, which hadn't managed to escape in time. Emperor instantly crumbled and broke apart under the collision, engulfed in flames, while Roaming was utterly destroyed. Burning fragments scattered everywhere, leaving behind only bits of the city's skeletal frame. At this moment, Tower, entangled in a skirmish with Tomorrow, was already severely damaged. Though its shelter armor was tough, after several rounds of lava cannon bombardment, many sections were destroyed. Meanwhile, death was getting closer, less than 500 meters from Tomorrow. Its cannons and heavy machine guns had already volleyed multiple rounds at Tomorrow, and its level 2 autocannons had joined in. Tomorrow, equipped with only level 1 city armor, couldn't withstand the assault at all. Everyone on the deck turned pale. Just then, a figure burst in out of nowhere. It was Bronze Wanderer. This mobile city had forced its way here through a barrage from combat drone swarms. At this moment, its city armor was also heavily damaged and covered in scars. Death failed to execute mobile evasion and was rammed on the flank by Bronze Wanderer. It immediately activated all its weapons, unleashing a mad hail of fire on Bronze Wanderer. Though the city was in shambles, the steam bed crossbow on Bronze Wanderer's deck launched a massive bolt chained to a cable, which hit Death. Death roared forward, attempting to break free. Lee instinctively glanced at the screen. Bronze Wanderer, do it. Tomorrow, but Bronze Wanderer, this is our only chance. Bronze Wanderer, my companion. Gritting his teeth, Lee shouted into the speaking tube. Fire! The cannons on Tomorrow all fired at once, and a deluge of firepower engulfed both mobile cities. Death activated its energy shield for defense, while Bronze Wanderer, now in tatters, was consumed by flames in the explosions. Yet the massive bolt it had fired remained firmly chained to Death. Seeing Death in danger, Tower instantly panicked. In a moment of distraction, it stepped into a trench and tilted forward, sinking. Following Li Ye's command, Tomorrow pulled back and continued firing at the now immobile Death. As its energy depleted, Death was bombarded to pieces, reduced to a flaming wreck. In the distance, the Magician and the Judgment were just about to fire at Tomorrow when, in the next second, a searing blaze surged up around them. Taking advantage of their distraction caused by roaming, Vanguard, which had managed to escape, closed the distance under the cover of smoke shells, taking aim and opening fire. A massive explosion and shockwave erupted, sweeping through both predatory cities. Lee focused his gaze on Bronze Wanderer and let out a quiet sigh. Goodbye, companion. Now, only Devil and the world remained with mobility. Seeing that Tomorrow and Vanguard still had combat capability, the two predatory cities hesitated for a moment and then chose to flee. Lee finally relaxed and turned his attention to Tower. Because it had fallen into a trench, Tower was temporarily immobilized. He ordered the others to stop the cannon bombardment and instead used heavy machine guns to sweep the enemy combatants on the deck. He planned to clear out the personnel on Tower and capture this mobile city, if possible. What surprised him was that the slaves on Tower took the opportunity to launch a rebellion. Lee seized the chance to send his combatants aboard Tower. With coordination from both inside and out, Tower fell. Lee eradicated Tower's lord and trusted thugs and obtained his lord's wristband. Looking at the war-torn battlefield, he couldn't help but breathe a little easier. This thrilling and perilous great battle had finally come to an end. 5 members of the Vanguard Alliance had fallen, while the Terror Alliance had lost 9 members, and 2 had escaped. A rumble came from the distance. Lee looked up to see Vanguard slowly approaching. Vanguard, we finally won. Tomorrow, sorry, your brother. Vanguard, I won't blame you. My brother made his choice. He fought bravely and didn't let me down. Tomorrow, every one of our companions was brave. Vanguard, yes, without them, we couldn't have one. Tomorrow, I'm really sorry. Vanguard, it's all right. I had already prepared myself mentally. Vanguard, really? The cockpit door opened, and a young boy rushed excitedly onto the deck to celebrate the victory with everyone. It was Tang Fong. They had won. Who would have thought they would actually win? He went around hugging everyone, replaying scenes from the battlefield in his mind, his emotions surging. At that moment, he felt like he could fly. Then, unintentionally, he kicked something. Looking down, he saw it was a small box covered in bloodstains. The boy seemed to realize something, and his smile froze. He gently bent down, picked up the small box, and opened it. Inside was a slip of paper with words of confession written on it. The sentences had been scratched out and rewritten multiple times. Unintentionally, his gaze shifted to a section of deck nearby. There lay a body covered with a white cloth. Beneath the blood-stained cloth, only one hand was visible. Rough, thick, with several dark brown burn scars across the palm. Tang Fong silently looked on, his elation gradually fading. That hand seemed somewhat familiar. At that moment, a companion happened to walk by. Upon seeing the white cloth, his expression darkened. "Oh, that's A-Chun," he said. He joined us in the uprising back then. He was working as a boiler operator now. A good guy. As he spoke, a trace of melancholy colored his tone. A-Chun could have stayed safely in the boiler room. But during the battle, he saw a combatant badly wounded and rushed out to bring him back. It's just that the enemy's autocannon happened to fire right then. Tang Fong looked at the white cloth and nodded silently. He vaguely remembered this companion named A-Chen. He was tall and thin, always quietly doing his work, not much of a talker. A few times when they had met on deck, the man would scratch his head shyly while chatting. "You guys are amazing now, but I'm not much use. I can't help with anything." He spoke softly, "But even so, I still want to do what little I can for everyone." Tang Fong quietly recalled those words, then slowly squatted down and tucked the small box back into that hand. So many never got to see the victory. At the same time, Li Yi and the Lord of Vanguard concluded their conversation. "Vanguard, at least for this moment, we are all comrades fighting with our backs entrusted to each other. Tomorrow, Vanguard, enough said. It's time to clean up the battlefield." The two mobile cities headed off in different directions, dispatching personnel to search through the wreckage of mobile cities and to take in survivors. In fact, there were still quite a few survivors from the Vanguard Alliance on the battlefield. They were primarily those stationed in Level 1 fortresses and surviving convoys. In total, over 270 people. Among them, the Lord of Industry and several of his trusted followers had miraculously survived. After completing the search of all mobile city wreckage, Tomorrow and Vanguard tallied the supplies they had recovered. Due to most mobile cities being destroyed by artillery fire and suffering severe losses, the supplies stored in the warehouses were also obliterated in secondary explosions, resulting in relatively few recoveries. 7256 units of Level 1 iron ore, 5,132 units of Level 1 fabric, 4,976 units of Level 1 coal, 3,412 units of Level 1 fuel, 2,351 units of Level 1 wood, 3,211 units of saltpeter, 1,852 units of gunpowder, 132352 crystal coins. 931 units of rare ore, 1,531 units of copper ore, 732 units of silver ore, 236 units of gold ore. Level 1 crop seeds: rainbow tomatoes, exotic oranges, dragon breath peppers, crystal cabbage, windsong rice. Level 2 items: city radio, energy shield, sawtooth shark, autonomous targeting autocannon. 19 assorted Level 1 items: food, freshwater, cannons, and heavy machine guns, various quantities. After inventorying, both parties were surprised by the numbers. But upon reflection, these supplies had come from over a dozen mobile cities. If not for the fact that most of them were completely destroyed in the explosions, they could have recovered even more, including iron, ore, coal, and fuel. Among them, the best preserved were naturally the crystal coins. After all, as currency, they didn't need to be stored in warehouses like iron, ore, or coal, and were usually kept in secure locations, allowing them to be preserved. Correspondingly, most mobile cities' production workshops were destroyed in the blasts, making it impossible to obtain their projects. However, several mobile cities still had retrievable production projects. They were Tower, War Vehicle, Industry, and Lord of Sun. After a discussion among the Lords of Tomorrow, Vanguard, and Industry, they reached an agreement. Since Industry had sustained severe damage, its lord would take Tower as his new home, and the majority of those 270-plus survivors would be assigned to him. The slaves who had rebelled atop the Tower would also become his new citizens. The production projects of Tower would remain entirely with him. Tomorrow would receive the production projects of War Vehicle and Industry, while Vanguard would gain the production project of Lord of Sun. As for the recovered materials, they would be evenly divided among the three. First came the Level 1 crop seeds. The Taro Alliance had a total of 5 types of Level 1 crops, and each crop seed came in multiple bags. Thus, all 3 parties received every type of Level 1 crop seed. Next were the rare ore, copper ore, silver ore, and gold ore. Li thought for a moment and made a proposal. He requested all the rare ore and copper ore in exchange for giving up the Level 1 items, since he still lacked over 800 Level 1 city alloy. The Lord of Vanguard wanted the silver ore and gold ore. After negotiations, both got what they wanted, while Industry received all the Level 1 items. Then came the main event: the distribution rights to those 3 Level 2 items. Due to the explosion and destruction of death, the Level 2 energy shield device and Level 2 autocannon were also affected. However, the damage from the blast was not too severe, so they could be repaired. Still, the repairs would consume a large amount of level 2 iron ore. As for the city radio, it had been stored in a secure and concealed cabin, so it remained intact and fully functional. On the other hand, the Skyvale city radar system on Emperor was completely destroyed. The device had been installed on the upper section of Emperor, and it had become twisted and deformed when struck by roaming, before ultimately being reduced to scrap metal in the explosion. This time, the Lord of Industry tactfully withdrew from the competition. Tomorrow and Vanguard had contributed the most in the battle, and thus held the greatest say. Besides, he had already been allocated those level 1 items, so he wasn't exactly shortchanged. After negotiations, Tomorrow obtained the level 2 energy shield device, while Vanguard received the level 2 autocannon. As for the city radio, since Vanguard already had one, it naturally went to Tomorrow. Receiving the city radio, Li Yi was overjoyed. With the city radio, he could now establish a communication channel, attract other mobile cities to join, and form a city alliance of his own. Next, the three parties divided the remaining loot. Iron or coal fuel crystal coins. All three groups were allocated piles upon piles of resources. Finally came the projects from the production workshops. The mobile cities assigned to Tomorrow were war vehicle and industry. One was a defensive type, the other an engineering type. The most valuable level 1 projects among them were Goblin Industrial Claw, Multi-Function Mechanical Arm, City Landmines, Thunder Crane, Steam Bed Crossbow, Road Roller Treads, Cast Iron Battle Wheels, Borman Defense Fortress, Storm Engine. Including the other level 1 projects, there were a total of 16. As Li Yi took inventory, he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. With this, Tomorrow effectively acquired the setup of both a defensive-type city and an engineering-type city. Additionally, the ordinary types of project were decent as well. Umbrellas, orange juice, first aid bandages. After selecting the best projects first, Li Yi did not take the rest, but left them for the Lord of Industry. After all, he had just started anew on Tower and was in urgent need of projects. The Lord of Industry grasped his hand tightly and thanked him profusely. During this, he also shared his future plans with Li Yi. He intended to continue following Vanguard. Li Yi wasn't surprised by this. In terms of strength and decisiveness, Vanguard could indeed be considered an excellent leader. But Tomorrow would not follow them. Li Yi had never planned to live under someone else's roof. Now that he had the city radio, he could establish his own city alliance. The Lord of Vanguard was a perceptive man and had anticipated this from the beginning. Their candid conversation ended with both sides wishing each other smooth journeys ahead. Soon after, Li exited Channel A4. Among the 270-plus survivors, he brought another 30 to 40 people onto Tomorrow. Now, the population of Tomorrow was approaching 200, receiving loot, treating the wounded, caring for the newcomers. The three mobile cities were busy for several hours before everything was settled. Then came the time for farewell. Until we meet again, goodbye everyone. While shaking hands, Li spoke softly. Let me remind you, the entire wasteland zone will be destroyed in just over 2 months. You need to depart as soon as possible. Back on the deck, Li Yi watched the 2 mobile cities depart. Farewell, my companions. He waved lightly, then turned to look at the crowd. Now we set off. This time, it's truly a windfall. Looking at the warehouse piled high with supplies, Li Yi spoke with heartfelt emotion. Although the battle had been intense and thrilling, the rewards were equally astonishing. In the time that followed, Li Yi first used the production workshop to produce level 1 alloy, gathering 1,000 units. After that, he took inventory of the iron, ore, coal, fuel, and wood. These ordinary resources were still a bit short of 2,000 units, but overall, they were relatively easy to collect. Now, what remained was just the city crystal. But more than that, what Li Yi cared about was, the city radio has been installed. I've restored it to factory settings. The original channels have been disbanded. You can now create a new channel. In a cabin somewhere in the middle level, Lin Wu put down his wrench and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. The city radio was not installed in the cockpit. After all, the cockpit was located at the forefront of the mobile city. Although its armor was thick, it was still prone to bombing. For safety reasons, mobile cities often installed the city radio in a secure and concealed cabin. After completing the installation of the city radio, Lin Wu still had to lead a team for routine maintenance and troubleshooting on the Tomorrow. At this moment, the cabin was already packed with people. Old Zhou, Tang Fong, Ningwen, everyone was looking at the city radio with joy. With this level 2 item, the Tomorrow could now establish a city alliance and take the lead. You've worked hard. Li Yi patted Lin Wu on the shoulder, then nodded to everyone. Everyone's worked hard this time. Next, he headed into the cockpit, walked to the screen, and created a new city communication channel. City Communication Channel, K1. Administrator, Tomorrow. Current members, 1/12. After trying out a few messages in the channel, Li Yi tapped the screen a few more times, completely enamored with it. Just this level 2 item alone was worth all the effort. Then he gathered everyone into the cockpit to announce a new decision. From now on, Lin Wu would serve as his deputy, while old Zhou would focus on the role of combat captain. Although he had already somewhat anticipated this, Lin Wu still felt a bit surreal at that moment. After all, he had started out as just an ordinary resident of Field Town, struggling to survive with his friend's younger sister. He never imagined he would make it aboard the Tomorrow, let alone rise to such an important position. Your abilities are clear to everyone. Li Yi patted him on the shoulder. I hope you'll contribute even more to the construction of the Tomorrow in the future. The first task Lin Wu took on, after assuming his position, was to arrange accommodations for the newcomers joining the Tomorrow. Living quarters, food and fresh water, household furnishings, work assignments. Lin Wu handled all of these matters in perfect order, and Li Yi nodded repeatedly as he watched from the side. With that, his own burden lessened significantly. But even now, he still wasn't finished with his tasks. Li Yi went into the production workshop and began consuming iron ore to replenish bullets and shells and to manufacture city accessories. Soon, he selected several projects. Storm Engine consumes 700 units of iron ore. Additional effect, power plus 20%. Paver Treads consumes 400 units of iron ore. Additional effects, 1. Traction plus 15%. 2. Defense plus 15%. Steam Bed Crossbow consumes 300 units of iron ore. Additional effect, plus 10% city armor penetration. Multifunctional Mechanical Arm consumes 500 units of iron ore. Additional effects, 1. Capable of mining, repairs, constructing fortifications, etc. 2. Energy consumption dash 10%. In the blink of an eye, the previously abundant iron ore reserves of the Tomorrow were spent with a whoosh. Li Yi was not anxious about this. After all, iron ore was still easy to find in the wild, and he could also purchase it from the fortress. There was no shortage. After finishing all these tasks, he returned to his room on the upper level, laid down on the bed, and began to think. Now, the Tomorrow setup was complete, and surviving in the wasteland zone's wilderness was no longer a problem. The hardware had been dealt with. Now it was time to handle the software. The Tomorrow's population had already surpassed 200 people. The residential rooms in the middle level were gradually being occupied, making the place much livelier. Currently, the Tomorrow was still using the previous distribution system. Fresh water, Blue Heart potatoes, morning wheat, along with some purchased ordinary vegetables, meat, and eggs. The previously acquired level 1 crop, emerald lettuce seeds, and the black corn distributed by the Vanguard had just been planted and were yet to be harvested. Li had always wanted to improve the living standards aboard the Tomorrow. Now, the Tomorrow had acquired 5 additional level 1 crop seeds. Once planted, matured, and harvested, the Tomorrow's dining table would become significantly more diverse. The only problem was that farmland aboard the Tomorrow was currently limited, making large-scale planting impossible. After upgrading to a level 2 city, I'll have enough space. Maybe even raise poultry, he thought to himself. It wasn't just about the dining table. Lee also planned to provide every household with at least one set of furniture and basic daily necessities. After all, once survival was secured, it was time to consider living. At the moment, residents aboard the Tomorrow only had a bed, a small wooden cabinet, and a small table. A few residents had one or two extra items. Lee intended to provide complete furniture sets, along with wash basins, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and clothing, pants, and shoes. To him, this was the most basic guarantee of life. In addition, the daily allocation of fresh water per person would increase from 1 unit to 2 units. It would gradually rise in the future until everyone had complete access to fresh water. In the following time, Lee began pondering the Tomorrow's next steps. After such a world-shaking battle, the Tomorrow needed repairs and the residents and combat personnel needed rest. In the upcoming week, the Tomorrow would not engage in any battles. Instead, it would recuperate and recover. During this period, the Tomorrow would continue advancing, traversing the giant forest to reach the edge of the serene lake, and then temporarily switch to a water navigation mode. After finishing these thoughts, Lee couldn't help but close his eyes and let out a breath of relief. He had to admit, being the lord of a mobile city required thinking about far too many things. The lives of an entire city rested in his hands. Very soon, he fell into a deep sleep. When Lee opened his eyes, it was already early the next morning. After getting dressed, he began his simple morning routine. Due to the limited daily distribution of fresh water, most residents aboard the Tomorrow only brush their teeth and wash their faces once every few days. Bathing was almost out of the question. But for Lee, as the Lord, he had the privilege of brushing his teeth, washing his face, and even bathing every day. After finishing his morning routine, he walked out of his room and looked down from the railing at his city below. At this very moment, everyone aboard the Tomorrow had already started a new day. The newly appointed deputy, Lin Wu, was leading the group in repairing the city armor sections and off-road vehicles. Old Zhou was patrolling with the combat personnel, and the ordinary residents were busy with their respective duties throughout the city. As Li Yi watched, his brows slowly relaxed. As usual, Li Yi arrived at the watchtower. Every morning when he woke up, he would usually go up to the watchtower and pick up the binoculars to survey the distant surroundings. At this time, Lin Xia and another girl were also present. The latter immediately greeted him nervously upon seeing the Lord come up, then tactfully left. "Isn't today your rest rotation? Why are you still here?" Li approached Lin Xia. Lin Xia gave a light smile, stretched her arms long in a lazy pose, and the young girl's graceful figure was fully revealed. "I already had a good rest last night." As she spoke, she squinted slightly to feel the breeze brushing against her, and waved her hand gently. Didn't expect life on the mobile city to be surprisingly pleasant. Li nodded lightly. In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, mobile cities were a special kind of romance for the survivors. They allowed one to wander together with family and friends, traveling to new places, meeting new people and things. It was like a moving hometown. He was about to say something, but saw Lin Xia tilt her head and look at him. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Didn't the Tomorrow just acquire 2 level 1 sniper rifles?" "I want one." Lin Xia spoke hesitantly. "Is that okay?" Li nodded. "As long as you can use it." Then he looked thoughtfully toward the watchtower beneath him. This position had the best view. Mounting a sniper rifle here would be unexpectedly ideal. After descending from the watchtower, he began inspecting the mid-level fields. The freshly matured blue heart potatoes and morning wheat had already been harvested, and the ordinary residents were sowing a new batch of crop seeds. Besides blue heart potatoes and morning wheat, there were also some newly acquired crystal cabbage, rainbow tomatoes, dragon breath peppers, and windsong rice. But due to limited space, only a small amount could be planted. As for exotic oranges, they were sown on the upper level of the Tomorrow, together with the previously planted sunshine apple trees. On the deck, Old Zhou, having finished his patrol, began training the newly selected combat personnel. Considering that another great battle might erupt in the future, Li had specially selected an additional 40 combat personnel this time. It had to be said, population was the most important resource for a mobile city, whether it was combat personnel or the ordinary residents engaged in work. Population, unlike coal or iron ore, did not grow in the wild. Just relying on natural reproduction, it would take a good 10 or 20 years to raise a young adult. Hence, mobile cities usually increase their population through external recruitment. As the Lord, Lee also had to consider mediating conflicts between longtime residents and newcomers. Halfway along the path, a thought occurred to Lee. This legendary intelligence should be refreshing soon, right? With excitement in his heart, he slowly opened the system panel. The legendary intelligence had already been refreshed. 7. In the future, a temple of the wasteland god buried tens of thousands of meters underground will emerge. The entire wasteland zone will be completely destroyed. Currently, there are 132 ancient suppression devices scattered throughout the wasteland zone. Locate and repair these suppression devices to temporarily suppress the temple and preserve the wasteland zone. Temple zone level. Intelligence value, legendary. Upon seeing the content, Leah's expression changed slightly. So this was the reason for the destruction of the wasteland zone. And as long as those 132 ancient suppression devices were found, the temple could be suppressed and the wasteland zone preserved. But this was simply impossible. No one knew where these 132 ancient suppression devices were, let alone how to repair them. To achieve this, one would have to gather the entire human strength of the wasteland zone to search all over for these ancient suppression devices and repair them. But no matter how one looked at it, this was an impossible task. Tomorrow was only a level 1 mobile city, fundamentally lacking such influence. It seems the destruction of the wasteland zone is inevitable. Lee let out a sigh. After refreshing the final piece of intelligence, the system began its cool down as usual. When dawn of a new day arrived, tomorrow finally drove out of the giant forest. What appeared before everyone now was an immensely vast freshwater lake, its surface stretching to the horizon, meeting the distant skyline. The lake's surface was like a mirror, reflecting the morning light, with the sky and the water merging into one. Lee was a little surprised. He had originally thought he still had a week's journey left in the forest, but unexpectedly exited so quickly. Since that's the case, tomorrow must temporarily be refitted for water navigation mode, he muttered to himself. Yes, a mobile city could navigate on water like a ship. The prerequisite was that it needed to be equipped with a hull, as well as fitted with an anchor, propeller, thruster, sail, and other related waterborne city accessories. Lee then opened the system panel. In the project list of each mobile city's production workshop, these basic water navigation city accessories were available. Hull. Normal costs 200 units of iron ore to manufacture. Anchor. Normal costs 50 units of iron ore to manufacture. Propeller. Normal costs 150 units of iron ore to manufacture. Thruster. Normal costs 100 units of iron ore to manufacture. Sail. Normal costs 50 units of wood and 100 units of cloth to manufacture. As these city accessories were of normal grade, they only provided basic functionality without any additional effects. Lee then took out a list from his chest. This was the inventory of tomorrow, just compiled by his deputy, Lin Wu. 1048 units of iron ore, 2,460 units of coal, 1,568 units of fuel, 1,098 units of saltpeter, 842 units of gunpowder, 1,710 units of cloth, 3,012 units of wood, 3,312 units of fresh water, 997 units of copper ore, 197 units of silver ore, 48691 units of crystal coins, 1000 units of city alloy, rare ores, 51. He then used the production workshop to craft these city accessories and instructed Lin Wu to arrange personnel to begin refitting tomorrow. Amidst a heavy rumble, tomorrow's thick treads and tires were gradually retracted and folded into the containment bay. The multifunctional mechanical arms activated, sequentially fitting the newly produced steel plates beneath tomorrow, assembling them into a streamlined hull and beginning the welding process. On the deck, everyone worked together to raise the massive sail. Then came the installation of the anchor, thruster, propeller. Due to the large number of personnel on Tomorrow and the assistance of mechanical arms and cranes, the refitting process was completed within 2 to 3 hours. The final task was applying thick sealant beneath the hull to form a sturdy waterproof layer. With this last task completed, Lee nodded and then waved his hand. Begin water entry. With its center of gravity shifting forward, Tomorrow gradually slid into the water, ultimately stirring up towering waves. As the thruster activated and the turbine blades began to rotate, the mobile city started navigating over water. We did it! The crowd on the deck erupted in cheers. Lee also nodded slightly. Now, Tomorrow would begin exploring this great lake, which occupied 20% of the area. On the deck, everyone aboard the Tomorrow was fulfilling their respective duties, tense and busy. After all, this was their first time sailing on water. Everyone was both excited and a little uneasy. Many ordinary residents, after finishing their work, came to the edge of the deck, gripping the railing while surveying the surrounding scenery. Li had come up to the watchtower. Today happened to be Lin Xia's day off, and the one on duty was another girl. He nodded and greeted her before picking up the binoculars. The number of islands on the outskirts of Serene Lake far exceeded his expectations. He could already see several of them from here. In the distance, ripples of various sizes occasionally appeared on the water's surface, as if something was swimming beneath. The lake's surface was not as peaceful as imagined. Monsters would occasionally appear. Some were groups of boarmen gathering by the lake. Some were goblin squads patrolling in small boats, and others were fishfolk wandering in the water. Lee put down the binoculars and swept his gaze across the newly installed water navigation city accessories on the Tomorrow, shaking his head slightly. These ordinary-grade city accessories could at most meet the basic requirements for the Tomorrow's navigation on water. They offered no additional bonuses and were somewhat lacking. At present, the Tomorrow's water cruising speed ranged between 12 to 15 knots, equivalent to 22 to 27 kilometers per hour. If accelerated, the speed could reach 35 to 40 kilometers. Compared to land travel, it was much slower. To improve the Tomorrow's water navigation capabilities, it was naturally necessary to gather a series of Level 1 blueprints or Level 1 city accessories for installation. Lee then stroked his chin and began evaluating the Tomorrow's combat capability on water. After entering Serene Lake, the convoy and storm infantry vehicle could no longer perform. They had to remain quietly in the parking area. Although the storm infantry vehicle was amphibious, it couldn't fire underwater. The weapons available to the Tomorrow included the cannons and heavy machine guns on the deck, as well as rocket launchers. Overall, it still had a degree of self-defense. Lee even thought about equipping a torpedo system to give the Tomorrow an additional weapon. According to his vision, even when navigating water, the Tomorrow needed to have mobile squads like the convoy. This way, they could serve as the frontline shield in battle or break through to enemy mobile cities, using rockets to destroy their propellers and hulls, rendering them immobile. On land, the mobile squad was the convoy. Naturally, on water, the mobile squad would be the fleet. He could get a few motorboats, equip them with Gale rocket launchers and Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, and they would serve the same function as the convoy. If conditions allowed, he could even acquire speedboats and equip them with heavy machine guns. When the Tomorrow's level increased and unlocked higher-level production projects, perhaps it could even manufacture submarines, frigates, literal combat ships, amphibious assault ships, and battleships. In that case, it would become an aircraft carrier. Lee couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. However, that vision was still a long way off. He once again surveyed the surrounding waters, lost in thought. This serene lake can't possibly have only the Tomorrow as a mobile city, right? If that were really the case, the Tomorrow would get to enjoy the resources without competition. In fact, Lee was very curious about the ecosystem of Serene Lake. After all, it took up 20% of the wasteland zone. Its resources must be abundant, and there would certainly be many mobile cities heading here. Correspondingly, the types and number of monsters appearing here would also be large. There might even be predatory cities. The main presence in Serene Lake was essentially mobile cities. He thought for a moment and opened the system panel. At this moment, the system had just finished updating. Cooldown completed. Time until next intelligence refresh. 4 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 15 seconds. Number of intelligence reports, 6. This refresh took 5 days, so the intelligence quality shouldn't be too bad, he muttered to himself. I'll just wander around the outskirts during this time and see if I can gather any resources. Half an hour later, Li Yi unexpectedly discovered a survivor gathering point. It was a survivor town floating on the water. This town was pieced together from wooden planks, iron sheets, and waterproof tarps, containing nearly 100 sheds of varying sizes. The sheds were connected by wooden planks, forming walkways. At the edges of the houses, small boats or motorboats were moored, and the more well-off even had speedboats. Truly amazing. Li couldn't help but sigh. Even on water, people could still figure out ways to survive. During this time, he also noticed the weapons this town was equipped with: heavy machine guns and large crossbows. These were sufficient for dealing with ordinary monsters, but completely inadequate when faced with a mobile city like the Tomorrow. He thought for a moment, and then had Tang Fong sound 2 long and 1 short blast on the horn, indicating a desire to communicate peacefully. This survivor town wasn't very large and likely couldn't offer many resources. Li mainly wanted to gather intelligence here, but try to understand the conditions around the outskirts of Serene Lake. The residents of the town initially appeared alarmed upon seeing a mobile city approach, but gradually relaxed after understanding the horn signals. A few minutes later, the mayor of the town rode a motorboat over to the Tomorrow and ascended the deck using the lift platform. He was a dark-skinned man in his 40s, known to everyone in the town as Old Zhang. According to Old Zhang, there were actually many survivors on Serene Lake. This floating town on the lake was called Floating Town, a common form of residence for survivors on Serene Lake. Compared to the land, floating towns rarely experienced monster invasions, let alone dangerous zombie swarms. However, every few days some monsters would still come by small boats to attack the town. In addition, there were also many survivor fleets on Serene Lake. These were typically composed of several speedboats that traveled between islands to collect resources and maintain their livelihoods. The number of islands on Serene Lake was vast, hundreds or even thousands, and they were rich in resources. However, correspondingly, monsters were often stationed on the islands. Just as Li had anticipated, the resources for sale in this floating town were limited and couldn't meet the Tomorrow's procurement needs. But he was still able to purchase one valuable item: fish. Li bought a batch of fish from the town and designated an area in the mid-level section of the Tomorrow specifically for fish farming. Once the fish population gradually grew, fish meat would become a regular supply on the Tomorrow's dining table. Seeing the formidable strength of the Tomorrow, Old Zhang's eyes gleamed as if he had an idea. He then told Li Yi a piece of information. 35 kilometers to the northwest, there was an island occupied by minotaurs. There were several hundred minotaurs stationed on that island. They had set up camps and occasionally dispatched squads to attack the floating town. Most importantly, the leader of the minotaurs was a wild boss, a giant minotaur beast standing 30 to 40 meters tall. Li Yi was instantly intrigued upon hearing this. He hadn't expected a wild boss to appear so nearby. Naturally, he was interested in the level 2 item dropped by a wild boss. Given the current strength of the Tomorrow, it was now feasible to attempt a solo challenge against a wild boss. He immediately made up his mind. Let's go. We're going to take down that wild boss. When he gave the order for the Tomorrow to head northwest, Li Yi began formulating a battle plan. According to his plan, the main force for this amphibious operation would be Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the Storm Infantry Vehicle. The Tomorrow would anchor nearby to provide artillery support. After all, it was currently in water navigation mode and couldn't operate on land. Reconfiguring the Tomorrow back into land driving mode would take at least 2 to 3 hours, too long in a combat scenario and likely to delay critical opportunities. A dozen minutes later, as Li Yi stood in the watchtower, enjoying the breeze and the view as part of his routine, he spotted a small island ahead. The island was long and narrow, like a black mountain ridge lying across the water surface. When Li Yi raised his binoculars and saw clearly, his expression changed. It wasn't an island at all, but the half-submerged corpse of a giant beast. Initial estimates placed the beast's size at nearly 1,000 meters when alive. The remains had clearly been soaking in the lake for a very long time. Its spine, jagged like a saw blade, pierced the water's surface, each vertebra the size of a bell tower, overgrown with aquatic plants and algae. Its head tilted downward, half sunken in the water, with only the hollow right eye facing the sky. The eye socket was large enough to fit an entire building. What shocked Li Yi most was that nestled within the giant beast's remains was actually a human floating town. This survivor town was built right into the carcass of the giant beast. It was primarily situated in the beast's chest cavity. The survivors had constructed layered wooden shacks and corrugated iron sheds there, with the remaining skin and ribs of the beast serving as natural windbreaks and shelters from the elements. The tusks from its lower jaw had become a natural dock, with boats tied to the curved fangs by mooring ropes, gently bobbing with the waves. There was even a spotlight installed in the beast's right eye socket. At this moment, everyone aboard the Tomorrow gathered along the deck's edge, watching the distant scene and exclaiming in awe. Li Yi waved his hand. "Let's go have a look." After the Tomorrow let out 2 long and 1 short whistle, the survivor town built within the beast responded. They had no whistles and mainly used the spotlight to signal. The light blinked, 2 long and 1 short, signaling agreement to communicate. The Tomorrow soon slowly anchored beside the giant beast's remains. Not long after, the person in charge of the survivor town came to receive them. She was a Western-looking woman in her early 30s, with her hair tied in a ponytail and glasses on her face, looking every bit the scholar. "Welcome to Wreckage Town. I'm the person in charge here, Lonnie." She shook hands with Li Yi. Li Yi's eyes fell on the clothes she was wearing. It was an old, heavily washed, white lab coat uniform. On the chest of the uniform were the words, "Titan Throne." Noticing Li Yi's gaze, Lonnie shrugged and began introducing herself. There were many powerful organizations in the wasteland that spanned across multiple zones or even the entire world. Titan Throne was one of the world-class organizations. Titan Throne focused on researching various monsters in the wasteland, but what fascinated them the most were emperor beasts. They typically possessed massive bodies, tenacious vitality and defenses, astonishing regenerative powers, and destructive capabilities that were jaw-dropping. Each emperor beast was the supreme ruler of the zone it occupied. Lonnie snapped her fingers. "As you can see, this giant beast's remains are one of them." "How did this emperor beast come to be?" Li Yi asked, surprised. Lonnie smiled faintly. Rather than explaining immediately, she first asked Li Yi a question. "What do you think of the monsters in the wasteland?" Li Yi pondered briefly before replying. "Very intelligent. Unimaginably intelligent. Antfolk, goblins, boarmen, serpent folk, these monsters in the wasteland had intelligence nearly equal to that of humans. They knew how to use tools, how to build defensive fortifications, and even how to operate vehicles. That's why they posed such a massive threat to human survival." Lonnie nodded and said, "Not only are they smart, they evolve." "What? The monsters in the wasteland could evolve?" Lonnie revealed a shocking truth to Li Yi. At the beginning of the great cataclysm in this world, the monsters that emerged were extremely fragile. Human survivors could easily gun them down. There was little to no threat. But as time passed, the monsters began to evolve. Take level 1 monsters like Antfolk, for example. Initially, they were small in size, low in intelligence, and only capable of hunting through swarm tactics. But over time, Antfolk began to evolve hard carapaces that could resist ordinary bullets, claws sharp enough to rip through enemies, and even branched out into elite types like burrowers and heavy carapace guards. They also gradually awakened self-awareness and learned how to counter humans. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. The evolution of monsters followed the same law. During this collective evolution, many weaker monsters were weeded out. Likewise, wild bosses could also evolve. These once stupid and brutal giant beasts honed themselves through repeated battles, learning how to capitalize on their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, learning how to evolve stronger combat abilities, learning how to think. Among them, a rare few broke through one limit after another and ultimately grew into emperor beasts, Lonnie said in a low voice. So that's how it is, Lee murmured. Lonnie added one more point. Emperor beasts had no levels. As the kings among monsters, they showcased their strength solely by destroying their enemies. According to data from Titan Throne, this emperor beast once easily destroyed a level 4 mobile city, Lonnie said lightly. What? A level 4 mobile city? Easily. Old Joe beside Lee quivered as he spoke. At that moment, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. After all, they had witnessed the combat capabilities of a level 2 mobile city, and even though it was overwhelming for the tomorrow, what kind of power would a level 4 mobile city have? Lonnie smiled slightly again and gently patted a massive rib bone standing by the town's edge. This emperor beast came from the ocean. Its name is the Fallen Rack. Ocean. Leah's expression quickly turned serious. Is the wasteland zone close to the sea? He asked. Lonnie shook her head. I don't know. I've lived in Serene Lake since I was a child and have never left the wasteland zone. According to her, a long time ago, Titan Throne received a report from an exploration team stationed in the wasteland zone. They claimed to have discovered the remains of an emperor beast. Titan Throne immediately dispatched the nearest mobile city for research. After completing their research and extracting all valuable parts from the emperor beast's remains, Titan Throne prepared to withdraw all personnel. Only 2 members chose to stay behind. They were Lonnie's parents. They were part of the exploration team that first discovered the Fallen Rack and had spent the longest time studying it. Years of companionship had made them feel they should stay with Rack. No sooner said than done. Lonnie's parents remained and gathered the survivors on the lake to establish Wreckage Town together. Miss Lonnie, why is this emperor beast called the Fallen? Asked Lin Wu. Because it fled here from the sea. Lonnie smiled brightly. Titan Throne cataloged and studied all known emperor beasts. Rack was no exception. After decades of tracing and investigation, Titan Throne discovered that the Wasteland Zone was not Rack's home. It had come from a much more distant ocean. Originally, it was a level 1 wild boss known as the sea-dominating lizard. After a prolonged period of development, it finally evolved into an emperor beast. Though it stood at the top of the Wasteland's food chain, Rack wasn't even notable in the ocean, Lonnie said with a hint of regret. There were far too many creatures stronger than it. Researchers speculated that during a battle, the emperor beast suffered serious injuries. Its enemy pursued it relentlessly, forcing it to flee onto land. Rack's fatal wound came from its abdomen being suddenly compressed, causing irreparable damage to its internal organs. Researchers deduced from the marks on Rack's abdomen that its attacker had used a tentacle 2 to 300 meters wide. That must have been an emperor beast too, right? A tentacle 2 or 300 meters wide, not even accounting for the length, Tang Fong muttered. Just how big is its main body? Following his thought, the group shuddered. Lonnie clapped her hands with a smile. That's the charm of emperor beasts. Lee thought for a moment, then asked the question he cared about most. Do emperor beasts drop resources upon death? Lonnie nodded. Of course. After all, they evolve from wild bosses. But the premise is you have to be able to defeat them. Lonnie also told Li Yi that every part of an emperor beast was valuable. Its blood and flesh were rich in energy and nutrients, and prolonged use could greatly enhance the physique. Its bones were highly versatile materials, suitable for crafting a variety of items. As he nodded, Lee glanced up at Rack's massive remains overhead and noticed its empty heart cavity and skull. Both bore clear signs of removal. Where did the brain and heart of this emperor beast go? He asked. Oh, our organization took them. Lonnie answered with a smile. For research purposes only. Over an hour later, the Tomorrow arrived at the island where the giant Minotaur beast resided. Upon seeing a mobile city approaching, The Minotaurs in the watchtower on the shore immediately raised the alarm. But the next second, the entire watchtower was blasted apart by artillery fire. Startled Minotaurs swarmed out in response. Some piloted motorboats to attack, while others manned beach cannons and fired at the Tomorrow. Under helmsman Tang Fang's control, the Tomorrow began performing mobile evasion maneuvers. Combat personnel on the deck operated level 1 heavy machine guns to strafe the incoming motorboats. It had to be said, these level 1 weapons were particularly effective against speedboats. Under the dense firepower, the Minotaurs and their boats were shredded like sieves. Gunner Ning, when targeted enemy artillery positions, and systematically eliminated them. The once tranquil beach was instantly engulfed in smoke and fire. As the Minotaurs massed for a counterattack, movement suddenly rippled across the nearby water. Before the monster's stunned eyes, the storm infantry vehicle burst out from underwater, charging onto the beach. Prior to the assault, Li had ordered the storm infantry vehicle to enter the water via a lift platform and approach the island stealthily. As its Stinger autocannon and Rattler machine gun opened fire, the Minotaurs were struck down in droves. After several volleys of concentrated artillery fire, the Minotaurs' beach defenses were completely wiped out. The storm infantry vehicle patrolled back and forth, mopping up the surviving Minotaurs. Once the beach was confirmed secure, the Tomorrow slowly came ashore and deployed Convoy 1 and Convoy 2 via lift platform. Just then, an angry roar echoed from afar. A massive figure burst from the depths of the island. It was the giant Minotaur beast, clad in moss and vine-woven armor and wielding a giant axe. It made the ground tremble with every step. A horde of Minotaurs surrounded it in a protective formation. Begin the operation. With Li Ye's command, the Tomorrow opened fire. The deck's cannons and heavy machine guns launched a ferocious bombardment on the giant Minotaur beast. A dense firepower net immediately enveloped it. Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the storm infantry vehicle charged forward, engaging the surrounding Minotaurs. As a wild boss, the giant Minotaur beast had formidable defenses. The first round of fire from the Tomorrow didn't inflict much damage. Li Yi then ordered all level 1 cannons to fire simultaneously. In an instant, rolling explosions and rising frost engulfed the giant Minotaur beast, blasting its body with widespread injuries. Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the storm infantry vehicle quickly eliminated the remaining Minotaurs and joined the encirclement. They kept their distance from the giant Minotaur beast, unloading bullets and rockets upon it. Under overwhelming firepower, the giant Minotaur beast gradually began to falter. With another coordinated salvo from the level 1 cannons, the giant Minotaur beast's body finally collapsed. It let out a final wail before crashing to the ground. Amid the joy, a trace of surprise flickered in Li Ye's eyes. The Tomorrow had developed so quickly. Before he knew it, it could already take on a wild boss solo. After confirming the death of the giant Minotaur beast and the complete elimination of the Minotaurs, Li led everyone onto the island to begin tallying the loot. 4574 crystal coins. 1178 units of level 1 iron ore, 623 units of level 1 coal, 420 units of level 1 fuel. 378 units of tough Minotaur hide. Level 1 city accessory blueprint, Wild Bull Sail. Level 1 city weapon, Beast Axe. A city accessory blueprint for water-based use dropped this time. Li Ye's spirits lifted. He proceeded to carefully examine the blueprint. Wild Bull Sail Blueprint. Item name, Wild Bull Sail. Item grade, Level 1. Attached effects, 1. Increases toughness by 20%. 2. Fireproof 3. Increases mobile city water navigation speed by 3%. Crafting requirements, 400 units of tough Minotaur hide, Level 1. 50 units of wood, Level 1. A decent water navigation city accessory, though the speed boost is a bit low, Li commented. Not only the giant Minotaur beast, Minotaurs also drop tough Minotaur hide, though not in as large quantities as the wild boss. Normal-grade minotaurs dropped some crystal coins and scattered iron, ore, and cloth. Elite-grade minotaurs had better drops. Some yielded 40 crystal coins at once. Others dropped 5 units of hide in one go. To Li Ye's surprise, he even found a blueprint on an elite minotaur. Item name, Can Opener. Item grade, normal. Attached effects, none. Crafting requirements, 0.5 units of iron, or level 1. This was still a small but useful improvement to living conditions. From the minotaurs, Li Yi gathered a total of 1252 crystal coins, 132 units of iron, or 73 units of cloth, and 124 units of tough minotaur hide. Li Yi looked at the loot before him with satisfaction. This solo wild boss fight had been relatively easy and came with so many spoils. If only he could run into a wild boss every day, what a delight that would be. As for the level 2 item dropped by the giant minotaur beast, it turned out to be a complex large-scale mechanical device. Item name, Pure Source City Water Purification System. Item grade, level 2. Attached effects, 1. Increases wastewater recovery rate by 50%. 2. Can filter and eliminate 99% of impurities, bacteria, and chemical pollutants. 3. Reduces energy consumption by 70%. Half skeptical, Li Yi approached a nearby pond and scooped up a glass of water. The water was murky and emitted a faint stench. After being processed through the city water purification system, it turned into a clear glass of clean water. Li Yi took a sip and found the taste surprisingly decent. Truly a great find. Water quality in the wasteland's lakes and ponds varied greatly, and most were terrible. Previously, the Tomorrow used standard filters that only barely produced drinkable water. Some people even got diarrhea from it. Now, everyone would have clean water to drink. Li Yi then hauled all the loot onto the Tomorrow. As for the beast axe, which stood over a dozen meters tall, it was a melee-type city weapon. In close combat, a mobile city could wield it to strike enemies with great force. This kind of melee weapon was typically only equipped by defensive-type cities. After finishing everything, he didn't rush to leave. Now that this island had effectively been claimed by the Tomorrow, they could take some time to rest and recover here. There might even be mines, logging fields, or rare ore veins hidden on the island. Thus, Li Yi ordered the Tomorrow to dock temporarily for rest. For the people aboard the Tomorrow, the thing they most wanted to do during rest periods was undoubtedly to take a bath. After all, while migrating on land, the amount of fresh water allocated to each person daily was limited and primarily used for survival. Washing one's face and brushing teeth daily, with the occasional bath, was a luxury reserved only for the Lord. Thus, whenever the Tomorrow discovered a pond or lake while on land, everyone would rush to the water's edge in a sort of vengeful frenzy, washing their faces, brushing their teeth, and even bathing. They would also use all kinds of pots and containers to collect as much water as possible to bring back to their rooms for daily use. Now, with the Tomorrow entering the serene lake, there was a continuous supply of fresh water. Added to that was the newly acquired level 2 item, Pure Source City Purification System, which significantly improved the quality of filter water. Li Yi then lifted the restrictions on freshwater allocation, allowing everyone to use water freely. In fact, the mid-level section of the Tomorrow had a small bathhouse, but Li Yi had not chosen to open it previously. The reason was simple. Even the most water-conserving bath consumed 40 to 50 units of water per session, equivalent to the daily freshwater supply for 40 to 50 people. Even he himself had been reluctant to bathe, usually just wetting a towel to wipe himself down. Now, the small bathhouse was opened, and the simple shower heads inside began to pour out streams of water. The people on the Tomorrow cheered as they rushed into the bathhouse to shower. As for Li Yi, the Lord's quarters on the Tomorrow already had an independent bathroom, fully equipped with a sink, toilet, showerhead, and bathtub. The previous Lord had even equipped it with toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and shampoo purchased from the marketplace. At this moment, Li Yi was lying in the water-filled bathtub, with the showerhead turned to full blast. Amidst the splashing water, Li Yi contentedly narrowed his eyes. The feeling of freshwater freedom is just too good. I'm going to take a bath every day here, he murmured to himself. However, just a few minutes later, an unexpected situation arose. Report, 2 unknown mobile cities have appeared 3 kilometers ahead. Lin Xia's voice came through the speaking tube. They've already spotted us and are now accelerating toward our direction, having dispatched fleets. The Lord's room was specifically connected to the speaking tube system to ensure immediate notification in emergencies. Li quickly dried himself off and headed to the watchtower. He took the binoculars from Lin Xia and looked into the distance. One mobile city was painted in gray-blue, with a flag boldly bearing the image of a gorgon. Another mobile city was painted in bright yellow, its flag displaying the image of the sun god Apollo. Li looked at them and nodded lightly. Medusa, Apollo, those were probably the names of these 2 mobile cities. They likely belonged to a certain predatory cities alliance, though the number of its members and how many level 2 items they possessed remained unknown. The Apollo was equipped with as many as 20 cannons. It was clearly a fire support type city. The Medusa's number of cannons and heavy machine guns was within the standard range. It had 4 fleets and was very fast, clearly an assault-type city. Li closely observed the enemy fleets. Each fleet was composed of 4 speedboats, each armed with multiple combatants carrying firearms and rocket launchers, also equipped with heavy machine guns. These speedboats spread out and rapidly advanced toward the Tomorrow. Just like convoys on land, their goal was to destroy the Tomorrow's propellers, thrusters, and hull, forcing it to lose mobility on water. Li then gave the order. Ning 1, fire smoke shells to block the enemy's line of sight. Tang Fong, retreat eastward. Seconds later, several smoke shells were fired in succession, quickly shrouding the lake's surface in smoke. The Tomorrow turned its bow and rapidly sailed toward the east. Li did not order Tang Fong to activate city camouflage. The reason was simple. If the Tomorrow activated city camouflage while concealed by the smoke, the enemy would surely start searching the surroundings. Only by widening the distance and disappearing from the enemy's field of vision could city camouflage be used effectively to escape. The Tomorrow's cannons opened fire, bombarding the Medusa. However, the enemy evaded this round of firepower with high-speed sailing and mobile evasion. This predatory city was probably equipped with level 1 hull and level 1 thruster or similar waterborne mobile city accessories, which explained its agility. At this very moment, several speedboats had already reached within 300 meters of the Tomorrow. Accelerate the bombardment on its propellers and hull. Destroy its mobility as quickly as possible, a squad captain on one of the speedboats sneered. We're really lucky. Ran right into a fat sheep like this. At the same time, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Lie's lips. Think I can't deal with you just because I have no fleet? As they were about to approach the Tomorrow, the combatants on the speedboats suddenly widened their eyes in shock, their faces full of astonishment. That squad captain then screamed hoarsely, "Evade! Evade with everything you've got!" The next second, the speedboat he was on was hit by a dense hail of bullets and exploded instantly. A nearby speedboat, unable to react in time, was struck by a light missile and turned into a fireball. On the deck of the Tomorrow, the storm infantry vehicle was prominently deployed. When the enemy approached, Li had already ordered the storm infantry vehicle to be moved onto the deck for fire support. The middle and lower decks of the Tomorrow were too narrow for the storm infantry vehicle to navigate, but the upper deck was especially spacious, offering excellent visibility. The storm infantry vehicle was thus transported to the upper deck by the elevator platform. At this moment, the Level 2 vehicle was firing at full force toward the enemy speedboats. The Stinger autocannon's muzzle spat blazing tongues of fire, with bullet casings pouring like a torrential downpour from the ejection port. As the missile launcher jolted violently, another light missile roared out, trailing white smoke, leaving a distinct trail in the rain. Combatants on the deck also fired their heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. Within just 2 to 3 minutes, the first wave of speedboats was entirely wiped out. The remaining speedboats gave up on charging and began circling around instead. With a thunderous roar, the distant Apollo unleashed a salvo of cannon fire. A deluge of firepower instantly swept in. But since the Tomorrow had launched smoke shells in advance, most of the shells missed and fell into the water, blasting up towering white columns several meters high around the Tomorrow. By now, the Medusa had charged to within 1 kilometer of the Tomorrow and opened fire. Upon seeing the situation clearly, Lie's expression changed instantly as he shouted into the speaking tube, "Tang Fong, prepare for mobile evasion immediately." It wasn't the cannons that startled him, but rather the fact that the Medusa had consecutively launched 2 torpedoes. The Tomorrow currently only had a regular hull, with weak defenses, barely capable of withstanding torpedo attacks. If those were level 1 torpedoes from the Medusa, the situation would be even worse. The 2 torpedoes approached rapidly in a pincer formation, one from the front left and one from the rear right. Inside the cockpit, Tang Fong stepped hard on the accelerator and swiftly turned the helm all the way to the right. The engine of the Tomorrow let out a tearing roar in response. The propellers spun at high speed, wildly churning the lake water, and the entire mobile city tilted violently due to inertia. The first torpedo grazed the left side of the hull, and the people on the deck could even faintly feel its trajectory and wake. As Tang Fong abruptly turned the helm all the way to the left and slammed on the brakes, the sudden halt caused massive inertia, making the Tomorrow tilt in the opposite direction like a whipped spinning top, narrowly avoiding the second torpedo. "Well done, Tang Fong." Lie nodded, then waved his hand again. Ningwen opened fire. The Tomorrow fired immediately. The frost cannon targeted the Apollo, while the lava cannon targeted the Medusa. On the water surface, the frost cannon proved unexpectedly effective. Although the 2 frost shells didn't hit the Apollo directly, the shells froze the surrounding waters upon exploding, instantly immobilizing the Apollo in place. Meanwhile, the lava cannon exploded upon hitting the water near the Medusa, and the powerful blast shook the entire predatory city, causing it to lose its balance. Having lost its mobility, the Apollo panicked. It immediately fired smoke shells to conceal itself and activated its icebreaker, bow, to begin clearing the surrounding ice. The Medusa also instantly lost its earlier aggressive momentum, not daring to approach the Tomorrow any further. It was not their fault for hesitating. Both types of cannons on the Tomorrow were simply too formidable. They were not defense-type cities. A single hit from a lava cannon could disable most of a mobile city's systems. And as long as a frost cannon shell landed nearby, it would freeze the city along with the surrounding water, stripping it of its mobility. The water surface was not like land. On land, even if a mobile city was destroyed, it might still be repaired on the spot and resume moving. On water, destruction meant only one thing: sinking. Lie then gave the order to swap targets for the 2 cannons. The lava cannon bombarded the Apollo through the smoke, hoping to land a lucky hit. The frost cannon bombarded the Medusa, trying to render it immobile. This time, the Medusa was also forced to fire several smoke shells and retreat rapidly. As for the speedboats it had deployed, due to the presence of a storm infantry vehicle on the Tomorrow's deck, along with firepower like the Level 1 heavy machine gun and the Gale rocket launcher, they didn't dare approach at all. After a 10-minute skirmish, the battle came to an end. The Medusa and the Apollo retreated hastily under the cover of the smoke shells. Lie's brow relaxed. This battle had been far easier than he had imagined. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. During this battle, the Tomorrow had suffered a disadvantage from the start due to lacking a suite of waterborne mobile city accessories and having no fleet. The enemy mobile cities, on the other hand, had Level 1 waterborne mobile city accessories, which gave them an advantage both in initiating pursuit and during their retreat. If this were on land, the Tomorrow could have definitely destroyed them, he thought. At the same time, he stroked his chin in contemplation. The Apollo and the Medusa were surely part of a predatory cities alliance. He just didn't know how many members this alliance had, or how many Level 2 items they possessed. After the battle, the Tomorrow underwent its routine repairs and maintenance, while Li returned to his room to rest. Several hours later, A beeping sound came from the Lord's wristband on his left arm. Li looked at the Lord's wristband in surprise. As the item used to command a mobile city, the Lord's wristband currently had only a few functions: crafting items in the production workshop, granting permissions to others, and joining the mobile city communication channel by entering an invitation code. It had never made a sound before, until now. The city auction house in the wasteland zone will open in 10 minutes. All lords, please prepare accordingly. Li saw this line of text on the small screen of the Lord's wristband. He began reading the following introduction, full of suspicion. The city auction house, as the name implied, was a trading system that mobile cities could participate in. Lords only needed to verify their Lord's wristband inside the cockpit to access the auction house channel through the cockpit computer. Any mobile city could list the resources it wished to sell in the auction house, and once a buyer successfully bid and paid, the auction house would automatically transport the purchased item to the buyer's mobile city. Each auction listing required a deposit of 1,000 crystal coins, and a 5% handling fee would be deducted upon sale. The auction house had a daily transaction limit of 300 times, with a maximum of 30 items listed simultaneously per session. All items sold in the auction house were resources listed by lords. The auction house itself did not sell anything, nor did it have standard pricing. This auction house would only remain open for less than a day. Each zone could potentially see a limited-time auction house appear, but the chances were extremely low, often only happening once every few years. As Li read, he couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. This auction house greatly enhanced the capabilities of mobile cities. Everyone could bypass obstacles and obtain what they needed, improving their strength with maximum efficiency. Every time the auction house appeared, it meant a collective enhancement for the mobile cities in that zone. It was said that many years ago, there had even been an auction house with global circulation. That meant, as long as one had enough crystal coins, a mobile city from a level 1 zone could purchase resources and city accessories produced in level 5 zones. Just the thought of it was a bit terrifying. This was equivalent to a mobile city's strength leaping across several tiers. Li didn't even bother to take a shower. He quickly got up, dressed, and rushed all the way to the cockpit. Upon learning that the city auction house was about to open, Tang Fong and Bai in the cockpit were also stunned. The news gradually spread, and a crowd surged into the cockpit. Li verified through the Lord's wristband and logged into the soon-to-open auction house system. At that moment, he rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. He currently had a fairly decent amount of crystal coins, 40 to 50,000 in total. The tomorrow was currently in a precarious situation, and the city auction house would allow it to purchase a series of resources to prepare for battle. It also happened to be a good opportunity to understand the market for level 2 items. A few minutes later, the auction house opened. The first auction item immediately appeared on the shelf. It was a batch of 321 units of level 1 iron ore, priced at 7 crystal coins per unit. Li couldn't help but frown. The price is a bit inflated. Through his recent experience in the wasteland, he had already developed a sense of the prices out in the wastelands. As the most widely used and highest demand resource, iron ore usually costs between 3 to 5 crystal coins. At 7 coins, it could at most fool some newbie lords. Among weapons, the most valuable and expensive were usually level 1 cannons, followed by level 1 heavy machine guns and level 1 firearms. And among city accessories, the most valuable were level 1 city armor and level 1 engines, followed by treaded wheels. After all, in the wasteland, survival was the top priority. In just a few seconds, dozens of auction items instantly appeared on the auction house. That many. Tang Fong was surprised. Li, however, was not surprised. He had already seen this mentioned in previous intelligence. The wasteland zone had as many as 119 level 1 cities. Although the number might have fluctuated during this period, increasing or decreasing, it was roughly the same overall. The presence of over 100 mobile cities was terrifying. The resources and manpower they had accumulated, once pooled together, were enough to rebuild the entire wasteland zone. Ailey, what are we planning to buy this time? Old Joe asked. Before Li Yi could respond, Lin Wu answered from the side. First, level 2 items. Then, waterborne mobile city accessories for level 1 cities. Li Yi nodded. For level 1 cities, level 2 items were extremely useful. Each one could significantly boost their strength. The reason he had been holding off on spending money was precisely to wait for level 2 items to be listed. But then again, how many level 1 cities would be willing to sell their own level 2 items? As time ticked by, everyone remained motionless, staring at the screen without daring to look away even for a second. The number of listed items in the auction house continued to grow, soon surpassing 500. Iron or blueprints, city accessories, weapons. The auction house was instantly filled with all kinds of auction items. A few minutes later, the first listed level 2 item appeared. It's here! Li's heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was to immediately press his hand on the one price button, ready to snatch at the moment bidding opened. However, upon seeing what this level 2 item actually was, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Goblin Rocket Sprint Boots. Level 2. Bonus effects. 1. Increases running speed by 20%. 2. Press the button on the left side of the boot to suddenly accelerate to 100% for the next 10 seconds. Note: each use carries a chance of damage. Repairing it requires level 2 Iron Oregon. The starting bid for the Goblin Rocket Sprint Boots was 18,000 crystal coins, with a buyout price of 22,000 crystal coins. Li, disappointed, moved his hand away from the button. This level 2 item wasn't bad, but the starting price of 18,000 crystal coins was somewhat inflated. It offered minimal benefit to mobile cities. It was better suited for bounty hunters or lone wolves surviving in the wild. Alternatively, it could be something rich lords kept as a collectible. If the price were cut in half, he might consider purchasing it. Lords of mobile cities were shrewd. Valuable and performance-enhancing level 2 items would never be put up for sale. Those listed in the auction house were often just scraps and leftovers. It was extremely unlikely to find level 2 cannons, level 2 heavy machine guns, or level 2 city armor in the auction house. No one would ever sell such items. Even if they did appear, the price would be astronomical. What surprised Li Yi was that a second level 2 item appeared shortly after. It was, unexpectedly, 157 units of level 2 iron ore. The starting price was 38 crystal coins per unit, with a buyout price of 62 crystal coins per unit. 38, 41, 44, 47. As soon as it appeared, the bidding price for the level 2 iron ore skyrocketed. Li Yi went ahead and bought it at the buyout price. Isn't that price a bit too high, brotherly? Tang Feng asked with concern. Li Yi also showed a trace of pain in his expression. The price of this level 2 iron ore per unit was 62 crystal coins. You had to know that the price of level 1 iron ore was usually only 3 to 5 crystal coins. But ultimately, its value was undeniably solid. The Tomorrow had previously obtained a damaged city energy shield device, and repairing it required level 2 iron ore. As long as it could enhance the strength of the Tomorrow right now, the money spent would be worth it. With Li Yi paying 9734 crystal coins, a pile of level 2 iron ore clattered and was transmitted into the cockpit. Its appearance and color were quite similar to level 1 iron ore, both showing a steel gray hue, only it was larger and heavier in hand. Hopefully this ore will be enough to repair the energy shield device, he thought silently. After handing over the level 2 iron ore to Lin Wu, he continued browsing the auction house. Items listed in the auction house were still increasing, with the total already surpassing 500. A few minutes later, another new level 2 item was listed. Li focused his gaze and saw that it was a blueprint. Blood Tier Ripper Heavy Machine Gun Blueprint. Item name: Blood Tier Ripper. Level 2. Bonus effect: when targeting non-vehicle, non-structure targets, damage increases by 30%. Crafting requirement: 200 units of iron ore, level 2. Judging from its description, this level 2 heavy machine gun was mediocre against vehicles and mobile cities. But when it came to humans, wild monsters, and zombie swarm, it would be like mowing grass. Even wild bosses might not withstand it. What was most tempting was that the ammunition for this level 2 heavy machine gun could be crafted with level 1 iron ore, making it quite cost-effective. The starting bid for this blueprint was 45,000 crystal coins, and the buyout price was 50,000 crystal coins. Although tempted, Li Yi could only sigh at this moment. The price wasn't even that high, but it was just a blueprint. Moreover, after purchasing, he'd still need 200 units of level 2 iron or to manufacture it. A level 1 mobile city's production workshop could only craft level 1 items. This blueprint wouldn't be useful immediately. It would either have to be stored for after upgrading to level 2 or flip for profit. Besides, he was on a tight budget. The blueprint for the heavy machine gun was quickly taken by another bidder. Li didn't mind much. He began browsing the level 1 item list. 4 level 1 cities, level 1 items were the most practical and affordable. At this moment, the auction house was filled with all kinds of level 1 items. When Li filtered the category to waterborne navigation, 25 items quickly appeared. 15 city accessories and 10 city accessory blueprints. If there were no tempting level 2 items, Li planned to use his current funds to acquire a complete set of level 1 waterborne mobile city accessories. This was not only for current navigation, but also for future seafaring preparation. Between finished products and blueprints, he leaned toward purchasing blueprints. After all, it's better to build than to buy. If the city accessories broke in the future, he could always craft more. Additionally, Li quite enjoyed collecting blueprints and expanding production workshop projects. It felt like playing a collection game. First, he purchased a propulsion system blueprint. Tide City Propulsion System Blueprint. Item name, Tide City Propulsion System. Level 1. Bonus effect, 1. Work efficiency increased by 5%. 2. City energy consumption reduced by 10%. Crafting requirement, 300 units of iron ore, level 1. The bid price for this blueprint was 2,299 crystal coins, with a buyout price of 2,300 crystal coins. The seller clearly listed it this way to refuse bargaining. Speaking of which, Ailey, should we sell that beast axe we just got? Old Joe reminded. Li nodded. The Tomorrow could be considered an assault-type mobile city. It typically attacked enemies using convoys and cannons, so close combat weapons like the beast axe were not suitable and would also take up city armor slots. This sort of thing would probably still be useful in a defensive-type city. He then placed the beast axe on the city auction house. The starting bid was 2,099 crystal coins, and the buy it now price was 2,100 crystal coins. Not long after, the weapon was successfully sold. After deducting the 5% handling fee, 1,995 crystal coins clattered in front of Li Yi. He couldn't help but nod. This city auction house was truly too practical. Any lord could trade away resources at hand to purchase the materials they needed. Tang Fong thought for a moment and then raised a question. Could the guy who bought this thing be from a predatory city? Maybe we'll run into them later, and they'll use this weapon to chop at the Tomorrow, he asked. As soon as he said it, the cockpit fell into silence. We just sell for money. Can't worry about that much. Li shook his head. We could also put that goblin helicopter up, Ningwen suggested. See how much it can fetch. After thinking it over, Li still shook his head. The helicopter was still useful over Serene Lake. It could scout island conditions from the sky, much more efficient than the convoy. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and tried inputting it. Aerial vehicle driving manual. When Li entered it, the auction house actually did bring up this item. Starting bid, 900 crystal coins. Buy it now, 1,000 crystal coins. Li couldn't be bothered to save that 100 crystal coins and directly took it at the buy it now price. Now, you can try cultivating pilots for aerial vehicles. He handed the driving manual to Lin Wu. Input it into the simulation training pod. Set the training scenario and fix up the energy shield device while you're at it. Lin Wu adjusted his glasses. I'd better warn you in advance, Lord. Even with the simulation training pod, it's still hard to train true professionals. I know it's tough, but we've got to try. Li nodded. Just do your best. In the time that followed, Li selected a series of level 1 items. Swift Blade, Propeller Blueprint, priced at 1,700 crystal coins. Bonus effects: 10% work efficiency boost, 20% increase in sharpness. Requires 200 units of iron ore to craft. Wave breaker, hull blueprint, priced at 2,100 crystal coins. Bonus effects: 10% reduction in hull drag. Requires 500 units of iron ore to craft. Black Shark anti-ship torpedo blueprint, priced at 3,200 crystal coins. Bonus effects: 20% increased damage to waterborne vehicles and city-type targets. Requires 20 units of iron ore, 5 units of fuel, and 5 units of gunpowder to craft. Striker torpedo device blueprint, priced at 1,900 crystal coins. Bonus effects: 10% energy consumption reduction. Requires 200 units of iron ore to craft. Wave blade speedboat blueprint, priced at 2,700 crystal coins. Bonus effects: 15% speed boost, 5% defense boost. Requires 250 units of iron ore to craft. Among them, the most expensive was the Black Shark anti-ship torpedo blueprint. But the price was reasonable. After all, torpedoes were the main offensive weapon in water, equivalent to cannons on land. During this, Lee took a glance at the price of level 1 iron ore. As the most common and widely produced resource, the auction house already had several pages of it listed, priced at 3 crystal coins per unit. He simply bought 2,500 units of iron ore in one go. With this round of procurement, the once plentiful crystal coins in his hand clattered away in large amounts. Lee input these blueprints into the production workshop and began crafting. Lin Wu was also called over by him. Over the next few hours, Lin Wu would be responsible for leading the team to install the waterborne mobile city accessories onto the Tomorrow. As for the previous ordinary accessories, they were thrown into the furnace and reforged into iron ore. Lee also crafted 20 Black Shark torpedoes and 4 Wave Blade speedboats. He assigned 3 combat personnel to each speedboat and equipped them with level 1 heavy machine guns, Gale rocket launchers, and Peregrine Falcon assault rifles. The boats were divided into Fleet 1 and Fleet 2. Now, the Tomorrow had its own water convoy. Its waterborne combat capabilities had also been significantly improved. Lee took the opportunity to browse through the ordinary items in the auction house. There were far more ordinary items than level 1 items, with a dazzling array of categories. After a round of selection, Lee picked out several items. Ordinary item blueprint, Gentle Breeze toilet paper, cost 0.2 units of wood to craft, priced at 150 crystal coins. Ordinary item blueprint, electric rice cooker, cost 20 units of iron ore to craft, priced at 350 crystal coins. Ordinary item blueprint, washing machine, costs 50 units of iron ore to craft, priced at 300 crystal coins. Ordinary item blueprint, wooden tableware, costs 10 units of wood to craft, priced at 200 crystal coins. Purchasing this series of items was mainly to improve the living conditions aboard the Tomorrow. Currently, the Tomorrow had already planted some windsong rice, and once grains were harvested, the electric rice cooker would be just right for cooking meals. Gentle Breeze toilet paper and wooden tableware would be distributed freely as resident benefits. Each person would receive 1 set. The electric rice cooker and washing machine would serve as public resources. Lee counted the crystal coins remaining in his hands. There were still nearly 18,000 left. Seems like there's not much we're lacking now. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. At present, the Tomorrow was equipped with level 1 cannons, level 1 heavy machine guns, level 1 firearms, level 1 rocket launchers, level 1 off-road vehicle, and a level 2 vehicle storm infantry vehicle. All necessary level 1 city accessories for land-based operations had basically been crafted. On the water, it had also newly equipped a series of waterborne mobile city accessories, and now possessed both a fleet and torpedoes. Unknowingly, the Tomorrow had actually become a fully configured level 1 city. That said, its strength far exceeded an ordinary fully equipped level 1 city. After all, the Tomorrow currently possessed as many as 6 level 2 items. City camouflage. City energy shield, storm infantry vehicle, city radio, level 2 vehicle, Black Hawk helicopter blueprint, pure source city purification system. The tomorrow unknowingly has grown so strong. Lee couldn't help but sigh. One had to know, just over a month ago, the tomorrow was still a city struggling at the subsistence level. After upgrading the full suite of waterborne mobile city accessories and forming a fleet, the tomorrow's waterborne combat capability had greatly increased. The thing to do now might be to head toward the Eternal Night Zone as soon as possible, Li murmured. After all, resources in the Level 1 zone were already hard to satisfy the tomorrow's needs. Heading to a Level 2 zone as a Level 1 city was indeed risky, but currently, Li had no leads on a city crystal. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Li Yi. Maybe the auction house has city crystals for sale. Let's try searching. With a mindset of giving it a shot, he entered City Crystal in the search bar. This time, the auction listing was completely empty. Looks like there really isn't any. Li shook his head. As the most precious resource among Level 1 items, City Crystal was entirely a matter of chance and luck. Then he typed Mobile City Promotion Blueprint into the search bar. This time the auction house had it. Starting bid, 30,000 crystal coins. Buyout price, 50,000 crystal coins. 31,000, 32,000, 33,000. The price of the Mobile City Promotion Blueprint skyrocketed. When the bidding reached 38,000, the next buyer bought it outright. Li Yi was momentarily stunned. At this rate, the Mobile City Promotion Blueprint could probably sell for around 100,000 crystal coins. Even the seller likely hadn't expected it to be this valuable. He thought for a moment and typed another line into the search bar. In that case, how much would this item be worth? Two items immediately popped up in the auction house. Level 1 City Radio. Starting bid 20,000 crystal coins. Buyout price 60,000 crystal coins. Level 2 City Radio. Starting bid 50,000 crystal coins. Buyout price 200,000 crystal coins. Currently, both radios were in a fierce bidding war. City Radio was considered a highly practical resource, allowing mobile cities in the same area to exchange intelligence in real time and help teammates search for the materials they needed. During battles, its function was even more invaluable. The communication channel created by a Level 1 City Radio could accommodate 4 members, whereas the one created by a Level 2 City Radio could accommodate 12. The latter was significantly more powerful than the former. Very soon, the Level 1 City Radio was sold at the buyout price of 60,000 crystal coins. Meanwhile, the price for the Level 2 City Radio was soaring. 50,000, 70,000, 100,000, 120,000. Eventually, the final price settled at a number. 185,000 crystal coins. The moment it was sold, the entire cockpit erupted. My God! 185,000 crystal coins. I don't even know how long it'd take to save that much. Good thing we were lucky and got one when we wiped out the Terror Alliance. Amid the astonishment, a trace of surprise appeared in Li Ye's eyes. Who exactly was this buyer? All buyers and sellers in the auction house were anonymous, so he had no way of knowing. But his confusion didn't last long. He quickly figured it out. Only a Mobile City Alliance could afford 185,000 crystal coins. A single mobile city working itself to the bone wouldn't be able to gather that much. This Mobile City Alliance was most likely the Predatory Cities Alliance. Thinking about it, Li couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Having gone through the Mobile City Alliance war himself, he naturally understood how important the city radio was. If a Mobile City Alliance had a city radio, their strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. Last time, the Tomorrow had relied on the Vanguard Alliance to fight the Terror Alliance. This time, it was truly fighting solo to the bitter end. After roughly purchasing the necessary materials, Li began listing his own auction items. Cola, instant noodle cups, Gale rocket launcher, Peregrine Falcon assault rifle, Blueheart potato seeds, morning wheat seeds. Among them, the best-selling item turned out to be cola. There were many beverages in the auction house: milk, fruit juice, mineral water, but only Li Yi was selling cola. In the wasteland apocalypse, carbonated drinks were highly popular, and lords bought them in large quantities. Li Yi priced them very cheaply, just 2 crystal coins per bottle. Now that the Tomorrow was located over Serene Lake, where fresh water was inexhaustible, it was essentially a business with no costs and only profit. He could earn however much cola he sold. Speaking of which, I wonder if there's any level 1 cannon for sale in the auction house. Li Yi wondered. As soon as he entered level 1 cannon, 2 items popped up in the auction house. Gravity Cannon Blueprint, starting bid 18,000 crystal coins, buyout price 30,000 crystal coins. Shadow Cannon Blueprint, starting bid 21,000 crystal coins, buyout price 50,000 crystal coins. As for finished level 1 cannons, there were none for sale. On this matter, the lords seemed to have reached a tacit agreement. Though their production workshop had level 1 cannon projects, they did not make money from contract manufacturing. That money really shouldn't be earned. After all, level 1 cannons were the main and most powerful weapons in a level 1 city. If you manufactured and sold one, you never knew when it might be used against you. The situation in the wilds was complex and ever-changing. Selling 10 level 1 cannons in the auction house was basically the same as empowering 10 enemies. The thought of cannons sparked an idea in Li Yi's mind. He searched for lava, ore, and molten crystal in the auction house. There were a total of 2,330 units of lava, ore, starting bid 25 crystal coins, buyout price 50 crystal coins. There were a total of 6 molten crystals, starting bid 3,000 crystal coins, buyout price 5,000 crystal coins. Li Yi counted the money he had on hand. Currently, he still had nearly 18,000 crystal coins. Adding the steady income from selling cola and other goods, he had earned more than 8,000 additional crystal coins. So he purchased 2 molten crystals for 3,500 crystal coins and bought 600 units of lava, or for 30 crystal coins. Not long after, 2 molten cannons were freshly produced in the production workshop. Among level 1 cannons, Molten Cannon was considered one of the most powerful. A simultaneous volley from 4 molten cannons could likely blow up an entire small island. In the time that followed, Li used the money he earned to purchase another 500 units of lava, ore, and 200 units of frost, ore, all of which were turned into shells. Among the revenue streams for the Tomorrow, cola accounted for the majority, with over 20,000 bottles sold. Li strongly suspected that the lords weren't just drinking them themselves, but also planning to resell them in the wasteland zone. In addition, he went ahead and purchased another 4,000 units of iron, ore, 1,500 units of coal, and 500 units of fuel. With all these expenses, his remaining crystal coins dropped to just 5 or 600. As the time ran out, the city auction house officially closed. All listed auction items, along with their security deposits, were returned to each seller. Li nodded in satisfaction. This time, the Tomorrow received a huge boost and gained considerable strength. There was no denying that the city auction house was incredibly useful. At the same time, he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. With the latest opening of the city auction house, material circulation throughout the entire wasteland zone had taken place, and the strength of all mobile cities had increased significantly. The intensity of wild encounters would rise accordingly. A new day arrived. The Tomorrow continued heading north. With a large amount of coal and fuel added, the energy of the Tomorrow rose to 100%. Seeing this, the helmsman Tang Fong let out a sigh of relief. This was the first time the Tomorrow had a full energy supply. When he had just become the helmsman of the Tomorrow, its energy level had been only 15%, with the risk of shutting down at any time in the wilds. At this moment, Li Yi was inside the production workshop. Through the production workshop, he had built 4 Waveblade speedboats, assigned personnel, and outfitted them with level 1 heavy machine guns, Gale rocket launcher, and Peregrine Falcon assault rifle, integrating them into Convoy 1 and Convoy 2. Last night, Lin Wu had successfully repaired the city energy device and installed it on the Tomorrow. Correspondingly, the level 2 iron ore that Li Yi had purchased was completely used up. Precisely for this reason, Li Yi had decided to fully replenish the energy of the tomorrow. After all, while the city energy device had strong defensive capabilities, it also consumed a great deal of city energy. Linwu also brought Li Yi good news. Several drivers had already been selected and were currently undergoing training. Many had signed up to become drivers aboard the Tomorrow. After all, this position offered the same level of benefits as mechanic and helmsman. Good work. Li Yi patted Lin Wu on the shoulder. It finally refreshed. Looking at the intelligence system in front of him, Li Yi let out a sigh of relief. In the past few days, Tomorrow had been moving deeper into Silent Lake. What puzzled Li Yi was that the entire Silent Lake seemed to have ignited like a powder keg. Human forces and goblins were engaged in ferocious battles, with war flames flaring everywhere. This time, the intelligence system refreshed 6 entries in total. 1 normal, 1 excellent, 1 rare, 1 superior, and 2 epic. 1. Due to the extreme scarcity of resources in the desert zone, the Lord of Azure decided to return to the wasteland zone and take the mountainous route to the basin region. Intelligence value, normal. 2. A few days ago, a piece of news emerged from Silent Lake. The Goblin Kingdom is located on a giant island deep within Silent Lake. Ruling over this monstrous kingdom is the great Goblin King Jerome. Embedded in his royal scepter is a city crystal. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. The force dominating the shallow waters of Silent Lake is the Olympus Alliance, while the force dominating the deeper waters is the Level 2 Mobile City Silence. Both sides have maintained a delicate balance. Intelligence value, rare. 4. Currently, the Olympus Alliance is the most powerful predatory cities alliance in the Wasteland Zone. It has 7 members, of which 4 are fully equipped Level 1 cities. Below is the list of its members and their types. Intelligence value, superior. Assault-type cities, Hades, fully equipped, Medusa, Athena, fully equipped. Firepower support-type city, Apollo. Defense-type city, Kronos, fully equipped. Engineer-type city, Vulcan, fully equipped. Flagship city, Zeus. 5. Refreshing, epic intelligence. 6. Refreshing, epic intelligence. This batch of intelligence was highly informative, so Li Yi began reviewing it carefully. The first entry finally revealed the whereabouts of Azure. It had actually returned to the Wasteland Zone. Didn't expect the Desert Zone to be so resource-poor, he muttered to himself. If it's heading to the Basin region, Azure might even encounter Conqueror. The second piece of intelligence stunned him. A city crystal was embedded in the Goblin King's scepter. Amidst his excitement, Li Yi was also dumbfounded. To obtain this city crystal, Tomorrow would have to push deep into the Goblin Kingdom and personally capture their king to take the scepter. Convoys, fortresses, helicopters, strongholds, mobile cities. Li Yi had a clear understanding of the goblin's strength along this entire path. At this thought, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This was practically hell-level difficulty, but it still seemed doable. He finally understood why Silent Lake had become such a battlefield. Every faction had surged in to attack the goblin civilization, all for that city crystal. Maybe I still have a chance to fish in troubled waters, he murmured. Just don't know how far the human side has advanced. The third intelligence detailed the standoff between the Level 2 City Silence and the Olympus Alliance. As for the fourth, it laid out the specific details of the Olympus Alliance, the most powerful predatory cities alliance in the Wasteland Zone at present. Currently, Tomorrow could be considered a fully equipped Level 1 city, while the opposing side, though only having 7 members, had 4 fully equipped Level 1 cities. Not a force to be underestimated. Tomorrow's only advantage against the Olympus Alliance was its abundance of Level 2 items. Storm infantry vehicle, energy shield, city camouflage. These were all extremely useful combat items. This piece of intelligence was particularly valuable, giving Li Yi a rough understanding of the enemy and helping him form a basic assessment. However, what left him slightly disappointed was that the intelligence didn't disclose the number or specific details of the Level 2 items owned by the Olympus Alliance. Therefore, he couldn't get a full grasp of its capabilities. After digesting the intelligence content, Li Yi made a decision. Difficult as it is, I can't just give up on that city crystal, he thought. Better head into the deeper waters of Silent Lake and take a look. To resist the advance of human forces, the goblins had thrown everything into a desperate defense. They deployed troops on the islands along the way, built beachhead positions, stronghold fortresses, and helicopter airfields, and laid naval mines throughout the main waters. The goblins also stationed helicopters, fleets, and mobile cities along the route. Despite all these layers of defense, they still couldn't stop the human forces' advance. A single city crystal was enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. At the city auction house, the moment a mobile city promotion blueprint was listed, it was immediately snapped up, and the far more precious city crystal, without a doubt, would be priced above 100,000 crystal coins. The closer one got to the Goblin Kingdom, the more tenacious the goblins' resistance became. During the voyage, Tomorrow encountered a goblin city. Li picked up the binoculars, and, upon seeing it, his expression instantly became animated. Level 1 city armor, Level 1 hull, Level 1 speedboat, Level 1 helicopter, Level 1 heavy machine gun, Level 1 cannon. There was no doubt this was a fully equipped Level 1 city. The enemy is strong. Open fire with everything we've got, he immediately ordered. This was Li Ye's first engagement with a monstrous mobile city, and it was a fully equipped Level 1 city. The combat, discipline, and strength demonstrated by the goblins took him by surprise. The goblin fleet knew how to breach the front line to attempt disabling Tomorrow's mobility. The goblin helicopters knew how to evade the anti-air firepower on Tomorrow's deck. The goblin mobile city even knew how to perform mobile evasion against Tomorrow's artillery bombardments. When he saw this goblin mobile city nimbly shift its center of mass to dodge 2 black shark torpedoes fired by Tomorrow, Li finally couldn't hold back. You goblins are practically defying the heavens, aren't you? With such troop quality and combat power, this goblin mobile city was undoubtedly an elite unit. But even so, it still wasn't a match for Tomorrow. Tomorrow was not only a fully equipped Level 1 city now, it also possessed 6 Level 2 items. It could already be considered a super Level 1 city. The goblin mobile city gradually became unable to hold out and was eventually bombarded into pieces. Yet the goblins fought to the very last moment. Looking at the still floating goblin mobile city, an idea flashed through Li Ye's mind. Even though it's a monstrous mobile city, its production workshop should still have some projects, right? So he had Tomorrow approach the goblin city, cleared out the remaining goblins, boarded the deck, and headed for its production workshop. When Li Yi revealed the Lord's wristband, the machine screen in the production workshop immediately lit up with a series of Level 1 projects. Goblin Combat Helicopter, Goblin Light-Powered Torpedo, Goblin Small Combat Speedboat, Goblin Heavy Machine Gun, Goblin Armor-Piercing Cannon, Goblin Vanguard Combat Rifle. There really is one, and it's even a complete system, Li exclaimed in awe. However, after observing carefully for a while, he couldn't help but frown. Although these goblin vehicles and weapons were all Level 1, their power was much lower than usual. Tomorrow was currently fully outfitted as a Level 1 city, so it had no use for them. But for a Level 1 city that had just started out, they could still be quite an upgrade. Aside from these Level 1 items, the production workshop still held a number of regular items. Goblin uniforms, goblin combat rations, goblin daggers. Might as well take them. Considered a collection, Li thought. After returning to the deck of Tomorrow, he opened the system panel. At this moment, the 5th piece of epic intelligence had refreshed, while the 6th was still cooling down. Strongholds/fortresses outposts. 352, currently destroyed, 314. Ships/vehicles, helicopters. 541, currently destroyed, for 92. Level 1 fortresses, 7, currently destroyed, 6. Number of Level 1 mobile cities, 19, currently destroyed, 17. Number of Level 2 mobile cities, 1, currently destroyed, 1. BOSS, General Gokov, deceased. King Jerome, deceased. Captain Randris, deceased. Air Marshal Gagalu, deceased. Total count, 1,023,531, currently deceased. 832,190. Leah's mouth twitched involuntarily. The strength of this monstrous civilization was even more outrageous than he had imagined. 7 level 1 fortresses, 19 level 1 cities for boss-level monsters, and even 1 level 2 city. What surprised him even more was that the goblin civilization had already suffered heavy losses. He immediately sensed something was wrong. With this level of casualties, the human factions had probably already broken into the Goblin Kingdom. After all, the human factions included the Olympus Alliance, the Silence, and possibly the other 2 level 2 mobile cities as well, plus countless level 1 mobile cities. Once they launched a full assault, it would be overwhelming. He then ordered Tomorrow to move forward at full speed. Sure enough, a few hours later, he spotted the giant island. At this moment, the island was covered in smoke and rubble. Wreckage and ruins were everywhere. It was clearly the aftermath of a battle. Using his binoculars, Li Yi saw the ruins of a level 2 goblin city. This city gleamed with golden light, most likely the vehicle of the Goblin King. He couldn't help but shake his head in regret. He hadn't expected to miss out on that city crystal. Speaking of which, whoever had the strength to claim that crystal, it should be the Olympus Alliance or a level 2 city, right, he thought. As a level 2 monster city, the Goblin City's production workshop should also have held a series of level 2 projects. With a trial mindset, Li Yi piloted the Goblin helicopter to its deck, carrying with him a heart full of expectation toward the production workshop. However, upon arriving at the production workshop and verifying with the Lord's wristband, he discovered that the place was squeaky clean. There wasn't a single project left. Not even one thing left, he sighed. The next day at noon, Li stared at the newly refreshed second piece of epic intelligence, momentarily stunned. 6. With the fall of the Goblin civilization, the Goblin Prince has fled aboard a speedboat carrying the king's scepter and his trusted aides. Human forces are now in hot pursuit, trying to intercept him. Below is a map of his escape route, along with the paths of the human mobile cities chasing him. Click to view. Intelligence value, epic. After opening the route map, Lie's expression changed. The Goblin speedboat was located 35 kilometers directly ahead of Tomorrow, currently the closest to it. Behind it, there were densely packed over 100 light dots. Bounty hunters, fleets, mobile cities. Among them, there were 2 particularly large light dots. Could those 2 be level 2 mobile cities? He murmured. After thinking for a moment, he immediately decided to take a risk. Tang Fong moved forward at full speed. As he gave the order, his heart pounded uncontrollably. What a twist of fate. Just when he thought he had missed the city crystal, it reappeared in such a way. This was undoubtedly a very risky move and might bring trouble upon them. But for the chance to promote Tomorrow to level 2, he had to gamble. Soon, Tomorrow spotted the Goblin speedboat and swiftly wiped out the Goblin Prince and his kin. When Tomorrow's crane hoisted the Goblin speedboat onto the deck, a rumbling suddenly came from the distance. Li turned his head and saw multiple figures appearing in the distance. It was a convoy of mobile cities. After counting them carefully, Lie's face changed. The number was 7. It was the predatory cities alliance, Olympus. Just as Tomorrow had claimed victory, this predatory cities alliance had arrived right behind. There was not even a moment to retreat. Had it been only scattered human factions, even 2 or 3 mobile cities, Tomorrow could have handled it calmly and even retreated safely. But fate had played a cruel trick. It was the most troublesome predatory cities alliance that came. This situation was far worse than he had imagined. Upon recognizing the mobile cities they had previously battled, the predatory cities emitted a series of sirens and immediately accelerated forward. Seeing this, everyone's spirits instantly sank to rock bottom. Oh my God! Ningwen couldn't help but mutter. 7 predatory cities. Although Tomorrow was currently exceptionally powerful, it was far from being able to withstand an entire predatory cities alliance. The only reason they had previously defeated the Taro Alliance was because they had the support of the Vanguard Alliance, and the leading vanguard was remarkably strong. Now, Tomorrow had no allies at all. Everyone's faces gradually turned pale. This time, it truly seemed to be a doomed situation. Meanwhile, the few companions he had dispatched were swiftly searching the speedboat. They quickly discovered a delicate box, and upon opening it, the king's scepter lay neatly inside. And that long-desired city crystal was right at the tip of the scepter. During the process, someone also rummaged through the goblins' corpses, acquiring a few crystal coins and pieces of fabric. The goblin prince had dropped a level 1 furniture blueprint. One companion carefully removed the city crystal and handed it to Li Yi. The city crystal was prismatic in shape, with irregular patterns on its surface and a star-shaped light core suspended inside. When Li Yi gently tapped it, it shimmered with a cerulean glow. Looking at the city crystal before him, then at the approaching predatory cities, Li Yi's eyes were calm as he gave a slight nod. In the wasteland, survival was always a game of licking blood from the blade. After countless brutal battles, he had long understood this truth. Since we're snatching from the tiger's mouth, we must be ready to battle the tiger, he said in a deep voice, then suddenly waved his hand. All hands on tomorrow, prepare for battle. Ningguan, swiftly reload the cannons. Tang Fong, prepare for mobile evasion. Combat personnel, take positions in sequence. Storm infantry vehicle, head to the upper level and get into position. Watching the approaching predatory cities, Li Yi waved his hand and issued a series of commands. Even if you think victory is in your grasp, if you want to hunt us down, he looked coldly at the Olympus Alliance and said, then you must pay the price. At this moment, the Olympus Alliance had gradually begun to deploy its formation. The fire support type city Apollo took position in the rear. Gunners on the deck began calculating various parameters, and the cannon muzzles slowly began to rise. The defense type city Kronos charged straight ahead, its speed steadily increasing. The assault type cities Hades, Athena, and Medusa began flanking from the left and right. The engineer-type city Vulcan continuously launched signal flares while shuttling between its allies in the rear, supplying shells, machine guns, and fuel. The flagship Zeus stationed at the far back. Alongside them, there were also hundreds of enemy speedboats deployed. Black clouds loomed over the city, threatening destruction. At this moment, such was the thought in Li Yi's mind. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel their scalp tingle. Worse still, he had no idea about the specifics of the Olympus Alliance's Level 2 items. Tomorrow opened fire with all its cannons. Molten cannons bombarded the left flank. Frost cannons bombarded the right. 3 assault-type predatory cities immediately began mobile evasion, dodging the shells. 1 molten shell exploded just a few meters from Athena, and a massive shockwave instantly destroyed the right hull, forcing it to slow down. Hades and Medusa on the right, relying on mobile evasion, dodged the bombardment and rapidly closed in on Tomorrow. It seems their main attack is coming from the right. Li spoke in a low voice. Before that, take out Athena first. He then waved his hand to order a launch of black shark torpedoes at the now slowed Athena. Intelligence had previously mentioned that Athena and Hades were fully equipped cities, meaning that aside from possessing level 2 items, their combat strength was not far off from Tomorrow. With a thunderous roar, Tomorrow launched 2 black shark torpedoes toward Athena. These 2 level 1 torpedoes swept forth like the scythe of death, flanking left and right at a narrow angle toward the slowed Athena. However, midway through, the torpedoes appeared to be affected by something and veered straight past Athena. Li Yi immediately realized what had happened. Athena evidently possessed a level 2 item, likely a torpedo interference device. As he had predicted, due to the unknown nature of the enemy's level 2 items, Tomorrow was too easily put at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, 2 members of the Olympus Alliance had previously engaged Tomorrow, giving them a fair understanding of its combat capabilities. At this moment, over a dozen speedboats had already closed in within 100 meters of Tomorrow. The crew on board were equipped with level 1 firearms and rocket launchers, with heavy machine guns mounted as well. Their mission was to destroy Tomorrow's propeller thrusters and hull, rendering it immobile. But Li Yi would not let them succeed. With a wave of his hand, the heavy machine guns on Tomorrow's deck opened fire, and the upper-level storm infantry vehicle poured down firepower. Even though the speedboats had spread out in advance, under this overwhelming barrage, many were still riddled with bullets, catching fire and exploding one after another. The Olympus Alliance's first attempt to cripple Tomorrow's mobility had failed. Yet, the crew of Tomorrow had no time to celebrate this victory, for Apollo in the distance was already in position. The two predatory cities on the flanks had also completed their aiming. The next second, they fired simultaneously. A barrage of shells blanketed Tomorrow. Shells pounded the water like a torrential downpour. Countless plumes of water tens of meters high surged upward. Murky waves filled with sand and mud shot toward the sky. Shock waves tore circular cracks across the water's surface. Ripples had barely begun to spread before being crushed by a new wave of explosions. The entire water area resembled a boiling cauldron of hot soup, churning with white foam and rolling smoke. Tomorrow performed mobile evasion amid the relentless explosions and activated its energy shield. 97%, 82%, 74%, 63%. The city energy was consumed at a staggering rate in a short period. To defend against this round of bombardment, Tomorrow had burned through a full 34% of its city energy. A few drops of sweat slid down Li Yi's cheeks. If not for the energy shield, Tomorrow would have been destroyed in this bombardment. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that the city auction house just happened to be selling level 2 iron ore. No sooner had the bombardment ended, another wave of danger followed. The level 1 defense-type city, Kronos, was now less than a kilometer away from Tomorrow. With a thunderous roar, this predatory city suddenly pushed its engines to full power and charged straight at Tomorrow. As a fully equipped defense-type city, Kronos was enormous, twice the size of a standard city. Combined with its bronze-toned city camouflage, it truly resembled a Titan giant from Greek mythology. The armor plates on its exterior were astonishingly thick, composed of 3 interlocked layers of forged and quenched steel. The joints were sealed with a composite of cork, asphalt, and asbestos to absorb the blast shock. Some sections were as thick as a fortress. Its city armor was also designed with a sloped configuration, tilted 15 degrees outward, making it easier to deflect incoming shells. Its hull was ridiculously thick, like a burly chin. Both sides of the hull featured anti-torpedo protrusions that detonated incoming torpedoes prematurely, protecting the thrusters from impact. The front edge of the hull carried an external anti-torpedo net, a level 1 item woven from high-tensile steel cables that could pre-detonate torpedoes at mid-range and reduce their destructive power, adding yet another layer of defense. This series of hull defenses was specifically designed to prevent enemy fleets from charging in and damaging it, thereby crippling Kronos' mobility. In fact, when facing a defense-type city in combat, mobile cities often aim to destroy its treaded wheels or propeller-driven hull to render it immobile. The reason was simple. Defense-type cities were typically outfitted with extremely thick city armor, making them very hard to penetrate. And they usually carried few, if any, cannons. Once they lost mobility, they could only remain stationary, effectively out of the battle. Accordingly, defense-type cities also invested heavily in reinforcing their treaded wheels and propeller-driven hulls. Level 2 city armor, Level 2 hull, and this full array of defensive configurations. No enemy on the battlefield wanted to deal with Kronos. All they wanted was to steer clear of it as quickly as possible. At this moment, this defense-type city was like an uncontrollable boulder, crashing violently toward Tomorrow. Tang Fong, prepare for mobile evasion. Li shouted. Ningguan, fire smoke shells directly at them. As the cannons on the armored plates of the Tomorrow began firing one after another, several smoke shells flew toward the Kronos. Having lost visual contact, the predatory city could only advance along its previous trajectory. Thanks to the mobile evasion maneuver by the helmsman Tang Fong, the Tomorrow evaded its charge. The Kronos brushed past the Tomorrow, exposing its unguarded rear. Seizing the opportunity, all cannons on the Tomorrow opened fire. Even for a defensive-type city, its armored plates couldn't withstand the close-range impact of 4 molten cannons. The Kronos' armor was instantly damaged, with multiple areas catching fire and exploding. 2 frost cannons aimed at the stern propellers of the Kronos. As they hit the water and exploded, large ice layers formed, freezing the ship's stern and propellers together. This powerful defensive city came to a complete halt. Just as the Yi was about to expand their victory, 3 assault-type predatory cities, along with dozens of speedboats, swiftly approached. Level 1 cannons, heavy machine guns, rocket shells, a dense web of firepower instantly engulfed the Tomorrow. Among them, the Hades even had Level 2 autocannons. The Tomorrow accelerated and began evasive maneuvers, activating its energy shield. The city's energy rapidly declined once again. In the fuel compartment, several ordinary residents were busy shoveling large amounts of coal into the system to replenish energy. Meanwhile, from afar, the Apollo opened fire once more. 26 regular cannons, plus 6 Level 1 cannons, unleashed a devastating barrage upon the Tomorrow. The city's energy fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster, dropping to 11%, then climbing back to 32%, a truly harrowing sight. Barely surviving the bombardment, the Tomorrow hadn't even caught its breath before the enemy launched the next assault. It was the Hades. This predatory city accelerated straight ahead, ramming toward the Tomorrow. As the Tomorrow unleashed a torrent of firepower upon it, the Hades activated its energy shield. Didn't expect this predatory city to have an energy shield too. Leah's expression shifted slightly. At the last moment, the Tomorrow evaded the Hades through mobile maneuvers. Yet the latter clearly intended to hound it relentlessly, repeatedly attempting collisions. For the Hades, damaging its own mobile city through ramming was irrelevant. As long as it could destroy the Tomorrow's mobility, its allies could swarm in like a pack of wolves to tear the Tomorrow apart. As for the Tomorrow, a single collision would spell its end. At this critical moment, a roar erupted from the distant Kronos. It had restarted. This predatory city used its massive icebreaker bow to shatter the ice at its stern, regaining propulsion, and charged toward the Tomorrow with fierce momentum. As the Hades activated its energy shield and attacked again, a cold smile appeared on Lie's lips. Now fire! With a sharp roar, the steam bed crossbow mounted on the Tomorrow's armored plate launched. A massive steam bolt instantly struck the Hades. The gunpowder hidden inside the arrowhead ignited, causing the Hades' armor to burst into flames and explode. Armor plates flew off, and shock waves rippled outward. Though the energy shield could block shells and bullets, it couldn't defend against a steam bed crossbow fired at close range with immense kinetic force. The Hades quickly launched smoke shells to cover itself, while the other 2 predatory cities and speedboats opened fire to provide cover, preventing the Tomorrow from pressing its advantage. At this moment, 2 predatory cities launched torpedoes simultaneously. For torpedoes approach from cunning angles. Even with evasive maneuvers, 1 torpedo still hit the Tomorrow. Though the energy shield absorbed the shock of the explosion, the torpedo's impact and inertia still caused parts of the hull to deform and break. The 3 predatory cities clearly realized this and began scattering while launching torpedoes in succession. The distance between the Kronos and the Tomorrow had shrunk to less than 1 kilometer. They were about to launch a charge. The situation had become precarious. A trace of melancholy emerged in Lie's eyes. He had already foreseen the fate of the Tomorrow. Its hull would gradually deteriorate under the relentless torpedo attacks, ultimately losing its mobility. Once mobile evasion became impossible, enemy cannons could execute precise, pinpoint bombardments, and the city's energy would eventually be depleted. Immediately afterward, the enemies would begin systematically destroying the cannons and heavy machine guns on the armored plates, then proceed to board the Tomorrow. The Tomorrow would bleed dry in the end, out of ammo and out of supplies. Bang! Lee slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. If only the Tomorrow had even one or two allies, the situation wouldn't have become so dire. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Countless sharp cannon blasts echoed from afar, and the Apollo, positioned in the rear, was engulfed in an overwhelming explosion of artillery fire. The Kronos, which was about to charge, had no time to react before a shelf in the distance exploded mid-air, transforming into a giant mass of sticky fluid that ensnared it. The sudden development stunned everyone from the Olympus Alliance. Lee instantly recognized what was happening. It's that one. A massive silhouette appeared in the distance. It was the very same Level 2 mobile city, Lone Sail, that the Tomorrow had previously encountered in the giant forest. To this Level 2 predatory city that had just arrived on the battlefield, the situation was crystal clear. The Tomorrow was on the verge of collapse, and the Olympus Alliance was about to claim victory, having suffered minimal damage. Such a result was clearly unacceptable to the Lone Sail. With the Olympus Alliance still intact, even if it joined the battle now, there would be no spoils to reap. So it decided to strike the Olympus Alliance first. A single Tomorrow was far from enough to satisfy the appetite of this Level 2 predatory city. What wanted was everything. None of these predatory city lords are easy to deal with, Li remarked. Now, we've all become its prey. Caught off guard, the Apollo completely stalled after the bombing. As a Level 2 city, the Lone Sail's firepower was far more intense than they had imagined. It had no fewer than 16 Level 1 cannons. Though the Apollo wasn't sunk, its condition was grim. Multiple fires and explosions erupted across its armored plate, and it was now in critical danger. The long-range heavy fire support of the Olympus Alliance was crippled by more than half. The nearby Vulcan immediately moved forward to initiate emergency rescue for the Apollo. Cranes, mechanical arms, work claws. As a Level 1 fully equipped engineer-type city, it had a complete configuration. All mechanical arms deployed simultaneously, revealing emergency rescue devices such as welding guns and riveting guns mounted within. The lifting platform aligned with the Apollo's armored plate, allowing personnel from the Vulcan, dressed in protective gear, to board and extinguish the fires. The mechanical arms mounted with massive firefighting equipment connected to the water tower on one side began pumping water. High-pressure steam and mist sprayed from the fire suppression equipment, while the work claws sequentially drove dozens of emergency support legs into the swaying city pillars, stabilizing the structure. Some spider-like maintenance robots boarded the Apollo's armored plate, crawling along the high-temperature steel beams to forcefully repair critical junctions, undoubtedly Level 2 items possessed by the Vulcan. With a thunderous roar, the Vulcan's second mechanical arm activated, laying a 5 to 6 meter wide steam hose between the two predatory cities, continuously transferring power from the Vulcan to the Apollo. Fire suppression, deck clearing, treating the wounded, repairing deck equipment. Under the organized and coordinated efforts of the Vulcan's crew, the Apollo truly began to recover. Amazing! Watching this scene, Lee couldn't help but exclaim. He never expected that a fully equipped engineer-type city could exert such power. But there was no time for marveling. The battle had to go on. The sudden participation of the Lone Sail in the battle placed enormous pressure on the Olympus Alliance. The rear could no longer provide strong firepower support. Their most powerful shield, the Kronos, was currently trapped. And what they were facing was a Level 2 mobile city in its prime, along with the Tomorrow. With the sound of a steam whistle, the Lone Sail began to deploy its waterborne combat force. 20 to 30 Level 2 speedboats. These speedboats were fast and agile, highly maneuverable, and mounted with heavy machine guns. The speedboats of the Olympus Alliance were utterly vulnerable before them, and it didn't take long before more than half were wiped out. Not only that, the Lone Sail's deck was outfitted with countless regular cannons, 16 Level 1 cannons, and 1 Level 2 cannon. It could even mobilize 1 to 200 people into the fight. So powerful, truly powerful. Li expressed from the bottom of his heart. This was precisely why Level 1 cities went to great lengths to advance to Level 2. Not only did it unlock Level 2 permissions in the production workshop, it also gained broader space to hold more resources, more population, and more vehicles. What shocked Li even more was that this Level 2 city actually possessed an aerospace-like combat drone platform. Thinking it through carefully, he immediately pieced together the situation. This Level 2 equipment originally belonged to the World, a member of the Terror Alliance. After being defeated in the Twisted Garden, it and another companion fled, only to encounter the Lone Sail by misfortune. The Level 2 cannon of a Lone Sail was of a functional type, capable of locking down its target without causing damage. This enabled it to seize the Level 2 equipment fully intact. At this moment, all members of the Olympus Alliance could no longer concern themselves with the tomorrow. They began to unleash a barrage of firepower toward the Lone Sail. In an instant, shells and bullets rained down like a storm upon the Lone Sail. Yet, as a Level 2 mobile city, the Lone Sail's defense was unimaginably strong. After one wave of attacks, it remained almost unscathed. Subsequently, this Level 2 predatory city fired once again. All the cannons on deck fired simultaneously, instantly blanketing the predatory cities. The Athena, which had already suffered speed loss, was destroyed under the overwhelming bombardment. The Hades, equipped with an energy shield, was hit by the Level 2 cannon and was instantly trapped in a mass of giant slime. The remaining speedboats were all hunted down by the Lone Sail speedboats. The Level 2 speedboats had superior defense, making it difficult for their weapons to penetrate them. They could only be destroyed helplessly under the enemy's firepower. Meanwhile, 12 combat drones took off from the platform one after another and began alternating bombing runs on the predatory cities. The once seemingly victorious predatory cities alliance now appeared to be teetering on the edge of defeat. At the same time, the Tomorrow began to retreat from the battlefield. This Level 2 city was no benevolent entity. After annihilating the Olympus Alliance, its next target would surely be itself. As expected, the Lone Sail launched a concentrated bombardment in the direction of the Tomorrow, even deploying the Level 2 cannon. It even dispatched part of its fleet to encircle the Tomorrow and sent out drones in pursuit. Looks like it really will become the final victor. Leah's expression turned grave. Yet what he didn't expect was that the tide of the battle would reverse once again. In the next second, the Lone Sail was completely engulfed by overwhelming firepower. Several sections of the Lone Sail's armor plating were blasted apart. Its corridors were twisted by shock waves into metallic sculptures. Multiple cabins were penetrated, and the middle layer collapsed partially. This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly stunned. Only a Level 2 cannon could cause this kind of damage. Lee quickly regained his composure, a drop of sweat sliding down his forehead. Then the one who owns a Level 2 cannon must be. With a thunderous roar, yet another massive figure emerged from a distance. It was clearly another Level 2 mobile city. Its size was comparable to that of the Lone Sail, clad in jet-black city camouflage, and the number of cannons and heavy machine guns on its deck was equally jaw-dropping. On its flag was the image of a thin man with closed eyes. His eyes were tightly shut, hands clasped before his chest, and his mouth was sewn shut with dense threads. "That must be the Silence," Li Yi said in a low voice. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Lone Sail thought itself the victor, never expecting there was someone else behind with a slingshot ready. In this multi-faction struggle, the later one enters the fray, the greater the reward. The Silence had already become the final victor. And the loot it sought was all the mobile cities present. Damn it! Damn it! Inside the cockpit, the Lord of the Lone Sail smashed his fist against the wall in anger. His timing to enter the fray had been good enough, and he had successfully gained control of the situation. But in the end, he was still one move behind. At that moment, the faces of the close aides and deputies standing beside him turned pale, because they all understood the strength of the Silence. Right now, The situation in this body of water had reached its peak of tension and delicacy. One side was the formidable Tomorrow, now seen as prey. One side was the heavily damaged Olympus Alliance. One side was the lone sail, ambushed and damaged in multiple areas, but still capable of a fight. One side was the last to enter, holding the greatest advantage, the silence. A few seconds later, one side made the first move. Suddenly, the frost cannon on the deck of the Tomorrow fired with a boom. The waters near the Medusa were instantly frozen, rendering this predatory city immobile. Immediately after, the Tomorrow launched a barrage of smoke shells into the surroundings, concealing itself within the smoke. This move was so sudden that all present factions were momentarily stunned. "You damn bastard!" The Lord of the Zeus smashed his fist against the wall in fury. He instantly understood the intention of the Tomorrow. It wanted to use others as scapegoats to draw attention, while it escaped using smoke shells and city camouflage. As expected, the Silence then opened fire on the Medusa, blasting the predatory city into pieces. The lone sail, meanwhile, turned on the trapped Hades. As its mechanical arms and universal work, claws, activated one after another, the Hades was dismantled in an instant. The Silence was not idle either, quickly closing in on the trapped Kronos and beginning its hasty feast. The two Level 2 predatory cities seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, beginning to eliminate the remaining enemies to clear the field for a one-on-one battle. In the despairing eyes of the Lord of the Zeus, the four companions he had sent into battle were completely annihilated. Though the Olympus Alliance was powerful, before two Level 2 predatory cities, they were nothing more than food on the table. He could only wave his hand in frustration. Retreat, retreat quickly. On the lake's surface, two Level 2 cities began their clash. The Level 2 cannon of the Silence was the first to strike the lone sail. Its Level 2 cannon was especially unique. The shell resembled a burning phantom shadow, and upon impact, it created large swaths of rolling black mist. The black mist spread as though it were alive, instantly corroding the deck structures of the lone sail. The hull, city armor, deck corridors, mid-level pillars, wherever the black mist passed, everything disintegrated into ash in utter silence. If it had been a Level 1 city, it would have long since collapsed. But as a Level 2 city, the lone sail was massive. This was merely component damage. With a whistle from the lone sail, the previously scattered fleet rapidly regrouped, and the aerospace light combat drones in the sky also assembled. The fire on the deck was quickly extinguished, the damaged armor plates were swiftly replaced by mechanical arms, and the combat personnel lined up on the deck, while the gunners began calculating parameters to aim at the Silence. This Level 2 mobile city was entering combat mode at full speed. In contrast, the Silence stood quietly in place. It seemed to have not yet formed a defensive line with its fleet at the front. As the lone sail issued an attack whistle, its troops immediately mobilized. The fleet dispersed and charged toward the Silence at full speed, attempting to destroy its mobility. Combat drones roared through the air in a forward sweep, aiming to bombard the deck-mounted cannons, heavy machine guns, and especially the two Level 2 cannons to eliminate its combat capabilities. All cannons on the lone sail fired, launching torpedoes at the Silence. As a Level 2 city, it was equipped with two sets of multi-tube torpedo launch systems, capable of launching 8 torpedoes in a short time. Within moments, this Level 2 city committed all its firepower in one breath, attempting to bring down the Silence in a single strike. At this moment, the Silence finally moved. A pitch-black shadow descended from above, completely enveloping its form. Shells, torpedoes, machine gun sweeps, and bombs dropped by unmanned combat drones. All their explosions and shockwaves were successfully blocked by this shadow barrier. As the faces of all personnel aboard the lone sail changed drastically, the counterattack from the Silence began. After absorbing the entire round of fire, the shadow that shielded its body dissipated. Immediately after, it opened fire. The level 2 autocannons on its deck unleashed a barrage, instantly blasting several combat drones into flaming debris that plummeted downward. The dense shells swept across the fleet on the water, engulfing them in a sea of explosions. As a surviving speedboat was just about to open fire, it was suddenly dragged underwater and destroyed. The remaining speedboats were also dragged into the water one after another, each exploding in turn. Within just a few minutes, the offensive of the Lone Sail was utterly crushed. Under the stunned gazes of the crew aboard the Lone Sail, a giant beast slowly emerged from beneath the water. It was unmistakably an octopus of island-like proportions. Its thrashing tentacles were like towering spires, suction cups as large as wheels, and its pair of enormous spherical eyes glowed with a chilling light. As it moved, currents swirled around its body in the lake, and dark tides surged like a descending storm. This was the wild boss tamed by the silence, tranquil lake water monster. How terrifying! Upon witnessing this scene, the Lord of Zeus narrowed his eyes slightly. He had originally thought the Lone Sail was already terrifying enough, but he hadn't expected the silence to be even more terrifying. Shadow cannon, shadow barrier, and the ability to command a wild boss-level level 2 item. The power displayed by the silence was even more despair-inducing. Fortunately, at this moment, the Zeus, along with its 2 companions at the rear, had already withdrawn from the battlefield. Although the defeat this time was disgraceful and heavy, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Just then, waves of distortion rippled through the air not far away. Under the surprised gaze of the Lord of Zeus, the Tomorrow slowly revealed its figure, and the cannons on its deck had already completed targeting. Now, who's the prey, and who's the hunter? Lee sneered coldly, then waved his hand. Fire! 4 molten cannons fired simultaneously, and the Zeus was immediately blasted into burning, shattered wreckage. Before the Vulcan and Apollo could react, 2 frost cannons struck them, freezing them along with the surrounding waters. Under the bombardment of the Tomorrow, they too turned into blazing fireballs. Good! Cheers erupted from everyone aboard the Tomorrow. Lee focused his gaze on the distant battlefield, his expression filled with worry. The silence was likely about to take down the Lone Sail. After consuming its population and resources, this level 2 predatory city would become even stronger. But this was not something the Tomorrow could intervene in. Escaping intact was already fortunate enough. However, the silence clearly had no intention of letting go of the Tomorrow, this piece of fat meat. While engaging the Lone Sail, it had split off part of its cannons to continue bombarding the Tomorrow. Under its orders, the tranquil lake water monster once again dove beneath the surface, rapidly charging toward the Tomorrow. As the Tomorrow fired smoke shells while performing mobile evasion, a massive shadow emerged in the nearby waters. With a roar, the tranquil lake water monster suddenly surfaced. The giant beast roared and lashed several tentacles fiercely onto the deck of the Tomorrow. The violent tremors knocked over cannons, heavy machine guns, and combat personnel on the deck. At the critical moment, the steam bed crossbow aboard the Tomorrow activated, launching a giant bolt that precisely struck the body of the tranquil lake water monster. The giant beast let out a shrill scream, its body shuddering violently. Taking advantage of the opportunity, everyone aboard the Tomorrow concentrated their firepower and opened fire. The dense net of firepower forced the tranquil lake water monster to abandon its entanglement with the Tomorrow and dive back into the water. Before anyone could catch their breath, another round of cannon fire from the silence came roaring in. The Tomorrow once again performed mobile evasion, with shells exploding continuously around it and columns of steam and smoke rising one after another. Amidst the raging wind, Lee gripped the railing tightly, glaring coldly at the distant silence. Ning 1, fire a round of smoke shells in the direction of the silence. All combat personnel, return to position and ready up. Load all weapons and ammunition. Tang Fong, prepare to accelerate. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Since you don't want to let us go, "We'll fight you for our lives." In the cannon exchange, the lone sail was clearly at a disadvantage. It had only one level 2 cannon, and it was merely functional. In contrast, the opponent had two level 2 cannons, far more powerful. Moreover, multiple bombardments from the lone sail had all been blocked by the opponent's black shadow barrier. Currently, many parts of the lone sail had been corroded by black mist and were gradually being destroyed. What pushed the Lord of the Lone Sail to despair even more was that the two level 2 cannons of the Silence had been reloaded and were about to fire. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the smoke. It was the rapidly approaching Tomorrow. In the next second, it opened fire. The Silence activated its shadow barrier for defense. It quickly realized something was wrong, because the Tomorrow had not fire-damaging shells, but rather smoke shells. The smoke shells blocked by the shadow barrier exploded one after another, and thick smoke swept over the Silence, obscuring its line of sight. The sudden twist threw everyone aboard the Silence into intense anger and shock. Meanwhile, the once hopeless heart of the Lord of the Lone Sail suddenly revived, and he couldn't help but punch the air in excitement. "Good Lord, should we use that now?" his deputy immediately asked. The Lord of the Lone Sail was about to nod swiftly, but then quickly realized something. "No, it's not time yet," he said in a deep voice. With the attack landing successfully, Lee had yet to feel any joy when the thick smoke covering the Silence's deck was blown away. On closer inspection, enormous mechanical fan blades were clearly installed on the opponent's deck. At this moment, those mechanical devices were rapidly activating, dispersing the smoke on the deck. Seeing this, Lie's gaze subtly changed. One had to admit, as a level 2 predatory city, the Silence had even taken this into account. With a wave of his hand, the Tomorrow once again disappeared into the smoke. On the water's surface, the two level 2 cities unleashed firepower at one another once more. The lone sail failed its mobile evasion and fell into a barrage of overwhelming explosions. Adding to that, a level 2 cannon shell had already struck the lone sail earlier, and a black mist had corroded part of its city armor like a virus, making it exceptionally fragile. Meanwhile, the Silence once again absorbed all the damage thanks to its shadow shield. The lone sail seemed highly unwilling to accept this. As all level 1 cannons were being reloaded, it chose to fire several regular cannons instead. This time, the Silence did not activate its shadow shield. After all, while the shadow shield device was powerful, each activation consumed a staggering amount of level 2 shadow ore. Regular cannons had limited firepower and posed no real threat to a level 2 city like the Silence. Using the shadow shield for that would be entirely uneconomical. However, the Silence quickly realized something was wrong, because when those shells landed and exploded, a powerful current instantly surged through the entire city, forcing it into a shutdown. At the same time, the Lord of the Lone Sail laughed wildly without restraint. "Ha! You've fallen for it. That previous round of simultaneous level 1 cannon fire had merely been a feint. The Lone Sail's Rayall-killing move was this round of regular cannon volleys. Though they were regular cannons, 3 of them had been loaded with level 2 shells, electromagnetic pulse shells. These were something the Lone Sail had stumbled upon while hunting a wild boss in the wasteland zone. There were only 3 rounds in total, hence they were used with extreme caution. They could disable the enemy city's circuitry, though only for a short time, roughly 30 seconds. Even if the entire city was temporarily paralyzed, the Silence could still mount an offensive. After all, cannons and torpedoes could be manually fired. Although the Lone Sail had succeeded, the result seemed minimal. Just as the Lord of the Silence figured all of this out, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of his lips. A cold sneer also formed at the corner of the Lone Sail Lord's mouth. "If you think I aim to destroy your offensive capabilities, then you're gravely mistaken. It's now. Do it." At this moment, the Tomorrow had already appeared behind the Silence. Receiving the report through the voice tube, the Lord of the Silence froze, his face drastically changing. Damn it! The next second, the Tomorrow opened fire. 2 frost shells struck the underside of the Silence's hull, instantly freezing it and making it exceptionally brittle. Immediately after, 4 molten cannons fired in unison. The rear hull of the Silence, along with its propellers, were blasted apart, and water began flooding in. This Level 2 predatory city instantly lost its mobility. The Lone Sail Lord's true intent in launching the electromagnetic pulse shells wasn't to disable the Silence's offensive capabilities, but to paralyze its circuits so it couldn't activate the Shadow Shield device, giving the Tomorrow a chance to strike. Li Yi now understood his intent. In that moment, the former hunter and prey reached an unspoken agreement. Having landed its strike, the Tomorrow did not linger. It quickly launched smoke shells to cover its retreat. The Lone Sail finished reloading its cannons and began firing wildly at the Silence. And when the Silence returned fire, the Lone Sail did not attempt to perform mobile evasion either, because the Silence had already ordered the Tranquil Lake water monster to wrap several of its tentacles around the Lone Sail's propellers and thrusters, stripping it of its mobility as well. The 2 Level 2 predatory cities thus began their final, frenzied duel. Dozens of cannon muzzles spewed flames, shells collided midair, explosions lit up in a continuous blaze, one after another. Torpedoes launched by both cities advanced beneath the surface, hitting the opposing hulls directly. The Lone Sail gradually became riddled with wounds, while the Silence, having depleted its shadow, could no longer activate the Shadow Shield for defense. The Tomorrow seized the opportunity to launch another attack, striking the damaged, leaking hull, and expanding the destruction. During this time, the Lone Sail's Level 2 cannons kept firing. The shells expanded midair, transforming into massive adhesive slime that entangled the Silence, gradually stripping it of any ability to resist. In the end, completely ensnared by the giant slime, the hull of the Silence took on heavy water, slowly sinking into the lake. The Lone Sail didn't fare much better. Its entire structure was riddled with gaping holes, many parts ablaze and exploding. As they watched the Silence finally sink, the crew of the Lone Sail could no longer contain their excitement and let out deafening cheers. The deputy's eyes welled with tears as he firmly gripped their lord's shoulders. "We did it, Lord." To his surprise, the Lord of the Lone Sail lit a cigarette and revealed a melancholy smile. "No, we're not the winners." The next second, their cockpit was engulfed by the Tomorrow's cannon fire. After the Silence had sunk, the Tomorrow turned back to send the Lone Sail on its way. Both Level 2 cities were annihilated at the same time. This was the outcome Li Yi had wanted most. At this moment, the Lone Sail was already on the verge of collapse. Barely a single intact part could be found. Surviving residents and combatants quickly lowered speedboats to escape. Some even jumped straight off the deck into the water. Li Yi looked at his lord's wristband and couldn't help but feel an itch to act. Right now, he wanted to head over to the Lone Sail's production workshop and seize all its production projects. This was a Level 2 city. Who knew how many valuable items were in its production workshop? Moreover, the explosion hadn't yet reached the fuel compartment. There was still some time before it would trigger a chain detonation. The survivors on the Lone Sail were now solely focused on escaping for their lives. They had no time to guard the production workshop. He made his decision swiftly. "Lin Wu, call over that pilot you just trained. Have him fly a helicopter and take me to the Lone Sail." In response, Lin Wu adjusted his glasses. "Let me take you there myself." A few minutes later, the Goblin helicopter on the upper deck of the Tomorrow slowly started up and flew toward the Lone Sail. Upon reaching the airspace above the Lone Sail, Li Yi could clearly feel the waves of heat rising from below. As there was no longer any intact deck on the Lone Sail, he had no choice but to descend via rope. The moment he landed, Li Yi was met with an intense heat wave. The Lone Sail was already engulfed in raging flames, and the explosions were growing increasingly violent. Li Yi didn't have time to think. He sprinted straight ahead. Production workshops were typically located on the lower level of a mobile city. But since the Lone Sail was a Level 2 city, it was significantly larger than the Tomorrow. Its lower level was several times bigger, and with the fire spreading and explosions sweeping through, navigating it became even harder. As Li Yi ran, a tingling sensation crept up his scalp. Along the way, he passed the fuel compartment, which was already catching fire. If I can't make it soon, the whole place is going to blow. Sweat instantly poured down his forehead. Fortunately, 30 seconds later, he finally located the Lone Sail's production workshop. At this moment, the workshop was already ablaze, burning ferociously. Li Yi rushed to the machine and verified his lord's wristband. Seeing the machine activate, a wave of wild joy surged in his heart. A list of the Lone Sail's production projects appeared on the screen. Li Yi selected the best Level 2 production projects as quickly as possible. During this time, the entire ceiling of the production workshop had already begun to collapse, and the fire was growing more intense. As for the Level 1 projects and ordinary items, he didn't bother looking. They were just whatever he could tap in passing. Seconds later, the entire machine exploded with a loud boom. Li Yi quickly stowed his lord's wristband and dashed out of the production workshop. Looking back at the path he came from, he found it had completely collapsed in explosions. There was no way to return to the helicopter using the rope. By now, the fire had already reached the fuel compartment, and a chain detonation was imminent. Li Yi made a split-second decision and bolted toward the edge of the deck, diving headfirst into the water. After searching the surrounding waters with a spotlight for a while, Lin Wu successfully found him and used a rope to pull Li Yi back up onto the Tomorrow's deck. "You greedy bastard!" Old Joe punched him with lingering fear in his voice. "What would we have done if something happened to you?" Li scratched his head with a smile. He couldn't be blamed for being so greedy. It was simply that the Lone Sail's production workshop was far too tempting. He didn't even bother changing his soaked clothes and walked straight into the production workshop, inputting the newly acquired Lone Sail production projects via his lord's wristband. When he saw the contents clearly, his eyes instantly widened with delight. This time, he had obtained a full 7 Level 2 production projects from the Lone Sail: Viper Speedboat, Blood Tier Ripper Heavy Machine Gun, Iron Dome City Armor, Hunter Cannon, Azure Ripple Water Tower, Wave Chasing Hull, Comet City Circuit. Li Yi was overcome with joy. After all, each of these Level 2 items was a treasure. What surprised him most was that among them was actually the Blood Tier Ripper, a Level 2 heavy machine gun. So it turned out the Lone Sail was the one who had won it at the city auction house. Old Joe and the others were also ecstatic when they saw it. As for the remaining items, they were all Level 1 equipment: propellers, hulls, firearms, and such. The Tomorrow already had these and didn't really need more. Several days later, the Tomorrow finally crossed the tranquil lake and reached the shore. During this time, the system refreshed a round of intelligence, but due to the short cycle, it was all minor scraps. Because the battle had consumed too much energy, the Tomorrow attacked a few small islands over the past few days, gathering a decent amount of resources. Before advancing to a Level 2 city, the Tomorrow needed to return to land travel mode. Once he confirmed the surrounding area was safe, Li Yi gave the order to begin the city transformation. Amid loud mechanical roars, the mechanical arms and cranes on the Tomorrow's deck activated. The hull components were dismantled one by one. The anchors, thrusters, and propellers were disassembled and retrieved, and the sails on the deck were removed. The containment bay opened, releasing the stored city, treaded wheels, and tires. A few hours later, the Tomorrow had resumed land travel mode. Iron, ore, coal, wood, saltpeter, city alloy, city structure blueprint, city crystal. After submitting these resources in sequence, Li Yi pressed the confirm button in the production workshop. Begin upgrade. All of a sudden, the entire Tomorrow emitted a loud, clicking sound like a giant spring being wound up. Its city armor began to retract layer by layer like flower petals, revealing the inner structures that slowly stretched outward. As the gears, linkages, and hydraulic systems within began to separate and reorganize, the entire city's size visibly started to expand. The production workshop operated nonstop, processing the prepared iron ore into a large number of city accessories, which were delivered throughout the city via conveyor belts for assembly. During this time, the prepared fuel, saltpeter, and coal rolled along the conveyor belts into the fuel compartment, powering the city's upgrade. The most astonishing transformation occurred in the middle section. The lowest middle deck slowly descended, while rows of honeycomb-shaped mechanical structures newly built by the production workshop rose up. As mechanical arms and work claws operated within, new houses were formed and integrated into the middle section. The lower section's deck also descended like the middle section, with new supporting frameworks installed by the mechanical arms. This upgrade process lasted a full 5 to 6 hours before it concluded. As the mechanical arms, work claws, cranes, and other city accessories came to a halt, Tomorrow had already transformed into a brand new Level 2 city. Lee gazed at the Tomorrow before him and couldn't help but express his heartfelt emotion. What a huge change! After advancing to a Level 2 city, Tomorrow had expanded from its original 125 meters in length and 80 meters in width to 375 meters in length and 240 meters in width. Its height had also increased significantly. Its three-tiered structure, upper, middle, and lower, had greatly expanded, with the number of levels now several times more than before. Now it looked like a small mountain. Let's go up and have a look. Lee waved to everyone. Indeed, during Tomorrow's upgrade process, for safety reasons, everyone had to obediently leave the city and remain on the ground. Li Yi, along with Old Zhou and Tang Fong, were the first to return to the deck via the lift platform. After the upgrade, the lift platform had also grown in size. Previously, it could only accommodate 2 off-road vehicles, but now it could hold as many as 10. The current Tomorrow was far more spacious than before. The ample space allowed it to carry more resources, grow more crops, and accommodate a larger population. As a Level 2 city, it could house 5,000 to 10,000 people. Currently, Tomorrow had only around 200 residents, making it feel especially empty. Rainbow tomatoes, exotic oranges, dragon breath peppers, crystal cabbage, windsong rice, black corn. Lee then planned new farmland in the middle section, where he sowed these newly acquired Level 1 crop seeds. Adding them to the existing morning wheat, blue heart potatoes, and emerald lettuce, Tomorrow's dining table would now be much more plentiful. With more fields came the need for more hands. Lee had to select 20 ordinary residents to specialize in tending the fields. Next, he convened a meeting with Tang Fong, Old Zhou, Lin Wu, and the others to jointly draft a system for work compensation. A mobile city did not support idle people. Every resident needed to contribute through labor, skills, or combat in exchange for the resources necessary for survival. Currently, the class ranks on Tomorrow range from T7 to T1 in ascending order. Level 3 residents were classified as T7. Level 2 residents were classified as T6. Level 1 residents were classified as T5. Combat personnel were classified as T4. Combat captains, helmsmen, lookouts, gunners, and mechanics. These professionals were classified as T3 and were allowed to live in the upper section. Assistants and management were classified as T2. The Lord was the only one classified as T1. Tomorrow's work currency was contribution points. Tasks like tending fields, cleaning the deck, external mining, daily city, and vehicle maintenance earned between 40 to 60 contribution points per day. Combat personnel earned 100 contribution points daily, with additional rewards ranging from 10 to 2,000 points for destroying enemies, disabling enemy vehicles or mobile cities, or killing a wild boss. As the most basic level, T7 had no privileges, and T6 had a 10% contribution point bonus. T5 received a 25% contribution point bonus and regular supplies of meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruits. Residents were not limited to T5. They could continue to advance to T4 and T3. Upon reaching T3, they could move to the more spacious upper section for residents. In addition, T7 residents could be promoted to T6 after working for 30 days and to T5 after 60 days of work. From T5 onward, further promotions required greater and better contributions to reach T4 and T3. Residents could exchange contribution points aboard the Tomorrow for food, furniture, fresh water, daily necessities, and other materials. The basic ration cost 10 contribution points per serving and primarily consisted of a fixed quantity of blue heart potatoes and morning wheat ground into noodles. Fresh water cost 5 contribution points per unit, with a daily purchase limit of 3 units. The limit would be lifted when water resources were abundant. Furniture, such as wooden beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs cost between 10 to 40 contribution points. Daily necessities included towels, toothpaste, and more. If residents wanted to improve their living conditions, they could also purchase cola, whole wheat biscuits, instant noodle cups, orange juice, iced black tea, and so on. In addition, the small bathhouse aboard Tomorrow would open regularly once every 2 weeks, with an entrance fee of 100 contribution points and limited slots. To improve living standards aboard Tomorrow, Lee also planned to build more public facilities in the future. Your contribution determines your survival level. From a mobile city lord. In fact, many mobile cities had similar contribution systems. After all, it was a better way to mobilize the residents' enthusiasm and encourage contributions to the city. Li Yi then officially announced the contribution system and instructed Lin Wu, Ning Wan, and Lin Xia to pack their belongings and move to the upper section. He also specifically selected 5 staff members to record the contribution system, all receiving T3 treatment. As soon as the announcement went out, a large number of residents eagerly signed up. After all, T3 treatment was considered very good, just slightly below that of combat personnel, but without having to participate in external battles. TSK, upgrading to a level 2 city really is great. The space has increased so much. Old Joe sighed. Right, Ali. I also heard that some mobile cities have even built roads in the middle section, and residents there drive small cars. There's really such a thing? Lee was surprised. To build roads in the middle section, that would probably require a level 4 or even level 5 mobile city, right? Upon thinking it through, he realized that Tomorrow was currently stationed in the wasteland zone, which was just a level 1 area, so the things they could see were indeed very limited. Only by heading toward a broader world could they gain a wider vision. After becoming a level 2 city, Tomorrow had to leave the wasteland zone. The resources produced by this level 1 area could no longer meet its development needs. After crossing the serene lake, the eternal night zone loomed not far ahead. There was no light, no movement, only endless darkness spreading in all directions. It stood in stark contrast to the warm sunlight by the serene lakeside. I wonder what's over there, Li Yi thought silently, then waved his hand. Let's go. We're heading to the eternal night zone. Tomorrow activated and began moving north. Staring at the approaching eternal night zone, Li Yi nodded gently. There, he and his companions would face a brand new challenge. At that moment, he suddenly thought of another issue. According to intelligence, there were 3 mobile cities from the human faction in the wasteland zone. The Lone Sail and the Silence were both at the Serene Lake. So where was the remaining level 2 city? Meanwhile, in the western part of the wasteland zone, a massive creature was moving between the mountains. It was the missing level 2 mobile city, Iron Digger. Its front section was equipped with 2 giant, retractable metal jaw plates filled with rotating sharp drill bits, while both ends of the city had massive spider-like mechanical climbing limbs. Dozens of steel cranes stretched across the deck. At this moment, this level 2 city was skillfully climbing between the mountains. Exhaust pipes spewed thick smoke with a sulfur smell, and the steel cranes anchored atop a Discover mine. Miners wearing goggles fastened themselves with safety ropes onto the cranes while drilling and blasting at the cliffs, then used the steam pulleys on the cranes to transport the mine or back onto the deck. Unlike the Lone Sail and the Silence, which had become predatory cities, this level 2 city had chosen a different path, surviving in the mountains. Its lord was a burly man with a thick beard and a wind hood. Watching the scene before him, he nodded in satisfaction. Work faster. We'll be heading to the plateau zone next. Boundless darkness. This was what Li Yi felt at the moment. The Tomorrow had already been traveling in the Eternal Night Zone for over an hour. It was pitch black here, with little movement, making one feel uneasy. No light fell from above. Only thick, impenetrable lead gray clouds loomed overhead. The mobile city, with its searchlights on, moved forward in the silence, like a lone boat adrift in the deep sea. Through the glow of the searchlight, Li Yi saw the scene ahead. Twisted car wreckage, long-abandoned town ruins, forests with utterly withered trees, rotting rivers. He watched and couldn't help but shake his head. He still didn't know what exactly this place was. The Tomorrow didn't actually have many choices. The wasteland zone was about to be destroyed and could not be stayed in for long. To its west was the Level 1 zone, Basin region. To the south, the Level 1 desert zone. To the east, it was still unexplored. If that, too, was a Level 1 zone, then there wouldn't be much point in heading there. In that case, the Eternal Night Zone became one of the few available options. With that thought, Li Yi opened the system panel. Time until next intelligence refresh. 4 hours, 23 minutes, 15 seconds. Number of intelligence, 5. This intelligence refresh lasted a total of 2 days, which likely meant it was of good value. During this period, Li Yi certainly couldn't remain idle. He needed to think of ways to gather some resources. As a Level 2 zone, the Eternal Night Zone could widely produce resources like Level 2 iron, ore, Level 2 saltpeter, Level 2 coal, and Level 2 blueprints. What Li Yi most hoped for at the moment was to quickly find more Level 2 iron ore. After all, the Tomorrow had just been promoted to Level 2, and the production workshop still had a series of Level 2 projects urgently waiting to be built. Whether it was the Blood Tier Ripper heavy machine gun, the Black Hawk helicopter, or the Iron Dome city armor, all required a large amount of Level 2 iron ore. Furthermore, the Tomorrow's current energy consumption had also increased. After all, its size was much larger than before, and maintaining the city's daily operations required more city energy. Li glanced at his watch. It was now 8:43 a.m. Logically speaking, it should have been a bright and sunny moment. Yet all he saw before him was darkness. And it wasn't just today. In the Eternal Night Zone, every day looked like this. Li then headed to the fields in the mid-tier district, where residents were busily planting a batch of Level 1 crop seeds. They would grow over the next week or two, enriching the dining tables aboard the Tomorrow. To provide lighting for the crops, Li had specifically built a batch of regular fluorescent lamps in the production workshop and had the residents construct greenhouses to install them. This regular item, fluorescent lamps, was loot from the Terror Alliance. Li had casually picked it at the time, not expecting it to turn out to be so useful now. For a long time to come, the greenhouses would keep the lamps on, which would further increase the Tomorrow's energy consumption. City electricity. Li couldn't help but think of this term. Even though it had been promoted to a Level 2 city, the Tomorrow's current energy supply was still far from being able to provide electricity for daily life. Each resident's daily usable electricity, 0. It was something unavoidable. At present, the Tomorrow's energy consumption had to be prioritized for regular mobility, greenhouse crop lighting, as well as city camouflage and energy shield. When it's promoted to Level 3 or a higher level, maybe then the city energy will have surplus, Li thought. To better investigate the surroundings, he had specially crafted a searchlight through the production workshop and installed it atop the watchtower. Lin Wu had even mounted a rotating base beneath the searchlight to allow it to swivel 360 degrees. At that moment, the lookout Lin Xia was controlling the searchlight, sweeping the distant roads back and forth to scout the situation. "Ailey, should we send out a convoy to explore the area?" Old Joe walked over and offered a suggestion. "See if there are any mines or oil fields nearby. That way we can start extracting resources too." As the Tomorrow resumed land-based travel mode, the speedboats within the fleet were retrieved one by one and placed in the lower shipborne area. The Storm Infantry Vehicle and Convoy 1 and 2 could now be reactivated. At present, both the parking zone and the shipborne zone of the Tomorrow had expanded considerably, able to accommodate as many as 40 to 50 off-road vehicles or speedboats. Once it reached a higher level and its internal space further increased, It might even be able to house an entire fleet. You mean external exploration? Li thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then let's. Report. Emergency situation 3 kilometers ahead, came Lin Xia's voice from the watchtower. A large-scale zombie swarm is incoming, and they appear to be Level 2 zombie swarm. What? Li Yi and old Zhou exchanged glances, their expressions changing simultaneously. Li Yi immediately rushed to the watchtower at full speed and took the binoculars from Lin Xia. As Lin Xia directed the searchlight toward the distance, he too saw the scene several kilometers away. Zombies. Densely packed zombies, numbering in the tens of thousands. They surged toward the tomorrow like a boundless sea of decay. In addition to the usual level 1 zombies, Li also saw many different forms of zombies. Towering 4 to 5 meters tall, with hardened keratin armor-like skin, massive brood zombies. Slender and skeletal, with grotesquely expanded rib cages and throats mutated like amplifiers. Female screeching banshees. Oozing pus from rotting bodies, secreting corrosive fluid that eroded the ground, corroders. Limbs mutated into spider-like appendages, crawling with the agility of spiders and seemingly capable of spraying webs, web weavers. There was no doubt, these were all level 2 zombies. Brutes, screeching banshees, corroders, web weavers. They really are coming in strong this time. In the cockpit, Lin Wu picked up a pair of binoculars and muttered. When I heard the bounty hunters in Field Town talk about these things, I was still wondering what kind of monsters they were. Turns out they're level 2 zombies. Li then raised his hand and gave orders. All combat personnel to the deck. Prepare for battle. Ning 1, ready the lava cannon and frost cannon for immediate fire. Tang Fong, turn around and outrun the zombie swarm at full speed. Old Zhou, get the storm infantry vehicle out of the garage. The zombies had already sensed the tomorrow from afar and began charging forward at a frenzied pace. While retreating and changing direction, the tomorrow's level 1 cannons began firing in succession. Huge explosions erupted into the sky, and hundreds of zombies were instantly blasted into ashes. But this did little to stop the advance of the zombie swarm, for their numbers were simply too vast. Through the binoculars, Li noticed that those level 2 zombies took minimal damage from the cannon bombardment and still retained mobility. He couldn't help but shake his head. Level 1 cannons were practically unstoppable in the wasteland zone, but against level 2 creatures, their damage was reduced. The zombies themselves were already incredibly fast, and it didn't take long for the first wave to catch up to the tomorrow. The zombies at the very front were immediately sucked into the treaded wheels. The cracking of bones was drowned in the roar of the engines, and flesh was crushed into pulp by the wheels. But the zombies still came on in droves. After all, they were emotionless and mindless bloodthirsty monsters. Very soon, the zombies began climbing on top of each other like a human pyramid, gradually swarming the tomorrow like an army of ants. On the deck, the combat personnel opened fire recklessly with their heavy machine guns and Peregrine Falcon assault rifles. Level 1 zombies were instantly shredded and fell one after another. However, the weapons had minimal effect against level 2 zombies. Finally, the first zombie climbed up onto the platform, followed by the second, the third. Leading them was a tyrant standing 4 to 5 meters tall. It let out a sudden roar and charged forward head-on, enduring the dense firepower. Following close behind were the screeching banshee and the web weaver. The screeching banshee unleashed high-pitched shrieks, the sharp sound waves nearly bursting eardrums and disrupting balance. The web weaver crawled agilely across the deck, occasionally spraying webs that entangled the combat personnel and even the heavy machine guns and cannons. Meanwhile, the corroder continued climbing. The corrosive liquid oozing from its body began to erode the tomorrow's city armor. More and more zombies reached the deck, and the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Just then, a torrent of concentrated firepower swept in, tearing through the zombie swarm. It was the storm infantry vehicle that Li Yi had old Zhou bring over. This level 2 vehicle was now unleashing firepower freely on the lift platform. The hard-to-kill tyrant was subsequently gunned down, and the zombies on the deck were wiped out. As the lift platform slowly rose, the climbing zombie swarm came into the storm infantry vehicle's view. Under the barrage of the Stinger autocannon and the Rattler machine gun, the zombies clinging to the Tomorrow and the front line of the zombie swarm were all slaughtered. The Tomorrow finally reached top speed and roared away. Half an hour later, it had completely shaken off the zombie swarm. At that moment, the expressions on everyone's faces on the deck were filled with lingering fear. Among all the monsters in the wasteland, zombies were the most terrifying. These creatures existed in overwhelming numbers and felt no fear whatsoever. Once they spotted a living person, they launched into a frenzy. As long as one suffered even a scratch from them, even just from their fingernails, they would be immediately infected. What was most terrifying was their unimaginably high speed. They could easily catch up to convoys in mobile cities. Once zombies invaded the deck and began spreading, the entire mobile city would fall. Lee swiftly confirmed the casualties. Thanks to the timely arrival of the storm infantry vehicle, the initial zombie incursion onto the deck was stopped, resulting in only 3 combat personnel casualties. 2 of them were overwhelmed by the first zombies that climbed up because they were too far away. The last one was bitten by the agile webweaver. At this moment, his wound began turning black from infection. The veins protruded like tiny black snakes, and web-like black-purple patterns surfaced on his skin. His breathing became rapid, his heart pounded violently, his eyes turned ferocious, and his body began twitching uncontrollably. Those bitten by zombies all turned to zombies. "He can't be saved now," Lin Wu said. "Better to end his suffering quickly." Li nodded to old Zhou, who then shot the man, ending his pain. Lin Wu then wheeled himself in front of Li Yi and expressed his thoughts. Although they had escaped danger, the Tomorrow needed to promptly clean out the zombie flesh and remnants stuck in its treaded wheels. If not removed, the remains could become more deeply lodged as the city moved, potentially jamming a wheel component and causing malfunction. In addition, the rear deck of the Tomorrow had sustained heavy damage and required replacement. The damage came from 2 sources. First, the corrosive fluid from the Level 2 zombie corroder eroded the deck during its climb. Second, while the storm infantry vehicle was strafing the clinging zombies, many bullets pierced the zombies' bodies and struck the deck. A trace of worry appeared in Li Ye's eyes. The Eternal Night Zone was shrouded in darkness from all directions, and it was extremely difficult to observe the full surroundings relying only on searchlights. As a Level 2 zone, this area was frequently inhabited by Level 2 monsters, posing a high threat. If the Tomorrow stopped on its own for repairs and obstacle clearance, it could very likely encounter danger. If only there were a safe harbor like Roland Fortress, he sighed. In the time that followed, the Tomorrow continued moving, while Li Yi assigned people to clean the zombie corpses and bloodstains from the deck. The loot from Level 1 zombies remained meager, whereas the items dropped by Level 2 zombies were significantly better. Some dropped 15 to 30 crystal coins, others dropped a Level 1 submachine gun, and one even dropped a Level 1 city armor blueprint. If it had been before, Li Yi would have been ecstatic. But now that the Tomorrow was fully equipped with Level 1 gear, these resources were no longer appealing. A dozen minutes later, Lin Xia in the watchtower made a new discovery. Report. A mine has been spotted 2 kilometers northeast. A mine. Li Yi perked up instantly upon hearing that. Mines in Level 2 zones were usually Level 2, capable of producing resources like Level 2 iron or Level 2 saltpeter and Level 2 coal. For the Tomorrow, which had just upgraded to a Level 2 city, these were truly valuable resources. The Level 2 iron or mine would be prioritized for crafting Level 2 heavy machine guns, Blood Tier Rippers. These had a 30% damage bonus when attacking non-structure and vehicle targets, making them devastating monster killers. After facing the Level 2 zombie swarm, Li Yi had developed a slight fear of insufficient firepower. He now wished he could build a dozen Blood Tier Rippers and place them all over the Tomorrow. "Proceed southeast immediately," he ordered at once. However, Lin Xiao's hesitant voice came through the voice tube at that moment. "Report. There are monsters at the mine, a group of level 2 kobolds currently mining. Kobolds? There was a trace of doubt in Lie's voice. It wasn't strange for monsters to appear in a mine. What puzzled him was Lin Xia's hesitant tone. And what Lin Xia said next left him momentarily stunned. These level 2 kobolds are also infected. They're all zombies now. When Li reached the watchtower and picked up the binoculars, he got a clear look at the mine. The entire level 2 mine was of medium scale and could yield a considerable amount of level 2 iron ore. And as Lin Xia had described, over 100 level 2 kobolds wandered the mine, now turned into zombies. Their heads still retained canine contours, but most of their fur had fallen off, revealing bluish-gray rotting flesh and yellowed fangs. Some of these kobold zombies wandered aimlessly around the mine, while others blankly swung mining pickaxes to continue mining. Li couldn't help but frown slightly. Could even the monsters of the wasteland be infected and turned into zombies? What exactly was going on in this eternal night zone? Then he waved his hand and issued the command. Everyone on the Tomorrow, prepare for battle. We're taking that level 2 mine. The Tomorrow swiftly entered combat mode. Combat personnel hurried back and forth across the deck plates, taking their positions. Cannons and heavy machine guns locked onto their targets in sequence. Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the Storm Infantry vehicle were already positioned on the lift platform. The platform had been upgraded in size and could now deploy them all at once. Sensing movement in the distance, the kobold zombies all turned their heads. Their decayed, murky eyeballs writhed, and their ferocious faces twitched intermittently. Next, they howled in succession and charged at the Tomorrow. Once infected, these creatures became unusually fast, and their bodily resistance to damage had increased a notch. The Tomorrow immediately opened heavy fire, a torrent of firepower blanketing the swarm of kobold zombies. Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the Storm Infantry vehicle led the charge. The Stinger autocannon, heavy machine guns, and rockets bombarded the enemies in waves. Since their numbers were not great, the group of kobold zombies was quickly eradicated. Once the mine was confirmed safe, the Tomorrow lowered the lift platform. A group of residents wielding mining pickaxes landed and rushed toward the mine, beginning excavation swiftly. While working, everyone glanced around nervously at the darkness that blanketed everything beyond the perimeter, their faces showing unease, prompting them to hasten their actions. Atop the watchtower, Lin Xia operated the spotlight, casting beams into the distance in a rotating pattern, continuing to stand guard. Li eagerly began searching the corpses of the kobold zombies. These were level 2 creatures. Their drops were much better than level 1 monsters. There might even be level 2 blueprints or ready-made items. It was practically like a lottery. Compared to level 1 monsters, the loot from level 2 kobolds was indeed generous. Some dropped 3 units of level 2 fabric, others 20 crystal coins, some dropped level 2 mining pickaxes, and a few even dropped 5 units of level 2 iron, or in one go. What surprised Yi the most was that he actually found a level 2 blueprint. Item name, Bloodletter Combat Dagger. Item level, level 2. Bonus effects, 1. Penetration plus 15%. 2. Damage plus 10%. Crafting requirements, 2 units of iron ore, level 2. This is actually pretty good. Li was surprised. With bonuses to penetration and damage, this could be considered a very solid melee weapon. And it was cheap to craft, requiring only 2 units of level 2 iron ore for each. This could be distributed to every combat personnel engaging in offensive mining operations. 198 units of level 2 fabric, 352 crystal coins, 74 units of level 2 iron ore, 7 level 2 mining pickaxes, and 1 level 2 item blueprint. Li Yi, satisfied, brought all the loot back to the warehouse. However, just then, he suddenly heard a series of sharp screeches from afar. After spending so many days training in the wild, he was all too familiar with such sounds. He immediately shouted, "Tang Fong, activate the energy shield at once." Seconds later, explosions erupted across the Tomorrow. Fortunately, it had activated the energy shield in advance, remaining completely unharmed. Through the spotlight on the watchtower, Li Yi saw a massive figure several kilometers away. It was also a level 2 mobile city. He instantly figured it out. The enemy had clearly been attracted by the activity at the mine and had come to ambush the Tomorrow. Judging from the sound of the explosions, this was clearly a level 2 cannon. If it weren't for the Tomorrow having the energy shield, this would have been a disaster. Li Yi immediately ordered the Tomorrow to return fire and dispatched the patrolling storm infantry vehicle along with Convoy 1 and Convoy 2 to engage. The two sides engaged in fierce combat in the darkness for over 10 minutes. Realizing that the Tomorrow was a tough nut to crack, the enemy ceased fire and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Li Yi remained alert while instructing the residents to accelerate the mining operation. As the excavation concluded, the residents, visibly relieved, quickly stowed away their mining pickaxes and boarded the lift platform back to the deck. The Tomorrow swiftly recalled Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the storm infantry vehicle, then accelerated to withdraw from the area. Li did a quick tally of his gains. After fully extracting resources from this mine, he had obtained a total of 552 units of level 2 iron ore, 123 units of level 2 saltpeter, 23 units of copper ore, and 202 units of level 2 coal. During the earlier battle, the Tomorrow had only expended some shells and city energy. Losses were minimal. But more concerning to Li Yi was, the Eternal Night zone was like a dark forest, and everyone in it was a gun-wielding hunter. No one could discern whether the other party they encountered was friendly, nor could they be sure if the other side harbored any goodwill toward them. In the wasteland, trust was a luxury. Mobile cities moving through the wilderness always maintained a high level of vigilance. At the first sign of another city, everyone prepared for combat and kept their distance. In the perpetually dark and visibility-obstructed Eternal Night zone, this tension only escalated. For survival and development, mobile cities had to explore the wilds, extract resources, and attack monster strongholds. But all such activities would create disturbances in this forest, inevitably drawing other armed hunters. Thus, shoot first, ask questions later had become everyone's unspoken rule. With darkness as cover, ambushes were easy to pull off. If successful, one could seize another city's resources, population, and ongoing projects in their survival workshop. Li Yi had now begun to grasp the brutal survival conditions of the Eternal Night Zone. "Gotta be more cautious from now on," he murmured. In the time that followed, Li Yi went straight to the production workshop and crafted 2 Blood-Tier Ripper heavy machine guns. As level 2 heavy machine guns, the Blood-Tier Rippers had barrels, feed systems, cooling units, and recoil dampeners all in blood red. Their ominous presence sent chills down one's spine. Level 1 iron ore could produce 15 rounds of heavy machine gun ammo, whereas level 2 iron ore could yield 30 rounds. Li Yi opted to use level 1 iron ore to make 3,000 rounds of machine gun ammo. He couldn't bear to use level 2 iron ore for bullets right now. Next, he used 50 units of level 2 iron ore to craft 25 bloodletter combat daggers and distributed them to the combat personnel. This was not only for outward assault, but also to ensure the fighters were equipped to battle in case a level 2 zombie swarm breached the Tomorrow's deck. The bloodletter combat daggers were entirely pitch black, designed in a triple-edged spiral form, and treated with a non-reflective coating. When holding one in hand, Li Yi could faintly sense the destructive force it held within. "Truly a fine weapon," he nodded, keeping one for himself. Those who received a bloodletter combat dagger were instantly enamored. Even Ning Wen and Tang Fong couldn't resist asking Li Yi for one. "You two are non-combat personnel. What do you need this for?" Li shook his head helplessly. "If you want one, trade for it with your contribution points. Only professionals or those in management could exchange for the bloodletter. Ordinary residents were not allowed to do so." Li Yi was well aware in his heart that such a highly destructive weapon was classified. If it were freely distributed, it would easily lead to chaos. As the mining ended, the residents all heaved sighs of relief. putting away their mining pickaxes and quickly riding the lift platform back to the deck armor. Everyone's expression visibly looked much more relaxed. Although contribution points earned from external work were plentiful, the danger was also high, almost second only to combat personnel. Not long after, a new round of intelligence was refreshed. Finally, it's here. Lee nodded lightly. He hoped that this time the intelligence would provide some insight into the Eternal Night Zone, at least clarifying the situation of this Level 2 zone. This time, the system refreshed a total of 1 ordinary, 1 excellent, 1 rare, and 2 superior intelligence entries. 1 hour ago, the Level 1 mobile city Jagged was destroyed. This city survived for 2 days, 14 hours, 27 minutes, and 35 seconds in the Eternal Night Zone. Intelligence value, ordinary. 2. As of now, there exists no survivor towns within the Eternal Night Zone. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. Your current location is Forest of Death in the Eternal Night Zone. This area contains only 1 safe harbor. Intelligence value, rare. 4. Despite a valiant battle, the Mobile City Alliance Crescent was ultimately annihilated. All 3 of its members were Level 2 mobile cities. Intelligence value, superior. 5. 37 kilometers directly west, a survivor caravan is on the verge of collapse. Their fuel has been completely exhausted, and the caravan has come to a halt. This caravan possesses 1 Level 2 upgrade blueprint. Intelligence value, superior. As always, Lee analyzed the intelligence as he read. Starting with the first entry. A Level 1 city was destroyed, surviving in the Eternal Night Zone for less than 3 days. In fact, the venture of a Level 1 city entering a Level 2 zone was risky, yet still relatively common across the wastelands. This was mainly because the materials yielded in Level 2 zones were a whole magnitude higher than those in Level 1 zones, and the drop rate for Level 1 items and Level 1 blueprints from Level 2 creatures was higher, allowing Level 1 cities to develop rapidly. Therefore, even though the Apocalypse sect had warned about the dangers of the Eternal Night Zone, many mobile cities still ventured forth. If one were lucky enough to take down a weak creature and obtain a Level 2 finished product, that would be a major windfall. But then again, that Level 1 city didn't even last 3 days in the Eternal Night Zone. Lee pondered. This Eternal Night Zone is evidently far too dangerous. The second piece of intelligence. No survivor towns exist in the Eternal Night Zone. This could imply that the survival pressure of this Level 2 zone was immense, rendering it impossible for survivors to persist via towns. The third intelligence entry was still somewhat useful. So this was the Forest of Death in the Eternal Night Zone, and, thankfully, there was at least 1 safe harbor. Lee hoped to find this safe harbor soon to gather more intelligence and acquire some resources. The fourth entry. The Level 2 City Alliance Crescent had perished for unknown reasons. 3 Level 2 mobile cities, gone just like that? Lee was shocked. What exactly happened? The fifth entry. A desperate caravan still possessed a Level 2 upgrade blueprint. Upgrade blueprints were extremely precious strategic resources. Their function was to upgrade lower-tier items to the next level. For instance, if the Tomorrow had a rifle-type Level 2 upgrade blueprint, it could be input into the production workshop and assigned to the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle. Then resources could be consumed to forge it into a Level 2 firearm, enhancing its performance. After upgrading to a Level 2 city, the original Level 1 items were not entirely useless. The upgrade blueprint allowed them to continue to shine. Li immediately ordered Tang Fong to head directly west. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Although this batch of intelligence carried substantial information, what he truly wanted to understand was the specific conditions within the Eternal Night Zone. What kind of creatures were here? How many predatory cities were present, whether there were wild bosses, the regional distribution patterns. If the next round contained epic-level intelligence, he hoped it would be related to these topics. Over an hour later, the Tomorrow encountered the stranded caravan. After seeing the caravan clearly through the searchlight, Li couldn't help but exclaim, "This caravan is quite capable." This survivor caravan possessed 5 Level 2 off-road vehicles and 1 Level 2 cargo truck. The caravan members were equipped with Level 2 bulletproof vests and Level 2 firearms, and they even appear to have Level 2 daggers. Judging from their appearance, each of them seemed to be battle-hardened, having survived in the Eternal Night Zone for quite a few days. Upon seeing a mobile city approaching, the survivors of the caravan revealed expressions of mixed surprise and uncertainty. Li then sent Old Zhou to explain their intentions. The leader of the survivors proceeded to trade with Li. They handed over a Level 2 upgrade blueprint, and in exchange, the Tomorrow provided fuel, fresh water, food, and other resources. Li gladly agreed. The Tomorrow had plenty of food, including blue heart potatoes, noodles made from morning wheat, a sufficient reserve of fresh water, and several hundred units of Level 1 fuel. Very soon, the various resources were piled into small mounds. Li didn't feel the slightest regret. After all, the sheer scale difference between the two was evident. As a Level 2 mobile city, the Tomorrow could carry far more resources than a caravan. It was once estimated that the resources of a mobile city could simultaneously sustain over a dozen survivor caravans. Seeing the supplies in front of him, the survivor leader immediately let out a deep breath. With this, his caravan could resume operations once more. But Li Yi was even more delighted, because the type of this Level 2 upgrade blueprint turned out to be a cannon. This meant he could upgrade either the Molten Cannon or the Frost Cannon to Level 2. This time, we've really hit the jackpot, he thought to himself. Compared to this blueprint, the supplies provided by the Tomorrow were nothing at all. After the trade, both parties proceeded to exchange intelligence. From this, Li learned that this survivor caravan originated from the Basin region. They had been navigating the Eternal Night Zone for over a month. Although it's very dangerous here, the resources are extremely good, the leader said. But now we plan to return to the Basin region and establish a town to live in. Since you've lived here for over a month, are you clear on what the situation is like here? Li asked. The leader shook his hands repeatedly at this. Zombies, they're everywhere. And there are creatures infected by zombies too. This survivor caravan had only lingered around the periphery of the Eternal Night Zone and had not chosen to venture deep. But even so, the pressure they faced was immense. The outer area was filled with zombies. Every few hours of travel would bring a zombie swarm. On the rare occasion they found a resource point, it would be crawling with infected Level 2 creatures. Coupled with the perpetual darkness in this region that severely hindered visibility, the survival pressure on the caravan was simply overwhelming. From his words, Li also learned a bit about the conditions in the Basin region. As a Level 1 zone, the Basin region was about the same size as the Wasteland zone, with decent resources. There were quite a few caravans, survivor towns, and mobile cities. The Basin region also housed a monstrous civilization, a species of creature known as bear men. In addition, there was a Level 2 mobile city in the Basin region. However, it was not a predatory city. This Level 2 city was powerful, yet surprisingly friendly. It often extended aid to struggling caravans and mobile cities, providing them with resources and blueprints to support their development. That really is a rare thing. Li couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On the Wasteland, there existed both predation and mutual aid. After a brief exchange, the survivor caravan took its leave. Say, Ailey, that caravan had a decent setup, and their members seemed fairly experienced in combat. Why didn't you invite them to join the Tomorrow? Old Joe asked. Li simply shook his head gently. Each person has their own path. Not everyone was accustomed to life aboard a mobile city. Some preferred to be lone wolves. Others chose to live in communities within urban ruins, while some traveled with family and friends in caravans. Next, Li Yi went to the production workshop and input the Level 2 upgrade blueprint, focusing his attention on the screen. You may currently designate one cannon for upgrade. Frost Cannon Level 1, Level 2 requires 150 units of Level 2 Frost Oregon added effects. Range plus 50%. Freeze intensity plus 20%. Molten Cannon Level 1, Level 2 requires 150 units of level 2 lava Oregon added effects. Power plus 50%. Inflicts burning effect on target. Both are excellent. Lee nodded repeatedly. Typically, crafting a level 2 cannon required not only the proper blueprint, but also 300 units of the corresponding level 2 rare ore and 1 level 2 crystal. However, upgrading merely required consuming resources to upgrade an existing level 1 cannon. This not only reduced the amount of ore needed, but also eliminated the need for crystals. Most importantly, after the upgrade was completed in the production workshop, the level 2 production project for that item would be unlocked as well. Therefore, upgrade blueprints were often significantly more valuable than regular blueprints. With this in mind, the level 2 hunter cannon production project Li Yi had seized suddenly didn't seem all that desirable. Li Yi planned to prioritize upgrading the molten cannon. Given its already impressive firepower, it would become even more formidable after the upgrade. At that moment, the Tomorrow was still advancing in darkness. To conceal itself, Li Yi had ordered the majority of lights aboard the Tomorrow to be shut off, leaving only essential passageways illuminated. Even the 2 searchlights on the Tomorrow had their brightness reduced. In fact, searchlights were the easiest way for a mobile city to give away its location. A mobile city, being a massive creature, naturally used extra-large searchlights. Each had a diameter of over 2 meters, with a power output of 50 kilowatts and an illumination range of 5 to 10 kilometers. In darkness, they were essentially beacons guiding enemies directly to them. Though this was well understood, mobile cities couldn't afford to turn off their searchlights completely. Without them to illuminate the terrain ahead, a mobile city could easily crash into small hills or swamps, stalling progress. If only we had a city radar system, Li thought. Radar could scan the terrain within a certain radius and relay the data to the helmsman. That way, the Tomorrow could shut off all lights and stay completely hidden in the dark. After assigning personnel to their shifts, Li Yi began his next plan. As the Tomorrow had expanded significantly, the middle deck had become much roomier. Li Yi specifically selected an area on the middle deck to begin constructing a public canteen. Building a public canteen aboard a mobile city was far simpler than one might imagine. After confirming the construction project in the production workshop, the mechanical arms and universal work claws aboard the Tomorrow activated. By consuming level 1 iron, ore, and wood, the production workshop created a series of rivets, steel plates, cast iron stakes, wall panels, and long tables with benches. These were then transported to the middle deck via conveyor belts. Accompanied by slight tremors, the operating mechanical arms emitted white steam as they drove the cast iron stakes into the steel rail base of the middle deck. The universal work claws grabbed a large number of wall panels and placed them nearby. Under the leadership of Lin Wu, the ordinary residents stepped forward one by one to fix the wall panels in place and fasten them with rivets. As the public canteen began to take shape, the universal work claws picked up the long tables and benches from the conveyor belt and placed them inside the canteen, where the residents arranged them properly. Next, the mechanical arms started operating at the top of the public canteen, locking and joining the iron tiles delivered via the conveyor, then securing them with steam rivet guns. After several hours of busy work, the public canteen was successfully completed. It had 2 floors and could accommodate over 150 people at once. Its construction consumed a total of 80 units of level 1 iron ore and 150 units of level 1 wood. By the way, the public canteen did not currently provide food. Li Yi built it simply to offer everyone a place where they could sit down, eat, and chat. After all, the rooms for ordinary residents on the Tomorrow were only 9 square meters in size. Once the new batch of level 1 crops matured, Li Yi would be able to launch territory services in the public canteen. That would only take a week or 2. According to his plan, the public canteen would recruit a few chefs and several staff members to operate, and the meals sold inside will be measured by contribution points. As for the recruitment of staff, Li naturally left the task to Lin Wu. Considering that Lin Wu was already serving as the deputy and had many territory affairs to handle daily, Li decided to have him train another mechanic, so that he could fully focus on his duties as a deputy. Lin Wu had already decided on a candidate for this. It was the person Li Yi had previously assigned to him. After wrapping up these matters, Li Yi returned to the Lord's room on the upper deck. Now, the upper deck was much livelier. Lin Wu, Lin Xia, Ning Wen, and others had moved to the upper deck, while Old Zhou and Tang Fong had been there from the beginning. Li Yi lay on the bed and thought for a while, then closed his eyes for a brief nap. When he woke again, he instinctively glanced at the time. It was 3:25 in the afternoon. Normally, the sunlight would be intense at this hour, yet the outside remained completely dark. The tomorrow continued traveling as usual. It appeared nothing had occurred in the past few hours. Per Li Ye's instructions, the brightness of the two searchlights had been significantly reduced. One of them still shone forward, while the other was operated by Lin Xia to scan the distance and scout the situation. Li began to address his meal. Today's lunch included 1 serving of instant noodle cups, several boiled blue heart potatoes, a serving of whole wheat biscuits, 1 egg, and a bottle of cola. Naturally, the place he chose to eat was the public canteen. According to Old Zhou, the canteen had opened right after it was built, and many residents had flocked there to eat, making the atmosphere especially lively. Li listened and nodded. Once the tomorrow's conditions improved in the future, he planned to construct a series of public facilities on board. However, he had just gotten halfway through his meal when the sound of an explosion came from nearby. Li immediately set down his food and rushed onto the armor plating. Through the binoculars, he barely managed to discern the scene in the distance. There seemed to be 2 mobile cities engaged in battle. His vision was impaired by the darkness, so he couldn't make out how many cannons and combat personnel were on the armor plating of the 2 cities. He could only judge from their size that both were level 1 cities. Lin Xia, turn the searchlights to full power, he immediately ordered. When the searchlight was turned to its maximum brightness, Li Yi saw one of the level 1 cities clearly. There were very few cannons and heavy machine guns on its armor plating, and it had no convoy. In stark contrast, it was equipped with numerous cranes, mechanical arms, and work claws, all fully outfitted. This appeared to be a fully equipped, level 1 engineer-type city. When the searchlight turned to another city, he was instantly stunned. That wasn't a mobile city piloted by the living at all. It was a zombie mobile city. Standing atop its armor plating were all ferocious-faced zombies. The zombie gunners operated the cannons with their rotting arms and opened fire. The zombie lookouts held binoculars, roaring as they reported the battle situation to their comrades. Nearby was also a zombie convoy belonging to it, with zombies wielding firearms and rocket launchers, roaring as they fired. Li couldn't help but furrow his brows. These zombies actually had intelligence? Not only could they use weapons, they could even operate a mobile city for combat. What made him even more uneasy was that all these zombies wore blood-red uniforms, seemingly belonging to their own faction. The zombies' combat style was similar to that of human mobile cities, but one point was particularly terrifying. They had a kind of cannon with an extremely large muzzle, and what it launched was not shells but zombies. Zombie gunners stuffed a group of zombies into the cannon muzzle, aimed at the human mobile city, and fired. With a thunderous boom, these zombies were launched onto the enemy's armor plating. Among them were even level 2 zombies. Tyrants, screeching banshees, web weavers, corroders. As soon as the web weavers landed on the armor plating, they quickly dispersed. The screeching banshees let out piercing screams and launched their assault, while the tyrants crashed into the plating like shells, then slowly stood and began their charge. The corroders exploded upon impact, releasing corrosive fluids that rapidly ate away everything around them. As the cannons fired in succession, a downpour of zombies rained down upon the mobile city. This method was actually far more effective than conventional cannon bombardment. Once the zombies landed, they invaded the armor plating and spread like a virus, gradually overtaking the mobile city. Naturally, quite a few zombies also perished during the launch process. But to zombies, these mindless and emotionless bloodthirsty creatures, such losses meant nothing. "Ali, should we step in?" Old Joe asked. Li quickly nodded. "Do it." Let's take down this zombie mobile city. The level 1 engineer-type city had very weak combat capabilities and stood no chance against this monstrous mobile city. Tomorrow had to take action. As the searchlight shone on the zombie mobile city, the cannons on Tomorrow simultaneously opened fire. That zombie mobile city was instantly engulfed in violent explosions. The lift platform lowered, and Convoy 1, Convoy 2, along with the storm infantry vehicle deployed. With Tomorrow's intervention, the battle turned one-sided, and the zombie mobile city was ultimately eliminated. The lord of that mobile city soon arrived at the armor plating via the lift platform to thank Li Yi. What surprised Li Yi was that the lord was a young man of around 23 or 24 years old, named Zhou Xing. According to him, this mobile city was called Engineer, originating from the Basin region, and had 57 members. Just as Li Yi had expected, Engineer was indeed a fully equipped, level 1 engineer-type mobile city. Zhou Xing had inherited the lordship from his late father. To develop quickly, he chose a bold path. That was to venture into the Eternal Night Zone and mine a series of level 2 resources in the wild, then return to the Basin region to resell them. Considering Engineer's insufficient combat strength, Zhou Xing had teamed up with another lord to travel together. Both were cautious, and their targets were primarily level 2 resources refreshed in the wild and resource points not occupied by monsters. When they occasionally encountered patrolling monster squads, they would also strike and collect the loot. As for mines and zombie towns occupied by large numbers of zombies, they didn't even spare them a glance, choosing to avoid them whenever possible. Since level 2 items often sold for high prices in level 1 zones, both level 1 cities developed rapidly. Thus, even after receiving the evacuation notice from the Gospel of Apocalypse, faced with huge profits, the two still chose to risk staying in the Eternal Night Zone. But the day things went south arrived swiftly. While the two mobile cities were mining at a site, two level 1 zombie mobile cities appeared. Their companion quickly fell, and although Engineer managed to escape by a stroke of luck, it was still pursued by one of the enemies. Li found this somewhat unexpected because, generally speaking, level 1 mobile cities often opted to become assault-type cities, which gave them a higher survival chance in the wild. Support-type or defense-type cities, on the other hand, were more team-oriented. Engineer-type cities were the weakest of all. Looking at the engineer before him, Li couldn't help but have a thought. He had personally witnessed the value of a fully equipped, level 1 engineer-type city. To better explore zones and gather resources, Tomorrow needed to start forming its own city alliance. And an engineer-type city, like Engineer, was naturally a prize target. We have to find a way to bring it in, Li Yi thought. In this battle, Engineer suffered over a third of its forces and casualties. If not for Tomorrow's intervention, it likely would have been annihilated. Do you know where the safe harbor is around here? Li asked. Zhou Xing shook his head blankly. There's actually a safe harbor here, he asked in confusion. I'm not sure. Li also had people search the zombies' corpses and collect the loot. After all, wasteland monster corpses were also a type of resource. To express his gratitude, Zhou Xing then offered Li Yi a batch of resources. It was a full 152 units of level 2 iron ore, which Engineer had mined from the site. Li gladly accepted it. He was currently in need of that resource. Afterward, Li turned to look at the nearby zombie mobile city. It had already turned into a wreck, with many areas still burning with residual flames. Li thought for a moment, then made his decision. He had to board this monster city's armor plating to see what exactly was going on. Although the zombies had already been cleared out, for safety's sake, Li still selected 20 combat personnel to accompany him. They carried firearms and Gale rocket launchers, wore bulletproof vests, and had bloodletter military daggers strapped to their waists. More than enough to guarantee his safety. Tomorrow slowly approached the zombie mobile city and lowered the lift platform. All combat personnel on the armor plating stood ready in front of the heavy machine guns, with 2 Bloodtear Ripper heavy machine guns primed to fire. The moment any remaining zombies appeared on the plating, they would be shot on sight. The group stepped onto the armor plating. What caught Li's eye first were the uniforms on the zombie corpses. The emblem on the uniforms was shockingly a decayed ring. It had a black-green base and was woven from twisted white bones and rusted iron thorns. At the center was a crowned, rotting zombie head. Below the emblem was a line of small text. "We are decay. We are also eternal." Looking at it, Li couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply. "Looks like a fully formed zombie dynasty," Lin Wu, who accompanied him, remarked. "If my guess is right, it might just be the monstrous civilization of this level 2 zone." Li also nodded lightly. Next, he looked around at the surrounding armor, plating, and buildings, and frowned once more. Compared to human mobile cities, this zombie mobile city and its buildings were constructed entirely from a mixture of flesh and metal. When Li stepped on it, the plating even squirmed slowly like it was alive. This bizarre and eerie sensation made one's skin crawl. Lin Wu turned his gaze to a spot. "Lord, look at these zombie cannons. They're also extremely abnormal." Li immediately waved his hand, signaling to Lin Xia aboard the Tomorrow to shine the spotlight onto the cannon. The moment the light fell upon the cannon, his expression changed dramatically. The cannon used by the zombies was not a conventional regular cannon as commonly understood, but a twisted and grotesque fleshy artillery piece. The surface of the barrel was covered in dark red wriggling flesh, filled with pulsating blood vessels and mucous membranes. The barrel was inlaid with white bones, and the base of the cannon was completely fused with the armor plating. Not only Li Yi, but even those around him turned pale. Li carefully examined the shells used by the zombies. The material of the shells was a combination of metal, gunpowder, and flesh. "Lord, did you notice?" a combat personnel member said in a trembling voice. "This cannon has absolutely no operating mechanism." Li was startled and looked again with closer scrutiny. Aiming device, cast iron breech, hydraulic bolts. Just as he said, there wasn't a single control mechanism on this cannon. Then how did the zombie operate and fire it? After searching carefully around the cannon, Li found a slot. The slot was neither too large nor too small, just the right size to fit an arm. He couldn't help but close his eyes and focus his thoughts. During battle, the zombie gunner placed their arm into the slot, and the fleshy cannon connected to their consciousness, aiming and firing with their thoughts. That was probably the only explanation. But why did zombies possess such advanced technology? "Let's go take a look at the cockpit," he said. The cockpit of this zombie mobile city was even more astonishing. It resembled a living, fleshy chamber. The walls were covered in a semi-transparent biological membrane, within which a network of pulsing blood vessels and glowing neural bundles could be seen, seemingly able to transmit messages at any moment. Instrument panel, steering wheel, throttle, brakes. There were no driving controls in the cockpit, only a few slots identical to those on the cannon body. Most likely, the zombie helmsmen operated the entire mobile city by inserting their arms into those slots. Flesh tech. This term suddenly emerged in Li Ye's mind. It was originally a concept from science fiction novels and games, usually referring to technology that merged organic biological tissues, nervous systems, and even living organs with mechanical systems. Such buildings and ships would exhibit a bizarre hybrid style of living tissue and machinery, combining the softness of biological organs with the precision of mechanical structures. At this moment, flesh tech was so vividly displayed before Li Ye's eyes. I'm afraid that inserting their arm into the slot not only allows them to control the cannon and city, but also enables a mental link through these vascular networks and glowing neural bundles, Lin Wu speculated. In that way, they can share combat information in real time and execute combat commands immediately. Li nodded gravely. He had already faintly suspected this. His gaze couldn't help but pass through the cockpit window, looking deeper into the eternal night zone. Clearly, many secrets were hidden here. "Let's go. We'll check out the production workshop," he waved. Even monstrous mobile cities must have a series of production projects in their production workshop. Li intended to take a look and perhaps find something usable, a living, breathing industrial organism. That was Li Ye's first impression upon seeing the production workshop. It didn't look like any mechanical structure. Instead, it resembled some kind of massive flesh organ, and it even radiated warmth. Li tentatively approached the device in the production workshop and verified his lord's wristband. A series of Level 1 production projects immediately appeared on the screen. Everyone was shocked when they saw it clearly, and Li Ye's expression also changed. What lay before them was a list of production projects that were utterly flesh cannon. Requires 200 units of flesh, 100 units of white bone, 150 units of iron, or to craft. Skeletal city armor. Requires 300 units of white bone, 100 units of flesh, 300 units of iron, or to craft. Heavy bone city tires. Requires 500 units of white bone, 150 units of iron, or to craft. Stitch treads. Requires 150 units of flesh, 200 units of white bone, 100 units of stitching thread, 200 units of iron, or to craft. Disgusting. This is just too disgusting. Old Joe couldn't help but speak up. Li also shook his head repeatedly. He hadn't expected that the city accessories of a zombie mobile city would actually require flesh and white bone. This was far beyond what he had imagined. These grotesque Level 1 production projects. He didn't want a single one. After all, he was still human and could not accept the idea of using flesh and bones to enhance a city. Moreover, he had no idea where to gather those materials. Upon hearing what Li Yi and his group had seen in the zombie mobile city, Zhou Xing's expression also changed. This lord did not return to his own mobile city, but instead, under Tang Feng's lead, briefly toured the Tomorrow. After seeing the Tomorrow's series of configurations and Level 2 items, he couldn't help but feel envious. Seeing Zhou Xing hesitating to speak, Li Yi gently nodded. In truth, this visit was arranged by him with the very intention of stirring Zhou Xing's interest in the Tomorrow, so that he could naturally bring up his offer. Would you be willing to join my city alliance and become my companion? Li Yi asked. Zhou Xing thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. For a Level 1 mobile city, exploring a Level 2 zone like the Eternal Night Zone was simply too dangerous. Having a Level 2 city as a companion would undoubtedly allow for better development. In fact, for the vast majority of Level 1 cities, once they reached full configuration at Level 1, their development within Level 1 zones hit a bottleneck. At that point, the choices became very limited. First, find a location with abundant freshwater and mineral resources and settle there as a Level 1 fortress. Second, within Level 1 zones, try to collect Mobile City Promotion Blueprint, City Structure Blueprint, City Crystal, City Alloy, and other resources to upgrade to a Level 2 city and head for a Level 2 zone. Of course, this would involve fierce competition, and some might be stuck for years. Third, proceed to a Level 2 zone as a fully equipped Level 1 city. As for the addition of the engineer, Li naturally welcomed it with open arms. A fully equipped Level 1 engineering-type city, such a functional companion, was a rare find. If resources were gradually invested to nurture the engineer, it could become a tremendous asset to the Alliance in the future. Then I'll set the invitation code for Channel K1 and send it to you, he said. Zhou Xing was instantly stunned upon hearing that. You actually have a city radio? Upon learning that Li Yi not only had one, but that it was also a Level 2 radio, he was so excited he didn't know what to say. Energy shield, storm infantry vehicle, city camouflage, and now a Level 2 city radio. This Level 2 city's configuration was utterly outrageous. Clearly, he had found an exceptionally powerful ally. What a twist of fate! He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After encountering the zombie mobile city and losing his fellow companions, he had been completely disheartened. He never expected such a dramatic turnaround, leading him to such a promising path. Li Yi proceeded to set the invitation code, SH5215, and informed Zhou Xing. A few minutes later, City Communication Channel, K1, members, 2/12. Engineer, hello. Tomorrow, I can see you. Engineer, this is unbelievable. This is a Level 2 city radio. It can accommodate up to 12 members. Tomorrow, Our members will keep increasing in the future. After a brief chat with Zhou Xing, Li closed the city radio. After all, this thing consumed a considerable amount of energy and couldn't stay on all day. Once his City Alliance members gradually increased, Li planned to open it at fixed intervals. Brotherly, should we give the City Alliance a name? Tang Fong reminded from the side. Li thought for a moment, then spoke. Let's call it the Tomorrow Alliance. Accompanied by a few roaring sounds, the Tomorrow and the engineer started up and drove into the depths of the Eternal Night Zone. Li immediately convened Old Zhou, Ning Wen, Lin Wu, and others for a meeting to discuss what they had seen in the zombie mobile city. This Eternal Night Zone is very strange. I suggest we leave this area as soon as possible and head to a new zone. Old Zhou spoke with evident worry. Ning Wen hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. I agree with Uncle Zhou. Li looked at Lin Wu. What about you, Lin Wu? Lin Wu adjusted his glasses. I think we need to figure out what's going on in the Eternal Night Zone. Li nodded. In fact, his thoughts aligned with Lin Wu's. No matter what's happening in the Eternal Night Zone, we must get to the bottom of it, he said. A new day arrived. When Li opened his eyes, it was still pitch black outside. He glanced at the time and saw that it was 6:43 a.m. Without bothering to get dressed, Li opened the system to check. The system's cooldown had reset. Time until next intelligence refresh. 5 days, 16 hours, 52 minutes, 59 seconds. Number of intelligence entries, 6. A refresh interval of 6 days. Looks like this batch of intelligence will be valuable. Li nodded. After washing up and stepping out of the armor plating, he found the combat personnel already conducting routine patrols. Seeing the Lord approaching, they all waved in greeting. Li returned the gesture briefly and then walked toward the warehouse. There, he picked up a vegetable bun for breakfast. The filling of the vegetable bun was made from recently harvested emerald lettuce, and it tasted quite good. The food and fresh water of the Tomorrow were distributed uniformly through the warehouse, and residents received them by paying contribution points. Since there was no registered electronic system yet, Li had recruited a staff member to record transactions on paper. As the Lord, he naturally didn't need to accumulate contribution points, let alone pay. With over 5 days remaining until the next intelligence refresh, the Tomorrow couldn't just sit idle. It had to explore more zones and gather resources. What surprised Li was that the engineer could still supply level 1 fuel. This was mainly because it possessed a level 1 item. Item name, Goblin Fuel Processing Device. Item grade, level 1. Attached function, insert 5 units of wood and 1 unit of fresh water to process into 1 unit of fuel, level 1. What a great thing. Li couldn't help but marvel. For the Tomorrow at its current stage, there were far too many areas in need of fuel. Whether it was the Waveblade speedboat on water, the off-road vehicle and storm infantry vehicle on land, or the Goblin helicopter in the sky, all of these vehicles required fuel supply. The Tomorrow itself needed even more fuel. After upgrading to a level 2 mobile city, the fuel required for its daily operations had drastically increased. In fact, level 1 fuel could hardly meet its demands anymore. Only level 2 fuel would suffice. All in all, wood and fresh water were fairly easy to obtain resources in the wild. Li thus provided the engineer with 200 units of fresh water and 1,000 units of wood, instructing it to help craft 200 units of level 1 fuel. Soon, the fuel flowed through the pipelines of the engineer into the Tomorrow's storage compartment in a steady stream. Li touched his chin, deep in thought. For now, the level 1 fuel was enough. So, it was time to consider expanding the scale of their vehicles. First, although the off-road vehicle currently on the Tomorrow was a level 1 vehicle, it could be equipped with the level 2 heavy machine gun Bloodtear Ripper. Such a convoy would still be capable of putting up a fight against the zombie swarm. It had to be said, a level 2 zombie swarm posed an extremely high threat to a mobile city. Without a convoy forming a frontline shield, the zombie swarm would rush the mobile city and breach its armor plating. If distance wasn't quickly widened and too many zombies got caught in the treads and wheels, the mobile city would stall in the wild. Second, the Tomorrow currently owned a level 2 flying vehicle. The the Black Hawk helicopter. Once built and equipped with level 2 heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, it would undoubtedly become a powerful aerial firepower support unit. In peacetime, the Black Hawk helicopter could also carry goods and explore new areas. Although the vision was great, one realistic problem lay before Li Yi. He severely lacked level 2 iron ore. Zombie swarms, bonfire outposts, patrol convoys, watchtowers, fortresses, flesh-mobile cities, fortified strongholds. Over the next 2 days, the Tomorrow encountered multiple zombie bases and vehicles. Li became increasingly certain that these zombies were the level 2 civilization of the Eternal Night Zone. However, he still didn't know the scale or base of this zombie civilization. The zombies charged in aggressively, and battles erupted again and again. At these times, the Bloodtear Ripper proved extraordinarily effective. With just one sweep of its firepower, zombies charging the Tomorrow and the Engineer were torn apart like paper. Even the heavily defended Tyrant couldn't withstand its bullets. Combined with the Tomorrow's Molten Cannon, Frost Cannon, and the Storm Infantry vehicle deployed outside, the Tomorrow relied on this powerful firepower to win multiple skirmishes. Zhou Xing, the Lord of the Engineer, broke into a cold sweat as he witnessed all of this. The danger level of the Eternal Night Zone far exceeded his imagination. If not for traveling with the Tomorrow, he didn't know how many times the Engineer would have perished. Though the battles were perilous, Li still had some concerns in his heart. There were too many enemies in the wild. Ambushes came too frequently. To stay safe, the Tomorrow needed to keep moving at all times. During these 2 days, the Tomorrow had consumed a large amount of bullets and shells. With the energy shield deployed for defense, the city energy had also been significantly depleted. Moreover, the Tomorrow's wheels and treads had accumulated a lot of zombie remains. The armor deck had sustained damage from the zombie swarm's intrusion and urgently needed to find a safe harbor for repairs. A few minutes later, the Tomorrow and the Engineer unexpectedly came across a strange mobile city. After picking up the binoculars and taking a glance, Li gently shook his head. No saving it. Through the searchlight, Li saw its appearance clearly. It possessed the outline of a whale, and the lower shell of the city had striations resembling baleen. Combined with its dark gray urban camouflage, it truly resembled a giant whale. There aren't many cannons and heavy machine guns on the armor plating. The city armor is incredibly thick. This seems like a defensive-type level 2 city. Li speculated. At this moment, the unfamiliar mobile city was densely covered in zombies climbing all over it. Moreover, the entire city had come to a complete halt on the spot. Li shook his head and prepared to issue a retreat order. Just then, that level 2 city emitted a distress siren. Li paused in surprise, then turned back to look. It was only then that he noticed something odd. This defensive-type city did not appear to have fallen. Its city armor had fully closed, securely protecting the mid and lower-tier areas. Although the zombies clung to it like a black tide, they could not penetrate it. With a thunderous boom, the level 2 city began to counterattack. Following a muffled sound, an urban accessory on the upper deck of the level 2 city slowly activated. It was a row of entangling scythe chains, each spanning 30 to 40 meters in length and width, composed of dozens of heavy steel cables, with curved scythes installed at equal intervals along each cable. Each curved scythe was 2 to 3 meters long, with blades incredibly sharp. As the scythe chains activated, the zombies clinging to the city armor were swiftly slashed away in large numbers. What a powerful defensive weapon! Li exclaimed in awe. Each sweep of the weapon could annihilate over 100 zombies. It was simple and highly effective. Not only that, but its city armor also emitted a strong electric current, instantly electrocuting and shaking off the zombies clinging to it. During this time, Li noticed a detail. The tires and treads of the level 2 city were filled with countless zombie remains. He immediately guessed the situation. Thanks to these efficient defensive mechanisms, this defensive-type level 2 city had managed to safely search resource zones in the wilderness. However, as time passed, more and more zombie swarms attacked. Its tires and treads gradually became clogged with zombie remains, eventually forcing it to come to a halt in the wild. After some thought, Li made a decision. Let's help him out. Maybe we can gather some intelligence on the Eternal Night Zone from them. Tomorrow slowly closed the distance. The Storm infantry vehicle launched from the lifting platform, and together with the Blood-Tier Ripper on the armor plating, swept the zombie swarm with wild gunfire. Before long, the zombie swarm was completely wiped out. After confirming the area was safe, the Level 2 city slowly retracted its city armor. Residents from the mid and lower tiers walked out of their rooms, and upon confirming the danger had passed, they began cheering one after another. The opposing lord then rode the lifting platform over to tomorrow's armor deck and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Li Yi. He was a sturdy man in his 30s, named Fang Yong. According to him, this defensive-type Level 2 mobile city was called Iron Whale. Iron Whale, like Engineer, came from the Basin region and currently had 150 members. 2 months ago, after advancing to a Level 2 city, Iron Whale set out to develop in the Eternal Night Zone. The zombies in the Eternal Night Zone shocked Fang Yong and his people. But fortunately, Iron Whale's defenses were strong, allowing them to search for resources in the wild safely. Now, even though they had escaped danger, Fang Yong still looked troubled, because Iron Whale's tires and treads were clogged with a large number of zombie remains, and as a defensive-type city with specialized Level 2 city armor, Iron Whale was not equipped with a universal work claw or mechanical arm, making cleanup difficult. To make matters worse, its fuel was nearly depleted. Repairing and clearing obstructions while stationary in the wild was always extremely dangerous, especially in a place like the Eternal Night Zone. Upon learning of Fang Yong's plight, Li gently waved his hand. This is easily arranged. I have a companion whose city is an engineer type, and it can even help you process fuel. It was only then that Fang Yong noticed the Level 1 city following tomorrow. Mechanical arms, universal work claw, thunder crane. After clearly seeing these city accessories, his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. A fully equipped Level 1 engineer-type city, the 3 mobile cities thus clustered together. Iron Whale completely ceased operations. Engineer began its work, while Tomorrow took up the role of guard. What was nauseating was that even though many zombies had been crushed under Iron Whale's tires and treads, with their bodies mangled, some were still moving. Amid several rumbles, the mechanical arms, universal work claw, and thunder crane on Engineer's armor deck activated one after another. The universal work claw slowly approached the treaded wheels. The multiple precision work attachments mounted above it also started up, beginning the bulk excavation of zombie remains. The mechanical arms were fitted with steam pipelines, their nozzles aimed at the gaps between the wheels and treads. Activate flushing procedure. As the mechanic pulled down the mechanical valve, high-pressure steam whistled out of the pipes, the scalding white mist sweeping through the crevices. The entangled zombie limbs melted away and peeled off from the steel grooves. The mechanical apprentices aboard Engineer wore leather aprons reinforced with rivets, holding high-pressure steam sprayers, carefully cleaning the tight spaces unreachable by the pipe nozzles. Not only that, but Engineer also connected an input pipeline to Iron Whale. A continuous stream of Level 1 fuel, processed by various Goblin devices, flowed into Iron Whale's fuel compartment. After a little over an hour, Iron Whale resumed operation. Thank you so much. Fang Yong gripped the hands of Li Yi and Zhou Xing tightly. If it weren't for them, he truly had no idea how Iron Whale could have escaped its predicament. To express his gratitude, he provided 200 units of Level 2 iron ore to each of them. What surprised Li Yi was that Fang Yong actually knew the location of Safe Harbor in the Forest of Death. I was just about to head back. Let's travel together, Fang Yong waved. Li Yi and Zhou Xing exchanged a glance, then placed their hands on Fang Yong's shoulder. By the way, are you interested in joining our city alliance? Join you. Fang Yong was taken aback. He couldn't help but start thinking seriously. Tomorrow was a Level 2 assault-type city with decent equipment. It looked like a solid companion. But what attracted him even more was that the accompanying engineer was a fully equipped, level 1 engineer-type city. With such a companion, Iron Whale could not only receive fire support, but also regular maintenance, obstacle clearing, and fuel supply. This would obviously make traveling in the wild much safer. The more Fang Yong thought about it, the more tempted he became, especially upon learning that Tomorrow possessed a city radio and was even a level 2. He became extremely excited. Whether a city alliance had a city radio made all the difference. Only with a city radio could one truly call it an alliance. Without it, it was nothing but scattered sand. All right, I agree to join. He nodded in response. After receiving the invitation code shared by Li Yi, the Iron Whale joined the K1 city communication channel. Seeing his two companions in the channel, Li Yi couldn't help but nod. With a defensive-type city and an engineer-type city now secured, his Tomorrow alliance had begun to take shape. He planned to recruit a fire support-type city and then a few assault-type cities. The 3 mobile cities thus set off. Over a dozen hours later, Li Yi laid eyes on the so-called safe harbor that Fang Yong had mentioned. It turned out to be a level 2 fortress standing tall on the plains. Its scale was several times larger than Roland Fortress. The city walls of this level 2 fortress were not made of brick or stone, but welded from multiple layers of composite armor plating, each piece up to 2 meters thick, covered in rivets and cooling pipes. Gear hinges were also installed at the joints of the city walls, allowing it to slowly adjust its posture when necessary. Atop the city walls were over 30 level 1 cannons, 8 level 2 cannons, along with heavy machine guns and automatic crossbows. During this time, Li also noticed that the city walls of this level 2 fortress were riddled with scars, bloodstains, bullet holes, and traces of explosions. This level 2 fortress seems to be frequently under attack by zombies, he pondered. After a series of steam whistle exchanges, the fortress gates slowly opened, and the 3 mobile cities drove in one after another. As a level 2 fortress, its interior was far more spacious than Roland Fortress, almost the size of a small town. Industrial district, farmland district, town district, marketplace district, parking and rest area. The fortress was clearly divided into these zones, bustling with people. Convoys, mobile cities, bounty hunters, fortress residents. Countless individuals moved about the streets. Li roughly estimated the population of this fortress to be over 10,000. On the wasteland, that was already an astonishing number. Surrounding the fortress was a mining area and a freshwater lake, typical features for a fortress of this scale. A fortress administrator drove over to guide the 3 mobile cities. Li Yi and his group were directed to the southwest parking and rest area of the fortress. It was a vast open space with white paint outlining various parking zones in different sizes. From bounty hunters' motorcycles to survivors' off-road vehicles to level 1 mobile cities, level 2 mobile cities. At this moment, there were over 100 vehicles and more than a dozen mobile cities parked in the designated area. Beside the parking zones was the industrial district, convenient for people to purchase vehicle parts, hire labor to repair vehicles, and mobile cities. The fortress administrator informed Li Yi that this level 2 fortress charged an accommodation fee for visitors. Level 1 motorcycle, 20 crystal coins/day. Level 1 off-road vehicle, 50 crystal coins/day. Level 1 mobile city, 300 crystal coins/day. Level 2 mobile city, 500 crystal coins/day. As for lone wanderers, they were free of charge. Li had no objections to this. After all, the level 2 fortress provided a safe harbor. Its walls, cannons, and heavy machine guns needed maintenance, and combat personnel had to be paid. It was only fair that visiting convoys and mobile cities paid a bit of accommodation fees. He also specifically inquired about the cost of opening a store in the marketplace. According to the administrator, renting a storefront in the fortress cost 4,000 crystal coins per month. If calculated by day, it was 300 crystal coins/day. Additionally, the fortress charged a 10% transaction tax. Understood, thank you. Li nodded. His attention was then drawn to the nearby mobile cities. There were a total of 15 level 1 mobile cities and 7 level 2 mobile cities. I didn't expect there to be so many level 1 mobile cities here. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. But thinking about it carefully, this was actually a common phenomenon. After all, the number of mobile city promotion blueprints, city structure blueprints, and city crystals produced in level 1 zones was truly limited. For a level 1 mobile city to gather them all was extremely difficult. Only resource-rich forces like the City Alliance could possibly gather everything. The vast majority of level 1 cities would typically try to head to level 2 zones to seek opportunities once they reached full level 1 configuration. Overall, most cities, like the Engineer, ended up as traders. But this was, after all, a level 2 zone. The longer one stayed, the more dangerous it became. What surprised him the most was that 3 level 2 mobile cities had identical paint and banners. Holy white coatings, a broken bronze cross on the banner, an eye opened at the center, and 12 asymmetric light blades floating on the sides. So these 3 level 2 cities all belonged to the Apocalypse sect? Lee couldn't help but frown slightly. He had heard before that this faith-based faction worshipping wasteland gods was powerful, and now he had witnessed it firsthand. According to Lie's plan, he intended to rest in the fortress for 3 days, then make further plans once the next round of intelligence refresh arrived. In the meantime, he could engage in territory trade, purchase supplies, and recruit personnel here. The tomorrow thus began its rest period. This time, the maintenance and repair tasks no longer needed Lin Wu to lead. The engineer could handle them with ease. Li quickly headed to the marketplace to get a general idea of level 2 resource prices. Iron ore, 38 crystal coins / unit. Coal, 42 crystal coins / unit. Fuel, 50 crystal coins / unit. Rare vein ores range from 60 to 100 crystal coins / unit, while rare vein crystals cost between 700 to 12,000 crystal coins / piece. Too expensive. He couldn't help but furrow his brow tightly. These prices seem a bit inflated. That said, these level 2 resources were essential for level 2 city development. Since the city auction house event, the 40,000 plus crystal coins Li had on hand were already spent. What he had saved over these recent days was hardly anything, barely enough to cover 3 days' accommodation and store rental fees. At that moment, Lords Zhou Xing and Feng Yong stepped forward. Li instantly realized something, slapping his forehead. He was no longer a lone wolf. He had a whole alliance now. He needed to think from the perspective of the entire alliance. The 3 parties thus briefly exchanged their respective needs. To maintain combat capability in the wild, the Tomorrow needed at least 1,500 units of level 2 iron ore and 400 units of level 2 lava ore in order to craft the Blood Tier Ripper machine gun, Black Hawk helicopter, and level 2 lava cannon. The Iron Whale needed 1,000 units of level 2 coal. As a level 2 defensive type city, while its power was strong, its consumption of city energy was also quite high. Level 1 coal and level 1 fuel were no longer sufficient. The engineer currently had few needs. As a fully configured level 1 city, it was exactly stuck at the bottleneck of advancing to level 2. Zhou Xing told the others that the engineer had already obtained the mobile city promotion blueprint. What it lacked were 1,000 units of level 1 city alloy, a city structure blueprint, and a city crystal. Li nodded in response. All right, we'll figure out a way to help you gather the resources needed for level 2 promotion. The 3 parties each reviewed the money they had on hand. The Tomorrow currently had no money at all. The Iron Whale wasn't much better off. Its crystal coins had mostly been spent on purchasing defensive city accessories, fuel, and repairs. Unexpectedly, the engineer had money. It had managed to save over 25,000 crystal coins. The reason was simple. The city accessories and blueprints required by a combat engineer-type city faced little competition, and the prices were at least half that of others. Moreover, it didn't need to spend resources to build a large number of cannons, heavy machine guns, convoys, or cultivate a large number of combat personnel. This saved another chunk of money. Li did a quick inventory of the projects he could sell by opening a shop. After reaching the Eternal Night Zone, a Level 2 region, items like the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle, Gale rocket launcher, and Level 1 off-road vehicle no longer had much of a market. The only likely profitable avenue was contract manufacturing of Level 2 items. Currently, the Tomorrow possessed 9 Level 2 item production projects, 7 of which came from the lone sale. The most likely to be a hot seller was the Blood Tier Ripper. This Level 2 heavy machine gun proved astonishingly lethal against zombies. To expand their shop's product range and boost competitiveness, the three decided to open the store together. The Tomorrow offered a total of 22 items for contract manufacturing and sale, whereas the Iron Whale and Engineer combined had fewer than 10. The reason was straightforward. As an assault-type mobile city, the Tomorrow had high efficiency in collecting resources in the wild, whereas the Iron Whale and Engineer, one being defense type and the other functional type, lacked strong combat power and therefore were slower at resource gathering. After arranging the shop's sale items and assigning personnel, Zhou Xing returned to the Engineer to continue routine order-taking for income. As a combat engineer-type city, the Engineer was fully equipped with various repair-type city accessories and had trained a batch of mechanics and mechanical apprentices. Compared to the repair shops in the fortress, this city dedicated to construction and repair offered higher efficiency and better craftsmanship, and its main clientele were mobile cities. Out of curiosity, Li asked Zhou Xing about the going rates. The Engineer's fees depended on the extent of damage. Level 1 cities were charged between 500 to 1,000 crystal coins. Level 2 cities were charged between 2,000 to 500 crystal coins. In just a few minutes, the Engineer received orders from 1 Level 2 city and 3 Level 1 cities. After completing repair and troubleshooting for the Tomorrow, it had to get back to business. Li couldn't help but sigh with emotion. City accessories faced little competition, were especially popular among city alliances, and could even generate income through job orders. The advantages of a combat engineer-type city were truly many. Its only shortcoming was its extremely poor survival ability in the wild. While running a stall in the fortress, Zhou Xing also began recruiting personnel. Generally speaking, very few people were willing to join a combat engineer-type mobile city. Thus, as the Lord, Zhou Xing took the initiative to recruit wherever he went, recruiting a few here, a few there, gradually building up the city's population bit by bit. Li Yi and Fang Yong then began managing the shop. He priced the Blood Tier Ripper at 6,000 crystal coins per unit, or 200 units of Level 2 iron, or for contract manufacturing. However, to his disappointment, there were already 2 models of Level 2 heavy machine guns available in the marketplace, and the pricing was highly competitive. The best-selling item in the shop remained Cola. Second to that was the Level 2 melee weapon, Bloodletter Military Dagger. This weapon's appearance was overly striking. Just a single glance made people fall in love with it. Lone wolves in the wild, bounty hunters, survivors in convoys, lords of mobile cities, and even upper management in the fortress. Everyone wanted to own one, even if not for battle. Just wearing it or playing with it casually felt excellent. During this time, Li made another arrangement. That was to have his deputy Lin Wu lead a few people to begin recruiting new residents for the Tomorrow. A Level 2 mobile city could accommodate 5,000 to 10,000 people, yet the Tomorrow currently had only around 200 residents, leaving the entire city feeling empty. In the future, it would build the Black Hawk helicopter, new convoys, and even a new fleet for aquatic navigation, all of which required a large workforce. Moreover, the middle deck of the Tomorrow had begun large-scale planting of Level 1 crops, and tending to the fields also demanded many hands. On top of that, extracting resources in the wild, routine cleaning and maintenance of the city, and staffing the public canteen and storage compartment. All of these required people. In truth, it wasn't just the Tomorrow. More than a dozen mobile cities docked for rest at the fortress were also recruiting. However, overall, the Tomorrow still held competitive advantages. It had a full Level 1 setup as its foundation, and between Level 2 finished items and production projects, it had more than a dozen in total. In addition, the living conditions it offered weren't bad either. New arrivals to the Tomorrow did not become slaves, but directly joined as ordinary residents. Its daily food supply included blue heart potatoes, pasta made from morning wheat, instant noodle cups, emerald lettuce, and great-tasting fresh water provided by the Jiuan city purification system, as well as snacks like whole wheat biscuits and sakama. Once the fields and a new batch of level 1 crops on the upper deck matured, the dining table of the Tomorrow would become even more diverse. A few hours later, Li Yi did a quick tally of the earnings. 8,270 crystal coins, 520 units of level 2 iron ore, and 813 units of level 1 iron ore. Cola and the Bloodletted military dagger contributed to more than half of the sales revenue. Li Yi couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. These returns might be decent for a level 1 city, but for a level 2 city, they weren't even enough to fill the gap between the teeth. He hadn't been idle while the shop was open. He had strolled around the marketplace. There were 2 items that caught his eye. Blueprint for level 2 flamethrower city burner, with an added effect of plus 20% range and plus 10% damage, requiring 50 units of level 2 iron ore to craft, priced at 4,000 crystal coins. Blueprint for level 2 vehicle bedrock off-road vehicle, with an added effect of plus 15% defense and plus 10% speed, requiring 200 units of level 2 iron ore to craft, priced at 3,000 crystal coins. Aside from that, Li Yi specifically searched for level 2 rare ores. To his regret, there were no level 2 molten or for sale at the marketplace, only level 2 frost ore. This batch of ore contained as many as 482 units, priced at 65 crystal coins. Eyeing these resources greedily, Li Yi couldn't help but feel financially strapped. The Tomorrow had no money to begin with, and even the store's startup and docking costs have been fronted by the engineer. Blueprints for the level 2 flamethrower, level 2 vehicle, level 2 frost, or plus over 1,000 units of level 2 iron ore he wanted to purchase. All of this together would cost a full 50 to 60,000 crystal coins. In addition, Fangyang's iron whale had its own needs. 1,000 units of level 2 coal. Blueprint for level 2 defensive city treads trailblazer, with added effects of plus 20% stability and plus 15% defense, requiring 600 units of level 2 iron ore to craft, priced at 5,000 crystal coins. The only one without much need and with cash to spare was the engineer. In just a few hours, it had already completed several jobs and had earned 6,000 crystal coins in one go. Zhou Xing simply handed over all the crystal coins he had to Li Yi for allocation. Li Yi then took stock of the money on hand. Adding up the profits from a shop, what Zhou Xing gave, and the small amount remaining from the Tomorrow and the Iron Whale, he had a total of just over 40,000 crystal coins. Seeing this, Fang Yong made a concession. He politely declined the 20,000 crystal coins Li Yi offered and only accepted 5,000 to purchase the level 2 coal. Money should naturally be spent on the Blade's Edge. The Tomorrow is currently our alliance's main combat force. It's necessary to build the level 2 convoy, the Black Hawk helicopter, and level 2 cannons, he replied. Level 2 treaded wheels aren't an immediate necessity, so we can hold off on them for now. Li Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. For now, they simply didn't have enough money, so this arrangement would have to do. But there was no need to worry. By running the shop in the fortress for a few more days, they'd be able to earn enough to purchase the necessary supplies. Purchase level 2 frost, or purchase level 2 vehicles, purchase level 2 flamethrowers. As he kept buying, Li Yi realized that he had run out of money. Seeing this, Fang Yong simply handed over his 5,000 crystal coins to Li Yi for him to use. What about fuel for your iron whale? Li Yi asked. Fang Yong waved his hand. There is still some coal and fuel left aboard the iron whale, and with the engineer, they could also process level 1 fuel using fresh water and wood. Pooling the resources of the 3 cities, they could barely gather enough fuel to support the Iron Whale's field operations. After purchasing the supplies and bringing the iron or earned from the shop back to the Tomorrow, Li also checked on Lin Wu's situation. The recruitment was going fairly well, Lin Wu had already recruited more than 50 people. According to Li Ye's plan, he intended to recruit around 100 people here. We're still short on money. Right now, we don't even have enough to buy level 2 iron ore, he said, patting Fang Yong on the shoulder. Let's go, back to business. On the fortress wall, 2 patrol personnel were chewing on bread and chatting absent-mindedly. So unlucky. Why is it our turn to stand watch again? One of them complained. I feel like my health condition is getting worse and worse. You should count yourself lucky. The other person curled his lip. Compared to the convoys the Lord sends out for exploration, we got it pretty good. We only have to stand watch from time to time. You can still care about your health. Those who go outside for exploration often lose their lives. Stand watch. The patrol personnel looked up at the pitch-black sky. It's long night every day now. What's the difference? After finishing off the remaining bread in his hand, he rubbed his hands together and casually tossed the wrapper over the city wall. Overall, he was fairly content with his current life. The salary for patrol personnel was decent, and meals were provided daily. He didn't need to risk his life going out for exploration like others. Hey, have you noticed that the zombie swarm attacks have been getting more frequent this past month? His companion asked. Recently, there was even a zombie mobile city. The patrol personnel frowned. Thinking carefully, it did seem to be the case. Just then, the fortress wall beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. The two snapped back to reality and quickly observed their surroundings. It wasn't just the wall. Even the ground was shaking. This was an earthquake. Earthquakes didn't follow such a rhythmic pattern. One of them realized what it was and immediately directed the nearby spotlight into the distance. What they saw was a black tide surging from the horizon. The zombie swarm was upon them again. Seeing this, the two of them instantly turned pale. The fortress had faced zombie swarm attacks in the past too, but the scale had usually been in the hundreds or thousands. Just minor scuffles for the fortress. Occasionally, zombies would form a human wall, but those were quickly mowed down by heavy machine guns. But this time, the number of zombies reached into the hundreds of thousands. And it wasn't just level 1 zombies. There were also large numbers of tyrants, corroders, and screeching banshees, all level 2 zombies. Even worse, under the spotlight's illumination, the two also spotted the source of the tremors. It was none other than over a dozen zombie mobile cities. Among them, several were even level 2. At the very center of the zombie swarm was a level 2 zombie city with a crimson coating. Sitting in the cockpit was a zombie clad in a blood-red uniform. He seemed to be the supreme commander of the zombie swarm. This zombie commander wore a half-rotted military uniform, with a silk sash draped diagonally from his left shoulder to his right waist. A ceremonial sword hung at his side, giving him a rather aristocratic air. As he slowly drew his sword and uttered an obscure and unintelligible language, the zombie swarm surged forward like it had been incited, rushing toward the level 2 fortress. The two patrol personnel were so terrified their legs gave out, and they immediately began broadcasting the alarm. Zombie swarm incoming! Zombie swarm incoming! Alarms blared across the entire level 2 fortress. Combat personnel rapidly took their positions, and the spotlights on the fortress wall swung toward the horizon. When they saw the surging zombie swarm rolling in like storm clouds, everyone's expression changed. What's going on? Fang Yong furrowed his brows inside the marketplace district. Li also looked uneasy. I've got a bad feeling. Let's hurry back to the armor deck. Just then, a shell suddenly landed near their store and exploded with a deafening blast. Li turned his head, and his face changed instantly. That was no ordinary shell. It was a zombie. He immediately understood the situation. The alarm at the fortress was due to a zombie swarm attack outside, along with zombie mobile cities. The zombies had been packed into cannons and fired into the fortress. Half of the zombies used as shells were casualties. The surviving ones staggered to their feet and began roaring as they lunged at the nearby panicked crowd. Fang Yong hadn't even recovered from the shock when a zombie charged right at him, ready to bite. In the nick of time, Li struck down the zombie with his bloodletter military dagger and saved him. Move! We need to retreat to the armored deck immediately, he shouted. At that moment, large numbers of zombie shells began falling into the fortress one after another. The zombies landed like black dots, gradually spreading throughout the fortress. Li Yi and Fang Yang's group found themselves in an extremely dire situation. The marketplace district they were in was already densely populated, making it difficult to even walk, and their store was located near the center. Along the way, a huge number of zombies fell from above, including many level 2 zombies, making the sight especially harrowing. The fortress personnel on the walls turned even more deathly pale. Watching the endless wave of zombie shells raining down, their hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The zombies' tactic was brutally effective. Even if the fortress walls could withstand the direct assault from the zombie swarm and the zombie mobile cities, the interior would gradually collapse. Now, the fall of this level 2 fortress was merely a matter of time. What shocked them even more was that the zombies had rolled out a cannon. It was a massive cannon, tens of meters long, forged from both flesh and steel, with a barrel diameter nearing 10 meters. Before everyone's stunned eyes, the zombies worked together to load the heavy shell, then lit the fuse. With a thunderous boom, the heavy fortress gate was blasted open with a ferocious gap. Those nearby hadn't even reacted before they were killed by the sheer force of the blast. The zombie swarm surged in like a tide of wheat through the breach. This fortress is done for. After witnessing the zombies swarming in through the breach, a bead of sweat slid down Li Ye's forehead. At this very moment, the situation for their group was far from good. Above their heads, a rain of zombies began to fall. The cannons of the zombie mobile city fired one after another, launching more and more zombies into the fortress. The vast majority of these zombies died either during launch or upon impact, while the surviving ones crawled out of the blast craters, roaring as they charged toward the people. Among them were not only tyrants, corroders, and screeching banshees. These were all level 2 zombies. Those bitten by the zombies were immediately infected, and the virus spread rapidly throughout the marketplace district. Li Yi and the others ran frantically while firing wildly at the surrounding zombies. However, since they only carried level 1 firearms, the effect on the zombies was minimal. Seeing this, Li Yi simply stowed away his gun and swung the bloodletter military dagger. By the time they finally managed to fight their way out of the marketplace, more than half of the people inside had already been infected. A dark mass of the zombie swarm surged out from the entrance. "Stop shooting. Run." Li Yi immediately pulled Fang Yong along. Looking around, he saw that several more breaches had been blasted into the city walls, and the tide of zombies surged into the fortress like a flood. Thanks to the evacuation notice sent out a few minutes earlier, most of the convoys and mobile cities in the parking and rest area had already begun to move. As for the few convoys and mobile cities that could not move, the people there were in situations similar to Li Yi and his group, either doing business in the marketplace or drinking and relaxing in the residential and living district, making it difficult to return in time. At this moment, it was also raining in the parking and rest area. Countless zombies landed on the armor decks of vehicles and mobile cities. The most terrifying among them were the web weavers. They leapt and climbed nimbly, pouncing on one gunner after another like hunting spiders. Li Yi then cast a worried glance toward the tomorrow. It had to be said that his usual cautious habits were finally proving useful. Although the tomorrow was undergoing rest and maintenance in the parking and rest area, at least several squads of combat personnel were on standby on the armored deck, and at least one of the 2 helmsmen was in the cockpit. By now, it had already powered up. The combat personnel on the armored deck were ready at the heavy machine guns and cannons, and the storm infantry vehicle was in position on the upper deck, beginning to sweep the surrounding zombies wildly. The engineer and Iron Whale also arrived beside it at this moment, and the 3 mobile cities began gradually driving away from the soon-to-be overrun parking and rest area. Other convoys and mobile cities in the parking and rest area followed closely behind, evacuating rapidly. After all, everyone was surviving in the wastelands, and caution had become second nature. Most had prepared contingency plans. What shocked Li Yi the most were the 3 level 2 mobile cities belonging to the Apocalypse sect. The sect members on their armor decks were remarkably well-trained. The heavy machine guns and cannons fired in unbroken succession. Combined with convoys deployed via lifting platforms to join the battle, they practically held back the overwhelming zombie swarm by sheer force. "Impressive," he sincerely exclaimed. Clearly, a book in one hand, a gun in the other, was the sect's creed. "Lord, look over there!" And nearby combat personnel pointed in panic toward a location. Li turned his head and immediately felt a sense of dread. In the distance, the opening mechanism for the fortress gate had already been overrun. It was now a dense sea of zombies. This fortress gate probably won't open anytime soon. How on earth is the Tomorrow supposed to escape? Beads of sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. In truth, what worried him even more than that was their current situation. At this moment, just a few dozen meters behind Li Yi and his group surged the dark tide of the zombie swarm. They were still several kilometers away from their own mobile city. Alongside them ran many other survivors who had escaped from the marketplace. Those who ran even a bit slower were immediately engulfed by the zombie swarm. Accompanied by a series of hissing roars, several web weavers suddenly burst out from the zombie swarm and pounced ferociously onto the leading survivors. "These zombies are seriously disgusting," Fan Yong couldn't help but shout. One person was frantically fleeing through the fallen fortress, with hundreds and thousands of zombies chasing just behind. If it were a movie, it might feel thrilling, but experiencing it firsthand was far from pleasant. However, Li Yi and his group didn't need to run for kilometers. Just a few dozen meters would do. That was because Li Yi usually acted with great caution. When he came to the marketplace to conduct business, he had specifically parked several off-road vehicles just outside and arranged for standby drivers to be ready at any moment. To ensure the vehicles could start immediately, he had also chosen parking spots closer to the main road and less likely to get blocked. At this very moment, those off-road vehicles had already been started. Seeing Li Yi and his team rushing out of the marketplace, the drivers quickly drove toward them. "Get in quick!" Old Joe shouted urgently. Li didn't waste any time speaking. He charged straight into the front passenger seat, slammed the door shut, and gestured for Fang Yong and the others to get in immediately. The group swiftly boarded the off-road vehicles. As Old Joe stepped on the gas, the vehicles accelerated away. During this, several web weavers tried to leap onto the vehicles but were driven off by the group's gunfire. Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it, if I had known it would turn into this mess. We should have parked the Tomorrow right next to the marketplace." Old Joe couldn't help but say. Li also shook his head with a bitter smile. This time, his usual cautiousness had saved his life. Fan Yong looked a bit surprised. Given how dire the situation was, Li's people had still chosen to wait for him inside the marketplace. As if sensing his thoughts, Old Joe spoke up. "He's the backbone of our crew. Without him, the Tomorrow wouldn't last." Though they had gotten into the vehicles, the situation remained grim. The industrial district, living district, and farmland district had all fallen. Zombie swarms surged from every direction, and the rainfall was only getting heavier. Their off-road vehicle felt like a lone boat adrift on a vast ocean, helpless and tossed by the storm. "It's over." Seeing the zombies flooding from both sides and behind, and a massive horde ahead, everyone's face turned pale. Just then, with a sharp whistling, several shells exploded within the horde ahead, detonating into the sky, smoke billowing. The shockwaves spread outward, kicking up a dust storm that filled the air. In an instant, a path was blasted open. The convoy seized this rare opportunity and accelerated through the horde. "That power, was it your lava cannons on the armor plating firing in salvo?" Fang Yong asked. The targeting was spot on. "Your gunners got skills." Li Yi was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly. He started off just as an apprentice gunner, even got fired from the repair bay. But people grow, eventually. As the off-road vehicle drew closer, the Tomorrow immediately lowered its lift platform and began concentrating fire to suppress the zombie swarm chasing Li Ye's group. Old Joe kept his distance precise, suddenly slammed the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle executed a sharp drift, dodging several pouncing web weavers and rushing onto the lift platform. The other vehicles followed close behind. In less than a second after the lift platform activated, a large number of zombies rushed over. Some clung tightly to the edge of the lift platform, trying to climb up. The people on the armor deck didn't give them any leeway. They immediately took aim and opened fire, shooting down the zombies one by one. After returning to the armor deck, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Li, however, stood completely stunned, because he saw over 200 people standing in the middle level. These are the people I had originally prepared to interview. Lin Wu rolled over beside him in his wheelchair at that moment. Didn't expect the incident to happen so suddenly. I could only have them all retreat back to the tomorrow. Although it was a surprise, Li had no time to worry about it. He quickly took back command authority from Lin Wu and began observing the situation. This level 2 fortress had already fallen by 90%. The spot they were currently in was the only pure land remaining. Survivors, bounty hunters, caravans, and mobile cities had all gathered together. Everyone concentrated their firepower, firing at the zombie swarm pouring in from all directions. Looking into the distance, the city wall had already been blasted open in many places. The zombie swarm poured in endlessly, including zombie convoys and mobile cities. No, we're just barely maintaining the situation right now. If we can't find a way to escape the fortress, we'll be dead for sure. He shook his head repeatedly. To rush through those breaches meant facing the surging zombie swarm. And zombies especially liked using their bodies to jam the wheels and treads of mobile cities. Just then, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Li turned his head and saw it was Fong Yong. "Let me go back to the Iron Whale," he shouted urgently. The Iron Whale is a defensive-type city. In acceleration mode, it can crash through the city wall in one go. Li's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. "I've got a helicopter right here. I'll arrange for you to board it immediately." He arranged for Fong Yong to board the helicopter and return to the Iron Whale at nearly the fastest speed possible. Once back on the Iron Whale, Fong Yong quickly issued commands, switching it into the mode previously used to defend against the zombie swarm. With a loud roar, the Iron Whale began accelerating. The level 2 city crashed straight through the thick city wall with astonishing force. Good. Li's eyes lit up instantly. The Tomorrow and the engineer followed closely behind, escaping the fortress through the breach in the city wall. Other caravans and mobile cities also turned around and fled along the same gap. During this time, everyone reached a tacit understanding and opened fire at the oncoming zombie swarm. The zombies aboard the mobile cities clearly didn't want to let the survivors go. They mobilized their cannons and opened fire, including those large-caliber cannons filled with zombies. With each booming roar, the zombies attacked from afar like a torrential rain. What a despicable move. Li couldn't help but grit his teeth. He also had to admit this tactic of the zombies was both disgusting and extremely effective. For human mobile cities, if the zombies landing on the armor deck weren't dealt with immediately, they would spread like a virus across the deck. This tactic was even more deadly than a level 2 cannon. Even worse, these shells contained level 2 zombies like tyrants, web weavers, corroders, and screeching banshees. They had far stronger vitality than level 1 zombies. Once they landed on the armor deck, they could almost immediately join the fight. One unfortunate level 1 city was hit. Its firepower on the armor deck couldn't handle the large number of zombies falling onto it. The first casualties were the combat personnel operating the cannons, heavy machine guns, and firearms. As they died one by one and turned into zombies, the armed forces of this mobile city completely shut down. The zombies surged over the entire city like a tidal wave. Very soon, it came to a halt. Actually, there are many other level 2 zombies among this zombie swarm, but I haven't had the time to introduce them to you yet. Lin Wu came to his side after getting off the helicopter, adjusted his glasses, and spoke. Li couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing that. "No need, I'm completely not interested, thanks." He then headed up to the watchtower and picked up the binoculars to observe. He saw that the city wall of the Level 2 fortress had been completely blown apart, and a series of zombie mobile cities were driving out, beginning to accelerate in pursuit of them, the survivors. Clearly, the zombies had no intention of letting them go. Brotherly, are we going to fight them? Ning Wen's voice came through the intercom. Li thought for a moment, then shook his head. There were more than a dozen zombie mobile cities there, and several of them were of level 2 scale. If the Tomorrow started a battle now, it would not end well. Tang Fong, use whistle signals to inform the Iron Whale and the engineer. Everyone accelerate and flee together. After more than an hour, they finally shook off the pursuing zombie swarm. The 3 mobile cities then slowed down and began to drive at a leisurely pace. Li had Lin Wu take the helicopter to bring Zhou Xing and Fang Yong onto the armor deck of the Tomorrow to discuss their next steps. The reason for not using the city radio for communication was mainly due to its excessive energy consumption. Just turning it on would consume 5% of the city's energy, and a conversation of just over an hour would cost another 6%, which was unsustainable. Fang Yong looked back toward the direction of the Level 2 fortress and couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Sigh, such a good safe harbor, and it's gone just like that. It's all right, Brother Fang. Maybe we can still find a new safe harbor. He patted Fang Yong on the shoulder and comforted him. Li Yi, however, wore a solemn expression. The two might not know the situation, but he was well aware of it. There was only that one safe harbor in the Forest of Death, and the situation deep within the Eternal Night Zone was completely unknown. So what should we do next? Fang Yong asked. Looking at the direction those caravans and mobile cities are fleeing, it seems like they're evacuating from the Eternal Night Zone. Zhou Xing said casually. Evacuate from the Eternal Night Zone? Li fell into deep thought. If they were to withdraw from the Eternal Night Zone, the choices were limited to just a few. Either head to the Basin region or the Wasteland Zone. But for the Tomorrow Alliance, which possessed 2 Level 2 cities and 1 fully equipped Level 1 city, such options were unacceptable. The resources in Level 1 zones could no longer meet their needs. Li Yi, you are our Alliance leader, so naturally, the decision should be yours. Fang Yong said. In fact, even without being prompted, Li had already made his choice. The Tomorrow Alliance would continue exploring the Eternal Night Zone. There were 2 reasons. First, Li Yi was eager to understand exactly what the Eternal Night Zone was, especially the zombies and the flesh-based technology they possessed. Second, it wouldn't be long before a new round of intelligence refresh would occur, which would become a tremendous aid to the Tomorrow Alliance. As he thought about it, he nodded. We will continue exploring the Eternal Night Zone. Fang Yong and Zhou Xing exchanged a glance, and then nodded in agreement. All right. After the two returned to their respective mobile cities, Li turned his head to look at the more than 300 people on the armor deck. Now, he had a whole new pile of matters to deal with. I originally recruited 60 people, but due to the sudden invasion of the zombie swarm, I had no choice but to bring in the additional 240-plus candidates scheduled for interviews as well. Lin Wu explained. Li nodded. With this, Tomorrow had essentially recruited more than 300 people, double the original target. However, this wasn't exactly bad news. At present, the food aboard Tomorrow was enough to support these people, and they were in urgent need of manpower. Call old Joe and gather a group of armed combat personnel to maintain order. He patted Lin Wu on the shoulder. You're in charge of explaining the rules aboard Tomorrow to them. Let them decide whether to stay or leave. After that, register each person's information, assign housing, and distribute furniture, food, and fresh water. Also, tell old Joe to select another 100 residents to train as combat personnel. Moreover, both the engineer and Iron Whale had taken in a considerable number of temporary refugee survivors, over 100 each. Just like Tomorrow, they also needed time to gradually integrate and absorb this population. After Lin Wu nodded, he headed straight toward the production workshop. Now it's time to build a batch of new gear, he muttered to himself. But what Li didn't know was that 2 important events were occurring at this very moment. The first was that the survivors, caravans, and mobile cities that had fled from the fortress had mostly chosen to retreat from the Eternal Night Zone and return to the wasteland zone or basin region. Everyone had already felt the pressure of trying to develop in the Eternal Night Zone, and now that Safe Harbor was gone, the pressure had reached its peak. Thus, they chose to leave. Being a scalper might be profitable, but you had to be alive to enjoy it. 3 mobile cities, however, were exceptions. They were the 3 level 2 cities under the gospel of apocalypse. The person commanding these 3 city lords was a low-ranking bishop in the sect named Wilson. At this moment, this bishop was giving orders to the lord of the city he was in. Use flute signals to notify the other 2 lords. Proceed with the original plan as scheduled, he said slowly. Even though our strength is weak, we must complete the mission. All present nodded in agreement. One disciplinary deacon hesitated for a moment, then spoke up uncertainly. Lord Wilson, can we really do it? To this, Wilson responded coldly. We must do it. The second matter concerned that level 2 fortress. Inside the fallen level 2 fortress, zombie mobile cities docked one after another. As the zombie commander inserted his arm into the socket in the cockpit, several melodious and rhythmic flute notes sounded, instantly calming the once-raging zombie swarm within the fortress. Next, one zombie mobile city slowly began its operation. Unlike its companions, this zombie mobile city was outfitted with numerous mechanical arms, work claws, and cranes on its armor plating, clearly a combat engineer-type city. On closer inspection, these devices appeared to be wriggling. Centered around this zombie city, waves of flesh tides spread outward, beginning to remodel the streets and buildings along the way. The entire level 2 fortress began transforming into a fusion of flesh and machinery. With the blare of a steam whistle, the zombies threw themselves into work. Before long, a level 2 fortress reconstructed with flesh technology had emerged. The zombie commander nodded in satisfaction upon seeing it. He waved over his deputy and spoke in a hoarse, low voice. This voice was obscure and hard to decipher, but when translated, it was, "To His Majesty the Emperor, his loyal Crimson Baron has successfully taken the human fortress in the Forest of Death. It has already been transformed into a bridgehead for attacking the new region." In the production workshop, Li Yi slowly picked up a list, the quantity of level 2 iron or that Lin Wu had just compiled for him. At present, Tomorrow possessed more than 1,000 units of level 2 iron ore. Considering that Lin Wu, now serving as his deputy, was already very busy, it wasn't ideal to keep having him tally warehouse supplies. Thus, Li intended to select a few warehouse managers aboard Tomorrow. As for their compensation, it would follow the T6 grade. These level 2 iron ore units will be prioritized to enhance the combat power of Tomorrow. After all, as a member of the Alliance, Iron Whale was a defensive-type city, and Engineer was a combat engineer-type city, meaning the task of fighting externally and protecting the others naturally fell to Tomorrow. This was also why Tomorrow had priority access to so much level 2 iron ore, but even so, it was still far from enough. Li spent 400 units of level 2 iron ore to manufacture 2 Blood Tier Rippers. It must be said, its characteristic of plus 30% damage to non-building, non-vehicle targets made it extremely effective against zombies. Next, Li spent another 300 units of level 2 iron ore to produce 6 Scorcher flamethrowers. Since Engineer could process fuel, its supply would be continuous. These level 2 flamethrowers were very useful, whether it was cleaning up zombies invading the armor plating or launching offensive operations at zombie-occupied resource points. Not only for Tomorrow itself, Li also planned to manufacture another batch for Engineer. After all, Iron Whale could defend against zombie invasions by closing its city armor, but Engineer could not. As for the remaining 348 units of iron ore, Li planned to build a Black Hawk helicopter. Constructing a Black Hawk helicopter required 200 units of level 2 iron ore and 50 units of level 2 precision flying vehicle components. Once any type of vehicle blueprint was input into the production workshop, its corresponding vehicle components would automatically be unlocked. creating 1 unit of Level 2 precision flying vehicle component required 1 unit of Level 2 iron ore and 1 unit of copper ore. A single helicopter totaled 250 units of Level 2 iron ore and 50 units of copper ore. Compared to cannons or heavy machine guns, manufacturing and assembling a Black Hawk helicopter took more time. A Level 2 production workshop was sufficient to build regular vehicles. But for vehicles on the scale of a destroyer, a higher level, larger production workshop would be required. After quite some time, a brand new Black Hawk helicopter was completed. With its streamlined rectangular cross-section design, sharply defined fuselage, tilted rotor swash plate, cross-shaped tail rotor, sliding side doors combined with a tail ramp, and upward-facing engine exhaust vents. These eye-catching features left everyone marveling. Even old Joe and the others, who had come to watch the fun, were utterly fascinated and itching to take a ride. Lee briefly checked the basic performance specifications of the Black Hawk helicopter. It could accommodate 2 pilots and 11 to 14 fully armed personnel, with a maximum speed of approximately 357 kilometers per hour. Without aerial refueling, its range was about 600 kilometers. With auxiliary fuel tanks, it could extend to 2,200 kilometers. Both sides of its wings were mounted with 2 mini autocannons, and it was equipped with a Hellfire missile launcher, essentially an aerial version of the Storm infantry vehicle. The bullets required for the machine guns and the missile for the launcher both needed iron ore and gunpowder to manufacture. "This performance is outstanding," Lee exclaimed. Compared to the wobbly flying Goblin helicopter, this was truly a world apart. What surprised him even more was that the external suspension hook of the Black Hawk helicopter had a maximum payload of approximately 4,100 kilograms. This meant it could carry and transport light vehicles or cannons. Lee then consumed the Level 1 iron ore and saltpeter from the warehouse to fully replenish the Black Hawk helicopter with bullets and missiles. After being promoted to a Level 2 city, the Tomorrow no longer considered such resources valuable. Using them for this purpose now was just right. Immediately afterward, one final task lay before Li Yi. That was choosing whether to upgrade the Frost Cannon or the Molten Cannon. At present, Li Yi had already acquired 482 units of Level 2 Frost ore. Considering the extreme survival threats in the Eternal Night Zone, Li Yi decided to prioritize converting power into combat effectiveness. As he completed the upgrade and input the Frost ore, the 2 Frost Cannons on the Tomorrow were immediately promoted to Level 2. Now, they had grown noticeably larger and had undergone a dramatic transformation in appearance. The barrel of the Level 2 Frost Cannon was metallic blue-white, covered in crystalline frost patterns, with a perpetual chill lingering at the muzzle. Upon being upgraded to Level 2, its bombardment range increased by 50%, and its freezing power increased by 20%. Gunner Ning was utterly captivated, unwilling to part from them, wishing he could stay by their side all day. "Lord, how about we try firing at once?" he asked impatiently. Although Li Yi himself was eager to witness the power of the Level 2 Frost Cannon firsthand, he ultimately resisted. Currently, the remaining frost shells were limited, so it was best not to waste them. In the following time, Li Yi summoned Lin Wu along with the pilots he had been training. During these past days, those pilots had exhausted their minds diligently practicing flight techniques. Under Lin Wu's supervision, he nervously and cautiously boarded the Black Hawk helicopter and attempted to fly it. However, his performance was not ideal. Li Yi wasn't particularly disappointed by this. Expecting a fully trained pilot from just reading an aerial vehicle driving manual was indeed asking too much. But the Tomorrow currently needed helicopters for combat strength. "In the coming days, train him whenever you're free," he said to Lin Wu. "Also, find a way to train 5 more. No, make it 10 more pilots for me." The reason was simple. The Tomorrow would definitely have more than just one Black Hawk helicopter in the future. It might even have a full helicopter combat group. Just imagine a formation of Black Hawk helicopters sweeping across enemy positions, unleashing a carpet of machine gun and rocket fire on the enemy. I'll do my best, Lin Wu sighed helplessly. All right, since we're training pilots, should we also train pilots for waterborne vehicles while we're at it? Pilots for waterborne vehicles. Li was momentarily puzzled, but then quickly understood. The Tomorrow would definitely expand into the ocean in the future. As it gradually collected resources, it would gain the capability to build sea vessels, maybe even its own naval fleet. Given that, it was better to prepare in advance. All right, decide the number of pilots as you see fit. Pick anyone you want from the Tomorrow. He waved his hand accordingly. Although the city simulation training pod on the Tomorrow was somewhat crude, it was still barely functional. Next, Li frowned as he turned toward the machine screen in the production workshop. The Level 2 iron ore was nearly depleted, and yet not a single Level 2 bedrock off-road vehicle had been manufactured. We'll just have to hope the next round of intelligence contains resources like mines or quarries, he sighed. With the production workshop matters temporarily settled, Li turned back to help Lin Wu handle the over 300 new members. Lin Wu had already explained the rules of the Tomorrow to them. Everyone chose to become residents of the Tomorrow, accepting Li Ye's arrangements and assignments. Li wasn't worried about any disturbances from accepting such a large group at once. After all, the living conditions on the Tomorrow spoke for themselves. Everyone who came and became ordinary residents, not slaves. The contribution points they earned from daily work were already enough to exchange for a day's food and drink, with a little left to save. In fact, entering a mobile city was in itself a desperate attempt to survive. If they weren't driven to the edge, no one would think about rebellion or resistance. Though they felt sorrow and helplessness over the fall of the Level 2 fortress, there was still some relief in their hearts. First, they had escaped the disaster by chance due to the interviews. Second, the Tomorrow was decently equipped, and the treatment was genuinely acceptable. In the following days, Li was busy with one thing. That was absorbing the over 300 new residents added to the Tomorrow. The Tomorrow originally had just over 200 people, so adding this many new faces at once inevitably caused some busyness. It's time to establish a city committee, Li thought. When the population grows to a certain scale, the city committee becomes an institution that lords must establish. Its duties and functions include managing the daily operations of the mobile city, establishing regulations, and handling public affairs. After all, managing over 500 people wasn't just about distributing food and fresh water every day. Urban planning, interpersonal relations, daily needs, resource dispatch, maintaining city order, construction of public facilities, all these needed an institution to oversee and manage. Li thus appointed his deputy Lin Wu as chairman and asked him to select 10 members from the Tomorrow, giving them T4 level treatment. Lin Wu nodded. He was already overwhelmed with tasks, and the city committee could help alleviate most of his pressure. How about we select these 10 members through an election, he suggested. Election, aye. Li was taken aback, then nodded. To fulfill responsibilities of management and supervision, city committee members often needed to communicate with the residents. Through elections, people who were respected and trusted could be chosen. Thus, Li announced the city committee plan and began a public election for its members. This stirred quite a commotion on the Tomorrow. City committee members receiving T4 level treatment meant good benefits, authority, and safety. Almost everyone scrambled to be elected. Li adopted a public sign vote approach. After a good deal of hustle, the 10 city committee members were selected. To Li's surprise, Lin Xiao was among them. She received 58 votes, coming from both the residents who had followed her from Roland Fortress and some ordinary residents. As a former daughter of a fortress lord, she had a refined appearance and bearing, was cheerful and generous, without the arrogance typical of a lord's child. Naturally, she was well-liked. Congratulations, Li shook her hand. At that moment, someone patted his shoulder. Li turned and saw it was old Zhou. I never expected your driving skills to be so good, he said sincerely. Old Zhou waved it off. Verbal thanks alone aren't enough. I want to requisition 60 units of fresh water for a proper bath in a tub. Li was slightly surprised. With our relationship, You don't need to be so formal. Just talk to the folks at the warehouse. We're under fresh water control now. You can't just use 60 units for a bath. Besides, the tomorrow is just starting out. Everything must be justified and according to the rules. Old Joe replied. Precisely because we're close, I have to think more for you, to avoid any appearance of favoritism. To ensure the authority and deterrence of the city committee, Lee appointed Old Joe as vice chairman and assigned 3 squads of combat personnel to maintain daily order. With the 2 people he trusted most working together, he felt much more at ease. After settling these matters, Lee returned to his room. The new round of intelligence had already refreshed. After skimming through the information quickly, Lee slightly raised his eyebrows. This time there's actually a level 2 wild boss. A total of 6 pieces of intelligence were refreshed this time. 1 normal, 1 excellent, 2 rare, 1 outstanding, and 1 epic. 1. In the coming week, the Eternal Night Zone will experience continuous rainfall. Intelligence value, normal. 2. As of now, 92% of the creatures in the Forest of Death have been infected. The surviving creatures have formed resistance squads and are engaging in guerrilla warfare against the zombies. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. In 12 hours, the Eternal Night Zone communication channel will be launched. Intelligence value, rare. 4. 324 kilometers due north, there is a decayed bone bastion constructed by the zombies. Breaking through the decayed bone bastion will allow deep entry into the Eternal Night Zone. Intelligence value, rare. 5. 125 kilometers southeast, the level 2 wild boss Hunter Clayton is currently roaming. Intelligence value, outstanding. 6. Refreshing. Intelligence value, epic. Lee's gaze locked directly onto the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of intelligence. What caught his interest first was the Eternal Night Zone communication channel. As the name implied, this was likely a zone-wide city communication channel, allowing all mobile cities in the Eternal Night Zone to connect. Not bad at all. Lee nodded repeatedly. Currently, the Tomorrow Alliance was essentially blind in the Eternal Night Zone. They had no idea how many mobile cities were here, the scale of the zombie civilization, or how to exchange resources and supplies. This city communication channel would be an enormous help. Next, the intelligence clearly pointed out the direction of the decayed bone bastion. However, Lee wasn't sure how many zombies were stationed at the decayed bone bastion, whether there were level 2 cannons and heavy machine guns, or if there was a zombie mobile city present. Lastly, and most exciting of all, the intelligence had revealed the location of a level 2 wild boss. Level 2 wild boss. The resources it could provide were immense. Besides the highly coveted level 2 iron, or level 2 coal, and level 2 fuel, it would also drop a fixed level 3 item. For the just starting Tomorrow Alliance, this was an incredible windfall. We must take down this level 2 wild boss. Lee silently made up his mind. That said, he still had some concerns. He had already witnessed the combat power of a level 1 wild boss, and a level 2 wild boss would be a whole tier above. After a quick assessment of the Tomorrow Alliance's current strength, Lee believed they still had a fighting chance. Thus, under the lead of the Tomorrow, 3 mobile cities set off at full speed toward the southeast. Lee then ordered the entire crew of the Tomorrow to prepare for battle. A few hours later, the group arrived at their destination. The engineer then fired several level 1 flares to illuminate the area. Lee then saw the silhouette of the level 2 wild boss Hunter Clayton. It was a giant kobold leading a hound. It stood over 100 meters tall, dressed in hunter attire, wielding a heavy steam crossbow and carrying a giant bone spear on its back. The hound it led was no less ferocious. Roughly 50 meters in size, its entire body was blood red, with bulging muscles, grotesquely thick bones, claws like scimitars, and menacing fangs. Judging from the aura it emitted, its combat strength was clearly on par with Hunter Clayton. That presence and pressure, truly worthy of a level 2 boss. Lee marveled. What surprised him was that this wild boss and its hound had also been infected by the zombies. Hunter Clayton's body was horribly decayed, with rotting eyes and a stench wafting from him, wandering like a walking corpse. The giant bloodhound was equally rotted, with oversized, dense fangs sprouting all over its body. Sensing the approach of 3 mobile cities, Hunter Clayton let out a muffled roar. As it pointed forward, the massive bloodhound howled and charged straight ahead. "Battle start. Make it quick," Lee shouted sharply. The Eternal Night zone was like a dark forest. Once exposed or stirred up, zombies would quickly take notice. Now that the Tomorrow Alliance had launched flares to illuminate the area, the battle would inevitably cause a huge commotion, exposing their location in the forest. If they didn't end this fight quickly, they could attract other mobile cities, or even a zombie horde or a zombie mobile city. Things would get very ugly by then. With a loud boom, the Iron Whale suddenly accelerated and charged forward. This level 2 city had deployed its city armor, entering full defense mode, now barreling toward the giant bloodhound like a cannon shell. But the bloodhound displayed shocking agility, suddenly accelerating during its run and leaping straight over the Iron Whale. The Tomorrow opened fire. Heavy machine guns and cannons on the deck wove a dense net of firepower, instantly engulfing the giant bloodhound. The Storm infantry vehicles and Convoy 1 and 2 had already launched via the lifting platforms, coordinating with the Iron Whale to contain Hunter Clayton. Even under such intense bombardment, the giant bloodhound suffered minimal damage. Instead, it was driven into a frenzy, charging at the Tomorrow with ferocity. Lee waved his hand decisively. Time to serve at the real stuff. A figure appeared in the sky. It was the newly built Black Hawk helicopter from the Tomorrow. Piloted by Lin Wu and another trained pilot, it was also manned by a squad of combat personnel, equipped with multiple Gale rocket launchers and 1 Bloodtear Ripper. As Lin Wu pulled the trigger, the Black Hawk helicopter unleashed a storm of machine gun fire on the giant bloodhound, simultaneously launching 2 Rattler missiles. The combat personnel on board also opened fire with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. Such firepower! Lee couldn't help but nod. This Black Hawk helicopter's firepower was enough to obliterate an entire monstrous town. The giant bloodhound was driven back repeatedly, furious yet helpless. The Black Hawk helicopter was hovering at an altitude over 400 meters, far beyond its leaping ability. The beast shifted its strategy, darting and weaving as it ran to evade the incoming barrage. After dodging a round of cannon fire from the Tomorrow, it suddenly leapt forward and lunged at the Tomorrow. At the critical moment, 3 Bloodtear Rippers on the deck of the Tomorrow opened fire, forcibly halting its advance. At the same time, 2 level 2 frost cannons fired at close range. The 2 frost shells struck the giant bloodhound, freezing the majority of its body and causing it to crash uncontrollably to the ground. A closer look revealed pale blue frost spreading across its body, slowing its movement and rendering it extremely fragile. Perfect timing. Lee immediately ordered a concentrated attack. Under the dense firepower, the body of the giant bloodhound was shattered, large chunks of frozen flesh falling off. But Lee showed no joy at this result, as he saw the gaping wounds on the bloodhound already beginning to heal, regenerating flesh and bone. Clearly, this was an added effect from the zombie infection. He gave a new order. Ning 1, don't hold back the frost shells. Keep up the suppression. Meanwhile, the Iron Whale was locked in fierce combat with Hunter Clayton. As a level 2 wild boss, Hunter Clayton possessed exceptional defense and combat power. It could hurl massive nets and set off landmine traps that exploded violently upon contact, all while unleashing a storm of bolts with its heavy steam crossbow. This heavy steam crossbow had terrifying penetrative power, even punching through the Iron Whale's level 2 city armor. At this point, dozens of steam bolts were lodged in the Iron Whale, making it look like a porcupine. As a defense-oriented city, its primary role was to pin down this wild boss and keep it from attacking the Tomorrow. Seeing the Iron Whale struggling, Lee dispatched the Black Hawk helicopter to assist. Under sustained bombardment from the frost cannons, the giant bloodhound grew weaker and was eventually reduced to a pile of frozen meat chunks. Is it finally dead? Li let out a sigh of relief. Once confirmed dead, the Tomorrow moved to support the Iron Whale. Now surrounded by 2 Level 2 cities and harried by the Black Hawk helicopter and convoy units, Hunter Clayton found himself overwhelmed. He was soon struck and slowed by frost shells, then rammed head-on by the accelerating Iron Whale. This blow caused severe injuries, making it even harder for him to keep fighting. In the end, the Level 2 wild boss let out a final wail and collapsed to the ground. Finally brought it down. Li exhaled in relief. The flares in the sky had already burned out, plunging the area back into darkness. The engineer, observing from afar, drove over to begin repairs on the Iron Whale, while the Tomorrow maintained vigilance nearby. Li descended via the lift platform and hurried toward Hunter Clayton's corpse. It was time for the loot draw. Accompanying him were Zhou Xing and Fang Yong, both filled with anticipation. As a wild boss, Hunter Clayton and the Bloodhound shared a combined loot pool. 874 crystal coins. 256 units of Level 2 iron ore, 994 units of Level 2 coal, 712 units of Level 2 fueled. Level 2 city armor, Watcher. Level 2 city accessory, Steam Heavy Crossbow. Level 2 city accessory upgrade blueprint, type, Tread. Level 2 firearm, Remington 870, shotgun blueprint. Level 3 city building, Hurricane Tamer, energy wind turbine series, blueprint. Not bad at all, the three exclaimed. As expected of a Level 2 wild boss, the drops were a whole tier above those from Level 1 bosses. But in general, this Level 2 boss's combat strength was terrifyingly high. Judging from the previous battle, the giant Bloodhound displayed combat power on par with its master, and its difficulty and threat level even exceeded that of its master. It was practically like fighting 2 bosses at once. Had it not been for the Level 2 City Alliance, victory might not have been possible. Li proceeded to distribute the spoils. After discussions, the Iron Whale received the Steam Heavy Crossbow and the Level 2 City Accessory Upgrade Blueprint, while the Engineer received the Level 2 City Armor. The Tomorrow was granted the Level 2 Shotgun Blueprint. As for the Level 2 resources and crystal coins, the Iron Whale took all of the Level 2 coal. The Level 2 fuel was divided evenly among the 3 cities. The Tomorrow received 856 units of Level 2 iron ore, while the remaining 400 units were allocated to the Iron Whale for crafting upgraded city treads. Regarding the 15,874 crystal coins, Zhou Xing had a proposal. He suggested that Li Yi establish a city fund and deposit the coins into it. In the future, whenever members of the Tomorrow Alliance needed to acquire resources through external trade, they could withdraw from this fund. Li gladly agreed. This was the advantage of a city alliance. It allowed for smoother resource circulation among members and significantly boosted everyone's strength. Currently, neither the Tomorrow nor the Engineer had Level 2 city armor. But considering the Tomorrow's powerful combat ability and its energy shield, and the fact that the production workshop already had a Level 2 city armor project in place, and since the Engineer had weaker defense, Li Yi decided to allocate the Level 2 city armor to it first. Zhou Xing was naturally overjoyed. After all, the Engineer had only been part of the Alliance for a few days and had already received a piece of Level 2 city armor. For a Level 1 Engineer-type city, this was almost beyond imagination. Now it could rely on the Tomorrow Alliance to develop within the Eternal Night Zone, and upgrading to a Level 2 city in the future was within reach. As for that Level 3 blueprint, it required 500 units of Level 3 iron ore to construct, and its effect was to provide 20% of the city's energy daily. That blueprint was temporarily entrusted to Li Yi for safekeeping. In truth, it made no difference who kept it, since they were all members of the same city alliance. As long as the conditions were met, each mobile city could build one. The 3 mobile cities began repairs on the spot. What do we do next? Fang Yong asked. Li Yi rubbed his chin and started to ponder. We'll head north next. It's about a day or two's journey, he answered. What's ahead is going to be a tough fight, so get ready. A tough fight? Fang Yong and Zhou Xing exchanged a look, their eyes filled with surprise. Looking at Li Yi, they couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. This young lord seemed to be blessed by fortune, always encountering good things. Still, as companions, that wasn't a bad thing. Once the repairs were complete, the three mobile cities set off northward. Li Yi returned to his room and lay down to rest. When he woke again, he saw a prompt displayed on the screen of his lord's wristband. Eternal Night Zone Full Region City Channel Y3 will open in 13 minutes. Enter invitation code S19821 to log in. It's here. Li's eyelid twitched instinctively. He got up at once, quickly took care of his meal, and rushed to the cockpit in a flash. When the others learned that the full region city channel for the Eternal Night Zone was about to open, the place instantly erupted. Full region city channel? Brotherly, does that mean we can gather tons of intel now? Tang Fong said excitedly. Maybe we can even figure out the terrain of this level 2 zone and the scale of the zombies. Ningwen added. Lin Wu thought for a moment, then lightly shook his head. Actually, we shouldn't be too optimistic. The wild is complex and unpredictable, and people are even more so. Even in a full region city channel, every lord will deliberately hide their strength and intelligence, and won't easily open up to others. Everyone hesitated upon hearing this, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Lin Wu's words were not without reason. In the wild, survival was the top priority. It was hard for mobile cities to truly trust one another. Who could place complete trust in a stranger through the city communication channel? Li also gradually calmed his earlier excitement. Lin Wu is right. We shouldn't place too much hope in this full area channel, he thought. As long as we can gather some intelligence, it'll be enough. The remaining few minutes felt exceptionally long. As the final second of the countdown ticked away, Li entered the invitation code and logged into Channel Y3. The moment he logged in, he immediately glanced at the number of channel members. 9/23, 23 represented the total number of mobile cities in the Eternal Night Zone, and 9 indicated the number of cities currently online. At this very moment, the number of online cities continued to rise rapidly, eventually reaching 17. Li couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected there to be as many as 23 mobile cities in the Eternal Night Zone. Though significantly fewer than the 119 in the Wasteland Zone, the number still exceeded his expectations. This didn't necessarily mean that all 23 were level 2 cities. Some level 1 cities might venture into the Eternal Night Zone, hoping for a stroke of luck. The reason was simple. Level 2 zones yielded rich resources. Even after receiving the evacuation notice from the Apocalypse sect, many lords chose to take the risk. All users in the channel were named after their cities, and there was no display of their levels. Thus, Li couldn't discern how many of the 23 mobile cities were level 1 or level 2. There might even be a level 3 city. In addition to public text communication, members could privately message each other one-on-one, which offered some convenience for trading resources and information. Li quickly scanned through the member list to see if any familiar names were present. To his surprise, he actually found 2 old acquaintances. They were none other than the Vanguard and the industry, both currently online. Li originally intended to message Vanguard privately, but the public screen had already begun displaying a flurry of messages. He paused for now and focused on reading them carefully. Fortress, zombies. They're everywhere. I'm about to go crazy dealing with them. Does anyone know the actual situation in this level 2 zone? Fierce Shark. So I'm not the only one. Even after receiving the evacuation notice, I still risked staying behind. Fortress, of course. This is a level 2 zone, after all. The resources here are abundant, and even with added risk, it's worth it. How could a level 1 zone ever feed us enough? Iron Remains. Selling level 2 cannon, Kagaya cannon blueprint. We'll part with it if the price is right. DM me if interested. Scorched Walker. I finally managed to take down a level 2 zombie mobile city. Thought I could rake in a good haul from his production workshop, but everything there needs bones and flesh to manufacture. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I wasted so many combat resources and manpower for nothing. Fierce Shark. Zombie mobile cities fire living shells. They're impossible to defend against. Any experts out there with advice? Scorched Walker. There's no known countermeasure for now. You'll just have to use mobile evasion to dodge the hordes. Fierce Shark. Mobile evasion? That was fine in the past, but now it's much harder. Fortress. So you're already a level 2 mobile city. Fierce Shark then fell silent. No further messages appeared from them on the public screen. Lee nodded slightly. Clearly, no one was willing to trust others easily. Everyone was still avoiding revealing their strength. He pondered for a moment, then typed a line into the public screen. Tomorrow, does anyone know the actual situation in the Eternal Night Zone? Can you share some intelligence? However, no one responded to his message. Really cautious, huh? Li Yi sighed and then typed another line. Tomorrow, anyone willing to share information about the Eternal Night Zone with me? I will share what I know in return. This time, a private message notification lit up. Pacifier. I'm currently in the western part of the Eternal Night Zone. There's a sizable lake here named Silent Lake. Patrol boats full of zombies roam its surface. There's even mobile cities. Tomorrow. Thanks for the intel. Then I shall tell you what I know. I'm currently in the southern part of the Eternal Night Zone, the Forest of Death. The only safe harbor has already fallen, and I plan to delve deeper into the Eternal Night Zone. Pacifier. I actually plan to go deeper into the Eternal Night Zone too. Perhaps we can rendezvous in the central area. The western part of the Eternal Night Zone is a lake. That's quite useful information. Lin Wu spoke. What's west of the Eternal Night Zone then? Is it a level 1 zone? Lord, want to ask. When Li Yi asked, Pacifier readily answered. It hailed from the level 1 zone west of the Eternal Night Zone. This level 1 zone was called the Gobi Zone. It was vast in size and rich in resources. However, its geography and climate were harsh. Rain was rare, and fresh water in the wild was extremely scarce. There, 1 unit of fresh water sold for as much as 10 crystal coins. The scarcity of fresh water limited the population of level 1 mobile cities. It was common for cities to wage war over a single lake. In that region, mobile cities raced to accelerate their development and escape the Gobi Zone in pursuit of better prospects. The closest zone to the Gobi Zone was the Eternal Night Zone, and the area bordering it was Silent Lake. This lake offered a continuous supply of fresh water, prompting many mobile cities to flock to the Eternal Night Zone. After digesting Pacifier's information, Li Yi nodded gently. The veil of mystery over the Eternal Night Zone had just been slightly lifted before him. Its west was Silent Lake, its south the Forest of Death. And to the west lay the Level 1 Zone, Gobi Zone. That aside, there sure are a lot of Level 1 zones here. He couldn't help but think. Desert Zone, Wasteland Zone, Gobi Zone, Basin Region. Just the already discovered Level 1 zones numbered 4. Up until now, Lee still had no clear idea of the specifics of this planet. How large was it? How many continents did it have? What was the total oceanic area? All of it remained unknown. I can only explore slowly over time, he thought. As a token of exchange, Lee also shared information about the Wasteland Zone with Pacifier. Pacifier then told him something unexpected. Pacifier, there's actually one more thing that really surprised me. Tomorrow, what is it? Pacifier, zombies have deployed a large number of forces around Silent Lake, including over a dozen mobile cities. It looks like something big is about to happen. Something big. Just as Li Yi was pondering, a realization struck him. The zombies in the Forest of Death had concentrated their forces to breach that Level 2 fortress. Expansion, he instantly grasped it. These zombies are trying to expand into the surrounding zones. To the zombies, that Level 2 fortress in the Forest of Death was a thorn in their side. Letting it continue to exist was tantamount to leaving a massive threat behind. The greatest threat posed by that Level 2 fortress was its potential to become a safe harbor for human forces wandering the Forest of Death. Bounty hunters, caravans, mobile cities, various human factions would continuously gather at the Level 2 fortress. It could even become the main force against the zombies. Thus, the zombies had to destroy it. As he thought about this, a few beads of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. In the wastelands, zombies were the most unusual type of monsters. The primary reason was their ability to infect targets through biting, turning them into one of their own. It was precisely this trait that allowed their expansion speed to be unimaginably fast. Both the Basin region and Wasteland zone were level 1 zones. Their fall was likely inevitable, and the other regions bordering the Eternal Night zone probably wouldn't fare much better. In a few years, this entire continent might become a paradise for zombies. The thought filled Li Yi with deep doubt. Since arriving here, he hadn't learned how many regions this continent contained, or what level they were. As for how many continents existed on this planet, or their overall size, he had no idea. I can only explore all of that slowly, he thought. Both sides were quite satisfied with the exchange of information. After exchanging farewells, the conversation ended. Li Ji, that pacifier is probably a level 2 city as well, Tang Fong mused, rubbing his chin. Not just that, it might even be an assault-type city like ours, Ningwen added. Li Yi was just about to respond when he noticed another private message notification. He opened it and saw that it was from Vanguard. Vanguard, long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you in the Eternal Night Zone. How have you been lately? Though tomorrow had been progressing rapidly, Li Yi chose to remain low-key and typed only 2 words. Tomorrow, not bad. Tomorrow, and you? Vanguard, I've been alright. I was just about to start scalping between the Wasteland Zone and the Eternal Night Zone. I hadn't really paid attention to the evacuation notice from the Apocalypse sect, but I didn't expect things to be this serious. Li Yi smiled silently. All in all, being a scalper in a level 2 zone was a rather unique profession for level 1 cities. With the Vanguard's Lord's capabilities, even as a scalper, he was among the best. Upon learning that Tomorrow had been promoted to a level 2 city, the other party was quite shocked. Vanguard, your development speed is like riding a rocket. If this keeps up, I'll be left in your dust in no time. Li Yi then shared what he knew with Vanguard, and after some thought, the latter made a decision. He would lead his team to retreat to the Wasteland Zone, cross the mountain region, and head to the level 1 zone, the Basin region. Safe travels. Both parties exchanged blessings before ending the private chat. Li Yi's gaze returned to the public screen. Messages were flowing non-stop across the screen, densely packed. But the moment one particular member spoke, the entire public screen fell silent. Saint, everyone, I am a high-ranking deacon of the Apocalypse sect, Heath. The continent we are currently on is facing an unprecedented crisis. Please suspend your discussions for now and listen patiently. Saint, at present, the zombie civilization in the Eternal Night Zone has developed beyond our imagination. Human forces have completely lost their foothold in the Eternal Night Zone. No one continued speaking. All listened quietly. Li found himself quite surprised by this. The authority and reputation of the Apocalypse sect was even greater than he had imagined. Saint, in truth, the situation is far worse than we imagined. The zombies have already completed internal consolidation. They are now a fully mature level 2 civilization. And what they now intend to do is... Saint, expand. As expected, Li nodded slightly. At this moment, everyone gathered around him looked equally grim. Saint, the zombie civilization in the Eternal Night Zone will expand indiscriminately into surrounding regions, and may even spread farther. All human factions in neighboring zones must evacuate immediately. Saint, therefore, the Apocalypse sect has decided to launch a region-level war. We plan to open 4 fronts, east, west, south, and north, in the Eternal Night Zone, to forcibly resist the expansion of the zombie civilization and buy time for the human factions in each region to evacuate. Saint, for this battle, our sect has specially deployed 25 level 2 mobile cities. Tomorrow, resist? Can we defeat the zombies? Saint, according to our calculations, the chances of defeating the zombie civilization are extremely slim. Saint, the main reason is such expansions by monstrous civilizations have happened many times across the wasteland over the years. Other continents are currently dealing with high-level monstrous civilizations expanding, and most of the Apocalypse sect's combat resources have been redirected there. Saint, as a result, the forces I can allocate to deal with the zombie civilization are greatly reduced and are mostly at level 2 capacity. Saint. In fact, the zombie civilization hasn't yet attracted enough attention from the Apocalypse sect or other world-class organizations. On other continents, in short, we'll mostly have to rely on ourselves. 25 level 2 mobile cities. Liu was astonished. The power of the Apocalypse sect clearly far exceeded his imagination. No wonder they're a world-class organization, he muttered. Although Bishop Heath stated that participation in this operation was voluntary, nearly everyone in the channel responded without hesitation. More than half of the 23 mobile cities were willing to join. Saint, thank you all for your support. Saint. Additionally, I must emphasize, during the war, no predatory cities are permitted to hunt other cities. Any act that obstructs our operations will not be tolerated. Saint. Any violators will be utterly exterminated. In the following time, Saint began to deploy the battle plan. Among the 4 fronts, east, west, south, and north, the northern front had the strongest human forces. The Apocalypse sect had concentrated most of its mobile cities and troops there. The weakest was the southern front, with only 3 mobile cities, the same 3 Li had seen in the level 2 fortress. Bishop Heath reiterated the battle plan once more. The 4 fronts, east, south, west, and north, would do their utmost to hold back the zombie army for as long as possible, buying time for human factions in each region to escape. Zombies were a very unique kind of monster. Their most troublesome trait was their ability to infect and convert targets into their kind. This meant they had a virtually endless supply of reinforcements. He also lamented that whether humanity could one day counterattack and annihilate the zombie civilization remained an unknown. One of the level 2 cities had already spoken up. Holy Sword, you too. I am Wilson, the leader of the Southern Front. Anyone interested in joining the Southern Front, please contact me privately. Lee proceeded to message him privately. Speaking of which, why do the names of Apocalypse sect cities sound so strange? He wondered. Linwu seemed to pick up on his confusion and patiently explained. Mobile cities under the Apocalypse sect were either named after apostles, bishops, or followers, or were systematically categorized. Those starting with Holy Sword represented assault-type cities. Those starting with Holy Shield represented defense-type cities. Those starting with Holy Lance represented fire support-type cities. Those starting with Holy Mechanism represented engineering-type cities. And so on. I see. That really is straightforward, Lee nodded. From the mouth of Bishop Wilson, Lee learned some rather troubling news. The deployment of the zombies at the Decayed Bone Bastion was far stronger than he had imagined. At this point, I hope readers remember our domain Taiwan Novel Network that circled them. The Decayed Bone Bastion's defense was a full level 2 configuration, deployed with a large number of level 2 cannons and level 2 heavy machine guns. As for the number of mobile cities, it was unknown, but certainly not few. Bishop Wilson also told Li Yi that there was a natural barrier around the Decayed Bone Bastion, a swarm of 500,000 zombies. My goodness, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. In his original assumption, the Decayed Bone Bastion was merely a wall constructed by the zombies, which could be easily blasted apart. Furthermore, the southern front itself was weak in strength, and currently, apart from Li Yi, no other faction had joined. In fact, everyone had tacitly agreed that the southern defense line could not be held. The fall of the wasteland zone was only a matter of time. Holy Sword, you too. I've already dispatched someone to the wasteland zone to see if we can recruit new mobile cities. If there are level 2 cities, even better. Lee couldn't help but shake his head. He was very clear about the situation in the wasteland zone. There were only 3 level 2 cities in total. Among them, Silence and Lone Sail had already perished, and the remaining level 2 city was nowhere to be found. He briefly compared the strength of both sides. The zombie side had full level 2 defense configuration, 17 zombie mobile cities, and a natural barrier formed by 500,000 zombies. Their side had 6 mobile cities, one of which was a level 1 engineer-type city. He furrowed his brow. The gap was still too large. Without new mobile cities joining, it was hard to see how they could win. coming back to his senses, he continued his exchange with Wilson. At present, the zombie army had already begun advancing toward the wasteland zone. At this very moment, one after another zombie mobile city was already cruising over the serene lake. On the decks of the zombie mobile cities, zombie gunners were loading their comrades into cannons one by one and firing toward islands or floating towns inhabited by monsters or humans. In the terrified gazes of monsters and survivors, zombies rained down like a storm. As soon as they landed, they sprang up and began wildly biting monsters and survivors alike. The monsters and survivors frantically grabbed their weapons to fight back. In a wasteland zone, what they possessed were usually level 1 weapons. It was still manageable against level 1 zombies, but when facing a tyrant or a web weaver, they could barely stand a chance. Their strongholds quickly fell, and comrades fell one after another. Not long after, these strongholds became deathly silent. Roughly a dozen seconds later, the body of a fallen survivor began to twitch strangely. His face gradually twisted, veins bulged from under his skin, and his eyes began to turn white. With a hissing roar, he stood up once again. And not just him, the other fallen survivors also stood up one after another. Previously, they had fought desperately to resist the zombies and survive. Now, they had become the same kind. The power of the zombies spread across Serene Lake like a black tide, sweeping toward the entire wasteland zone. Zombie mobile cities began to accelerate their expansion, dispatching fleets and airborne airships. Zombie drivers on the speedboats steered their wheels, tilting their heads and letting out hissing roars, seemingly declaring an attack. The airborne airships were also forged from bizarre flesh-tech fusion, their bodies a grotesque mix of flesh and machinery, now advancing at astonishing speed. Inside them, that was an overwhelming mass of zombies. These airborne airships would reach various parts of the wasteland zone even faster than the zombie mobile cities, targeting all towns and fortresses within. Upon reaching the skies above human strongholds, the airships would open their hatches and release swarms of zombies. What surprised Li Yi was that Bishop Wilson had proposed a plan long prepared. That was to strike while the zombies were off guard, go against the grain, focus all forces to break through the decayed bone bastion and penetrate deep into the Eternal Night Zone. In doing so, they would have the chance to sabotage the core area of zombie civilization from within, creating chaos inside and easing the pressure on other fronts. Holy Sword, you too. I believe you're also aware of how dangerous this operation is, so whether to join or not is entirely up to you. Everyone then looked toward Li Yi, who fell into deep thought. There was no denying that launching an offensive and breaking through the decayed bone bastion would be unimaginably difficult. For the newly emerging Tomorrow Alliance, it was truly a challenge too great to bear. But if they were to retreat from the Eternal Night Zone and return to the Wasteland Zone, the Tomorrow Alliance would gain little from it. There were two main reasons for this. First, at present, Tomorrow and Iron Whale were level 2 cities, and Engineer was a fully configured level 1 city. Resources in level 1 areas could no longer support their development needs. Although the Eternal Night Zone was dangerous, it also had abundant resources. If they could break through the decayed bone bastion and go deeper, they could gather far more resources. If development was not viable, they still had the chance to move to other zones. Second, the Wasteland Zone had already been invaded by zombies. Li clearly understood the human forces there and knew they truly couldn't resist. The fall of the Wasteland Zone was inevitable and, in the future, would even face destruction. Taking a step back, even if the Tomorrow Alliance retreated to the Wasteland Zone, they would only have a few routes. One was to cross the Western Mountain region and head toward the Basin region. However, that area too would face zombie invasion, and it wasn't much better than the Wasteland Zone. Second was to traverse directly from north to south across the entire Wasteland Zone and proceed to the Southern Desert Zone. This level 1 zone had a harsh environment and scarce resources. Even the Azure had once turned back after heading there. Third was to pass through the mobile maze in the east and see if they could reach a new zone. Then what should his choice be? Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly spoke. We must break through the decayed bone bastion. Upon learning Li Ye's intention, although Fang Yong and Zhou Xing hesitated for a moment, they ultimately agreed. Li Yi then typed a line on the screen. Tomorrow, I agree to join the Holy Sword you too. Thank you and your companions for your resolve. May the gods bless you. Now, I will share the coordinates. Please hurry and rendezvous with your companions. Just over an hour later, the two parties converged. Li Yi, Fang Yong, and Zhou Xing, the three lords, boarded the deck of the Holy Sword U2 and met with Bishop Wilson and the three mobile city lords under his command. Bishop Wilson was a man in his early 60s with graying hair. He shook hands with each lord and embraced them warmly. Fang Yong and Zhou Xing were both caught off guard by this. Li Yi, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but reflect slightly. Judging by the behavior of the members and companions on the city communication channel, the Gospel of Apocalypse evidently had an excellent reputation across the world. The first sentence Wilson uttered left everyone stunned. Time is tight. We must launch the assault on the decayed bone fortress within 3 hours. That's soon, Fang Yong exclaimed. Our southern front already lacks strength. Shouldn't we wait a few days and recruit more cities before launching an attack? Wilson shook his head and explained the reasoning. According to reports from a Holy Sword U2's convoy, zombie scouts had already detected their movements. The enemy commander appeared to have discerned Li Yi and his companions' intentions and had begun to lead forces back. According to Wilson's estimation, the decayed bone bastion would continue to increase in troops' strength and defensive power in the coming days, making it increasingly difficult to conquer. So a swift battle is our best option for now, Wilson said solemnly. Nodding, Li voiced his doubt. Do the zombies have commanders? Wilson nodded. Yes. According to intelligence held by the Gospel of Apocalypse, zombies were divided into two types. One type had no intelligence, such as level 1 zombies in the zombie swarm and level 2 zombies like the web weaver, tyrant, and screeching banshee. These zombies mainly served as the vanguard, akin to consumables. The other type possessed intelligence. They could operate cannons and heavy machine guns, pilot vehicles and mobile cities, and even serve as commanders. To our knowledge, the commander ruling over the Forest of Death is the Crimson Baron, a close confidant of the Zombie Emperor. Wilson added. A hint of surprise appeared in Li Ye's eyes. Crimson Baron? Zombie Emperor? From the mouth of this bishop of the Gospel of Apocalypse, he had learned a shocking truth. The zombie civilization existed in the form of a dynasty and maintained a retrograde class rank system, including titles like emperor, ministers, generals, nobles, and so forth. In any case, we must prepare quickly. While speaking, Wilson handed a small box to the three lords. The trio opened the boxes and found inside 10 vials and syringes. The reagent was crystal clear and luminous. Item name, Zombie Virus Serum. Item level, level 2. Attached effect. Injecting this serum can eliminate the virus within an infected individual. Good stuff. Li Ye's eyes lit up. This would now provide them with another layer of survival assurance. Currently, the supply of serum in our cities is limited. This is all we can spare, Wilson said apologetically. It's fine. This is already enough, Li nodded. Zhou Xing thought for a moment and then asked, May I ask, Bishop, how is the zombie virus mainly transmitted? The virus is primarily spread through saliva and blood. Infected individuals will turn into zombies in less than a minute. If the skin is unbroken, contact with zombie blood or saliva is harmless. While explaining, a trace of dread flashed in Wilson's eyes, and he let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully, this virus cannot survive in air even for 1 second. Otherwise, the expansion speed of the zombies would increase dozens of times over and become completely unstoppable. The old man waved his arms and began describing further. Imagine if the virus could be airborne. Then the zombies wouldn't even need to engage in intense battles with human mobile cities. They just need to load the virus into shells and fire them at the enemy cities. As the three listened, their expressions gradually changed. In any case, we must prepare quickly. Wilson concluded. He then shared a rare piece of good news with the group. The southern front was not entirely without reinforcements. Bishop Wilson had already dispatched a powerful level 2 city to support them. At that moment, a faint rumbling sound came from the distance. The old man's eyes lit up as soon as he heard it. They arrived. Li Yi and the others followed the direction of the sound. What surprised them was that the sound did not come from the ground, but from the air. Li immediately realized something. Could it be a level 2 airborne mobile city? He looked toward the pitch-black sky in the distance and soon spotted a massive creature. Surrounding this airborne massive creature were rows of lights. Through the arrangement of these lights, Li roughly deduced its appearance. Unlike the balloon-shaped level 1 cities, this level 2 airborne city was in the form of an airship. Wilson smiled. This level 2 city is called Holy Vessel H3, a fully equipped level 2 airborne mobile city. In fact, our sect has many types of airborne mobile cities, each with different responsibilities. For example, residential living, transport, combat. Through the lights of Holy Vessel H3, Li quickly saw the structure of this airborne mobile city. This giant airship was about 420 meters long, around 200 meters wide, and had an external hanging structure of roughly 150 meters. Its current cruising speed was 21 knots, not particularly fast, but in full speed mode, it should be capable of much more. At the moment, it was flying at an altitude above 1,000 meters. According to Wilson, Holy Vessel H3 could remain airborne for 14 days on full resources. The hydrogen resupply cycle was 21 days. Its main gas bag was covered in 12 mm, level 2 riveted steel scale armor, with key areas reinforced with a 25 mm brass coating. Its keel framework was composed of 32 cold-forged steel beams. The main propeller was a 40-meter diameter tri-blade screw, powered by 8 steam turbines. It was equipped with heavy machine guns, cannons, steam bed crossbows, and large-area incendiary bombs and aerial bombs. Li roughly counted the heavy machine guns, cannons, and steam bed crossbows, and was shocked to find there were as many as 50 to 60 of them. Wilson proudly introduced that Holy Vessel H3 also had dozens of light aircraft equipped with heavy machine guns and bomb bays. Light aircraft? You managed to train that many pilots at once. Li was surprised. Wilson smiled and nodded, informing him that the Gospel of Apocalypse owned academies and a systematic educational structure for pilot training. That's amazing. Li clicked his tongue in awe. So how many people are on Holy Vessel H3? He asked again. Wilson told him that Holy Vessel H3 was a combat-specialized airborne city, with over 500 personnel on board, all combat personnel. Li couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The strength of the Gospel of Apocalypse far exceeded his imagination. Is the strength of a world-class organization really this formidable? Then the Titan throne must be just as strong, he thought. Now we must set off immediately, Doc. Wilson spoke. He then gave his plan. The 4 level 2 cities of the Gospel of Apocalypse would take the front line, while the Tomorrow Alliance would follow behind them. This meant they would face the fiercest firepower from the zombies. Such resolve. Li nodded to himself. This way, the pressure on the Tomorrow Alliance would be much less. There's no time to lose. We must move out immediately, Wilson said. Li Yi and the other 2 returned to their respective mobile cities and began a series of deployments. Everyone on the Tomorrow grew visibly grim. They all understood that this would be an unprecedentedly massive challenge. Li Yi began to inventory the current combat power aboard the Tomorrow. Level 2 airborne vehicle, Black Hawk helicopter. Level 2 heavy machine gun, Blood Tier Ripper. Level 2 flame thrower, Scorcher. Level 2 shotgun, Remington 870. Level 2 ground combat vehicle, Storm infantry vehicle. Level 2 cannon, Frost cannon. Level 2 city camouflage. Level 2 city energy shield. As he reviewed the list, confidence gradually began to build in his heart. The only thing that troubled Li Yi was that he currently had less than 100 units of level 2 iron ore on hand. Upon learning of Li Yi's predicament, Wilson generously waved his hand and allocated 1,000 units of level 2 iron ore to him from the Holy Sword U2. Thank you so much, Dot. Lee couldn't help but nod repeatedly. With this batch of level 2 iron ore, the Tomorrow could once again produce a new batch of resources. Considering that the Tomorrow already had 4 Blood Tier Rippers on board. While there was only 1 Black Hawk helicopter, he decided to spend 500 units of level 2 iron ore and 100 units of copper ore to produce 2 Black Hawk helicopters. At this point, I hope readers remember our Domain Taiwan novel website. The remaining iron ore was used to craft Scorcher flame throwers and Remington 870 shotguns. Lee crafted 6 flame throwers and 4 shotguns in one go. These weapons would be distributed among the combat personnel on the deck to resist the invading zombies. Needless to say, when attacking the decayed bone bastion, the zombies would surely fire flesh cannons at the Tomorrow. During the following travel time, the Black Hawk helicopters and level 2 weapons were successively completed and delivered. Lin Wu picked out 2 more pilots and instructed them to quickly familiarize themselves with the 2 newly crafted Black Hawk helicopters. While Lin Wu was teaching these 2 pilots, Lee gave it some thought and walked over to him. What do you think of the Apocalypse sect? Lin Wu pondered for a moment before giving his response. As a world-class organization, it enjoys wide acclaim across the wasteland and is revered by many. That's also why, when it declares war, everyone rallies to its cause without hesitation. In this war, the Apocalypse sect has fulfilled its responsibility to preserve humanity's strength. No one can say otherwise about its actions this time. I completely agree with your view. He adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Rather than retreating to the wasteland zone and going through the trouble of fleeing again, we might as well go all in. In fact, I believe we have a good chance of breaking through the decayed bone bastion. Lee nodded. Then let's give it our all. We arrived. On the watchtower, Lee solemnly lowered the binoculars. A dozen or so kilometers ahead lay the decayed bone bastion built by the zombies. The bastion was dotted with numerous lights, with several lighthouses surrounding it. Through the lights, Lee saw the scene of the decayed bone bastion clearly. It was a wall several kilometers long and 200 to 300 meters tall. Constructed from decaying flesh and rusted machinery, it was mounted with numerous level 2 cannons and heavy machine guns, along with patrolling zombie combat personnel. At its forefront were countless trenches and various fortresses. More than a dozen zombie mobile cities patrolled the area, followed by innumerable wandering zombies. This horde of 500,000 strong formed the natural fortress of the decayed bone bastion. There's no shortcut. We must break through the decayed bone bastion to penetrate the eternal night zone. When delivering that batch of level 2 iron ore to Li Yi, Wilson had said this. The entire forest of death is shaped like a gourd, and its neck is the only passage to the eternal night zone. To prevent human forces from entering, the zombies built the decayed bone fortress. At this moment, the mobile cities on the southern front had already taken formation. 3 level 2 cities from the Apocalypse sect were in front, with the Tomorrow Alliance positioned behind them. The 4 level 2 cities of the Apocalypse sect were as follows. The Assault-type city, Holy Sword No. 2. The Defense-type city, Holy Shield V9. The Artillery Support-type city, Holy Lance Z4. The Airship-type city, Holy Vessel H3. With the flagship Holy Sword U2 sounding its whistle, the human forces on the southern front officially launched their assault. Flare after flare was launched into the sky, illuminating the entire area brightly. The cannons on the decks of several level 2 cities opened fire, and a deluge of firepower instantly swept over the forward trenches and fortresses of the decayed bone fortress. Many zombies were obliterated by the overwhelming bombardment before they could even react. Next, the Holy Lance Z4 opened fire. As a fully equipped level 2 artillery support type city, it possessed 30 level 1 cannons and 8 level 2 cannons. Its firepower surpassed all the other cities combined, mowing down the enemy in strongholds like plowing a field. Among them, 2 of its level 2 cannons targeted the decayed bone bastion, and amidst deafening explosions, a massive breach was blasted open. We did it! In the cockpit, Tang Fong clenched his fist in excitement. Linwu took a closer look and gently shook his head. No, it's not enough. The breach in the decayed bone fortress began healing at a terrifying rate. Within just over 10 seconds, it had returned to its original state. If not for the lingering aftermath of the explosions around it, one would never believe it had been bombarded. Lin Wu then had a companion push him to the lift platform, preparing to head to the upper level. Aside from the two pilots, he himself needed to pilot a Black Hawk helicopter into combat. Along the way, he continued to gaze intently at the decayed bone bastion. Soon, he came up with a method to forcibly break through it. Have a level 2 defense-type cities gradually accelerate and crash into the decayed bone bastion like artillery shells. On the watchtower, Li spoke in a low voice. Level 2 defense-type cities had ample power, and coupled with their inherent weight, their impact at full acceleration far surpassed that of level 2 cannons. But in doing so, they also faced tremendous danger. During the charge, the defense-type cities would be subjected to concentrated fire from the zombies, including those zombie mobile cities and the level 2 cannons mounted on the walls. Even with their strong defenses, under such high-frequency, high-damage bombardment, the defense-type cities likely wouldn't hold. Moreover, their treads and wheels might become entangled with a large number of zombies, leading to a complete halt. Currently, there were two defense-type cities on the southern front, the Holy Shield V9 and the Iron Whale. As the supreme commander of the southern front, Bishop Wilson's tactics were both straightforward and utterly reckless. He concentrated all mobile city forces and ordered everyone to accelerate toward the decayed bone bastion. Using one level 2 defense-type city as a battering ram to blast open the decayed bone bastion, they would then charge through it into the eternal night zone and figure out a way to shake off the zombies' pursuit afterward. After the first wave of bombardment, the zombies quickly responded. On the walls, nearby zombies manned the cannons and began firing frenziedly. Zombie mobile cities surrounding the decayed bone bastion also began converging. Flesh cannons on the decks fired densely, and zombie gunners stuffed their comrades into large-caliber cannons, aimed and fired. In an instant, a downpour of flesh cannons rained toward the southern front. As the frontline vanguard, the majority of the zombies landed on the decks of the Apocalypse Sect's 3 mobile cities. Upon landing, the zombies immediately sprang up, roaring wildly and charging forward. What greeted them, however, was the Apocalypse Sect's battle deacons and their meticulous, ruthless firepower. Shotguns, flamethrowers, assault rifles, heavy machine guns. The battle deacons fired in seamless rotation, forcefully suppressing the zombies. The pressure on the Tomorrow Alliance was much less by comparison. Only a few zombies landed on the deck of the Tomorrow. Upon hitting the ground, they were first suppressed by the 4 Blood-Tier Rippers, then faced flame-throwers and Remington shotguns wielded by the combat personnel. These level 2 weapons were ferociously effective against zombies. The flame-throwers instantly turned them into blazing figures, and within seconds, they collapsed to the ground. The Remington shotguns were even more devastating, blowing away several zombies with each shot. Even tyrants, the highly armored level 2 zombies, couldn't withstand them. The Iron Whale had long entered full lockdown mode, and the occasional falling zombie was of no concern. As for the engineer, stationed at the rear of the formation and newly equipped with city armor, it was virtually unscathed. Aboard the flagship mobile city of the zombies, the Crimson Baron, their commander, gazed toward the human mobile cities in the distance. He then waved his hand, issuing a slurred command. The zombie helmsman nodded and had the flagship emit a deep, prolonged whistle. With that whistle, the aimlessly wandering zombies outside suddenly seemed to receive a signal. They howled and surged toward the Tomorrow. Seen from above, hundreds of thousands of zombies surged toward the human mobile cities like a black tide, an utterly horrifying sight. Behind them gathered a dozen zombie mobile cities. The stark disparity in power between the two sides was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Facing this scene, Wilson spoke in a deep voice. "Now's the time. Go. A roaring boom echoed from the clouds above as a massive beast slowly emerged in the sky. It was the holy vessel H3. The doors of the airborne mobile city slowly opened, unleashing a torrential rain of incendiary bombs and aerial bombs onto the ground. The zombie swarm and zombie mobile cities were immediately plunged into unprecedented explosions. Yes, Fan Yong couldn't help but clench his fist with excitement. The holy vessel H3 provided immense firepower support. Besides the continuous barrage of incendiary bombs and aerial bombs, its mounted heavy autocannons, cannons, and steam bed crossbows also opened fierce fire, and dozens of light aircraft launched into the skies. The firepower support provided by this airborne mobile city even surpassed that of the Holy Lance Z4. Holy Sword U2. Report. The southern front is broken through the decayed Bone Bastion. Progress is smooth. We're likely to enter the depths of the Eternal Night Zone with 0 casualties. Saint. Received. Awaiting good news from your side. As this war that engulfed the entire Eternal Night Zone erupted, the city communication channel of the Eternal Night Zone had entered public regulation mode. It functioned much like a city radio, facilitating communication across the entire region. Apart from reporting battlefield conditions and intelligence, no member was allowed to speak without authorization. In fact, the Southern Front, where Li Yi was stationed, was the first to launch an offensive. After all, only a few hours had passed since Bishop Heath declared war, and the other 3 fronts were still in preparation. At this moment, all members in the channel were closely watching the Southern Front's progress. But within seconds, an unexpected development occurred. Light aircraft that had been bombing the enemy were successively shot down, plunging to the ground in flames. What's going on? Li raised his binoculars. Upon seeing the sight atop the wall, he was momentarily stunned. It was a flesh anti-air cannon. Impossible. There wasn't anything like that on the wall before. Soon he realized something and turned his gaze to the decayed Bone Bastion's wall of flesh and machinery. These flesh anti-air cannons weren't transported there by the zombies. They had grown out of the wall. At this moment, multiple sections of the wall began to squirm as flesh and machinery extended and formed into one flesh anti-air cannon after another. Some are even giant-sized flesh anti-air cannons. Under the operation of the zombie gunners, the cannons began firing in alternating salvos. The holy vessel H3, which had been relentlessly pouring firepower onto the enemy, was suddenly struck by one of the giant anti-air cannons. Its shell instantly burst open with a massive gap, and hydrogen began leaking in large quantities. Holy vessel H3, emergency, emergency. I've been hit by enemy anti-air fire. Must ascend to evade immediately. Saint, what's going on? Holy Sword U2. The flesh mechanical wall of the decayed Bone Bastion can generate anti-air cannons. The flesh technology they've mastered far surpasses our imagination. After urgently sealing the breach, the holy vessel H3 swiftly activated its stored hydrogen and began ascending at full speed to evade. However, the zombies clearly wouldn't give it such a chance. At this moment, more than a dozen giant flesh anti-air cannons atop the decayed Bone Bastion had already locked onto it. Amid their alternating bombardment, the holy vessel H3 was blasted to pieces. Its riveted steel scales and brass plating shot out like a reverse falling storm, while the exposed rubber inner layer curled and burned like rotting skin. The massive leakage of hydrogen formed rapidly expanding blue-white fireballs in the air, emitting sounds like shattering glass. The keel of this airborne mobile city fractured, and jets of high-pressure steam burst from the rupture, instantly cooking several battle deacons who had tried to parachute out. Under the gaze of their comrades, the holy vessel H3 plunged to the ground in blazing flames, erupting in a violent explosion. Holy Shield V9. The holy vessel H3 has been shot down. Repeating. The holy vessel H3 has been shot down. We've lost our airborne support forces. Holy Lance Z4. Report. Our lookout has observed an emergency situation. After downing the holy vessel H3, The enemy's wall-mounted anti-air cannons are beginning to transform. The giant anti-air cannons mounted on the decayed bone bastion began to change. Under everyone's shocked gaze, they morphed into heavy cannons. As the zombie gunners operated them, the cannon muzzles slowly lifted, aiming toward Li Yi and his team. Holy Lance Z4. Heavy cannons. The enemy's anti-air cannons have transformed into heavy cannons. They've started aiming at us. The entire communication channel fell into silence. Saint Wilson, Holy Sword, you too. I'm here, Lord Heath. Saint, for the apocalypse sect and the gods, give it your all. Holy Sword, you too. Understood. Wilson slowly withdrew his gaze from the screen, then looked into the distance at the decayed bone bastion. The eyes of the 60-year-old elder became firmer than ever. He slowly raised his hand and then swung it down fiercely. Relay my command. All members, accelerate and advance toward the decayed bone bastion.